His world fractured in a sudden, blinding shock, his golden eyes searing open. A quick, uneasy flicker betrayed his inner turmoil, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. He jolted upright, a startling realization dawning about the familiar, Red Devils, jersey. This was the legendary, Red Devils, jersey, a vibrant relic from the unforgettable 2002 World Cup. A pensive scratch at his neck, he mused if his mother found a bargain on it. The jersey's glory faded into a fashion faux pas, a scarlet letter of sartorial shame. He rose, the strange memory fueling his deep, bewildering confusion about the situation. He stared at his own hands, questioning the very fabric of his existence. A chilling realization flickered into sharp focus, deepening his alarm. A sharp clack pierced the silence, jarring him violently, turning his head in fright. His father's furious voice shattered the morning, demanding to know why he wasn't ready for the bakery. He could only utter a choked syllable, utterly stunned by the man before him. A furious, cutting glare promised swift, harsh consequences, freezing Jin-hyuk in place. Overwhelmed, he clutched his head, a desperate cry escaping his lips in utter bewilderment. He slammed his hand against the glass, frantically demanding answers from his unfamiliar reflection. Ruffling his short hair, a distant echo from his army days stirred within him. A chilling clarity descended, this specific, vivid day held a profound and ominous significance. This was the very day that haunted his memories, a jarring echo of his father's angry, regrettable demands. His father pressed for immediate work, met with Jin-hyuk's frustrated, dismissive promise to join later. That day, a thick, unspoken tension simmered, leading to a profound, regrettable argument. Jin-hyuk angrily defended his desire for rest, a dismissive retort he would later deeply regret. Each step his father took echoed with an unsettling foreboding, a narrative turn. The quiet moment marked the solemn, pivotal beginning of their family's descent into despair. A sharp, insistent ring shattered the fragile quiet, demanding urgent attention. He recoiled, his voice raw with shock and disbelief at the news delivered over the phone. His father's fall resulted in grave injuries, a somber consequence of that fateful day. The doctor's grim prognosis forced Jin-hyuk and his mother to shoulder the bakery's unexpected, weighty burden. A sample was lifted, its fate hanging in the balance. Customers murmured about the bread's unfamiliar taste, fueling Jin-hyuk's silent, mounting concern. Their efforts were fruitless, and his mother's voice trembled with despair over dwindling customers and looming closure. With new competition, their fate was sealed, the bakery faced inevitable, crushing ruin. Jin-hyuk pleaded against the crushing loan, but his father's weary voice spoke of grim inevitability. His father clung to a strained hope, envisioning a future where recovery brought salvation. His father's tearful apology underscored their utter ruin, bankruptcy stealing both bakery and home. 1 year on, his father's arm remained broken, while his mother's wrenching cough revealed her own failing health. To the cold, clinical hospital they went, seeking answers amidst mounting fears. Empty reassurances veiled their shared, gnawing fear for her fragile health. An urgent vibration cut through the strained silence, signaling unwelcome news. The diagnosis of terminal cancer shattered their fragile world, a horrifying, chaotic blow. Frozen by terror, his father stood helpless before the blaring, oncoming truck. In a desperate, split-second act, Jin-hyuk pushed his father to safety. A sickening BAM echoed, his father saved, but Jin-hyuk was tragically lost in the explosive impact. He lay unresponsive, his parents' endless tears falling beside his motionless, vegetative form. Trapped in his own hell, a crushing guilt festered as eternity stretched on, then one day. He lay suspended, his fragile breath monitored by machines, life hanging by a thread. He suddenly awoke, reborn and resolute, into the awe-inspiring, martial world of Murim. After endless Murim struggles, he questioned this impossible return, a baffling paradox unfolding before his eyes. Centuries had passed since his Murim life began, yet here he was, inexplicably back. Survival was a brutal, relentless dance with death in that unforgiving world. He endured training that scorched his very soul, pushing past all limits. Through countless, explosive trials, he mastered the precarious dance of life and death. His trials culminated in ultimate authority, becoming Ch1, the revered leader of the sun and moon. Even as Ch1, his inconceivable power remained a mysterious, untapped wellspring. Here, he was no Ch1, but Jinhyuk, a man fiercely shaking off his past identity. He pondered the inexplicable, wondering if divine providence had granted him this impossible second chance. The sun and moon order held vast, mystical power, far beyond mere martial arts. His reflection hinted at the profound secrets he carried, including the hidden, absolute power of providence. An absolute, hidden force existed, unknown even to the Murim world, guarded by an intense secret. He pondered this ancient, whispered secret, its profound implications slowly forming. His internal debate ceased, something far more vital demanded his unwavering attention. His parents, never forgotten, were now the very heart of his focus. His mother's gentle plea for his rest highlighted the enduring bond he held for his father. His father's frustrated outburst of perceived neglect struck an ironic chord with Jinhyuk. A tear escaped as his father's words hit deep, remembering his desperate, soul-selling vow. He battled through Murim's trials, every fierce blow driven by an epic, singular desire to return home. A wave of profound, tender emotion washed over him, a wordless connection. He longed to voice the miracle of seeing him once more, a bittersweet thought. A singular, clear purpose now hardened his determined resolve, setting his path. He stood rooted, ready to begin his new path with a grounded certainty. A single, purposeful step began his destined journey, firm and unwavering. He called out, his voice bright with newfound purpose and eager joy. Together, they stepped into a hopeful new chapter, actively embracing life with familial warmth. His father beamed with pride, noting his son's newfound maturity with warm approval. A knowing grin played on Jinhyuk's lips, a silent correction to his father's assumption. His true growth stemmed from the profound, empowering crucible of Murim itself. His father, concerned, sternly questioned if he intended to leave the house in such casual attire, demanding he dress properly. A sudden, comedic realization dawned on Jinhyuk: clothes truly made the man. He stared at his casual t-shirt and pajama shorts, a stark contrast to his past, feeling self-conscious enough to compare them to underwear. A wave of deep contemplation settled over him, sifting through the layers of his new reality. He reflected on his body, noting the unexpected limitations despite the muscles he had gained since returning from his army service. A frustrated escaped him as he grappled with the sheer disbelief of his current physical form. Jinhyuk called out an urgent request to wait, the swift step of his departure emphasizing his sudden rush. A resounding slam echoed through the house, leaving Jinhyuk's parents startled and confused by his abrupt exit. Kneeling intently, Jinhyuk focused all his calm attention on the drawer before him. He mused on his father's youthful appearance, recalling how he once mistakenly attributed their misunderstandings to an age gap. Yet, the irony struck him, his father was younger than even the formidable Infernal Clan Grandmaster, Hyowesu. Jinhyuk reflected that, within Murim, his father's earthly age would render him significantly younger than his own century-long experience. Though only 24, Jinhyuk felt the profound weight of 100 years lived in Murim, a dual identity shimmering within him. With a newfound resolve, Jinhyuk vowed to strive for deeper understanding, then refocused on the task at hand. He muttered, wondering if his target was inside, and gave a sharp pull to the drawer. A startling thud followed as he pulled too hard, sending the drawer's contents scattering across the floor. "Easy peasy," Jinhyuk declared, making swift grasp, grab, and snap movements to effortlessly catch the tumbling items midair. His hands deftly manipulated the small objects with a skilled wiggle and shake, demonstrating a finesse he hadn't possessed before. Despite his lost muscles, Jinhyuk felt a surge of confident satisfaction, realizing his honed skills remained intact. Then, a thoughtful expression crossed Jin-hyuk's face as a new realization began to dawn on him. "Oh right." Jin-hyuk exclaimed in a moment of comedic eureka, effortlessly performing a surprising lift of the entire drawer unit. This new world had such clever rails, allowing drawers to slide open with an unheard of ease. He mused that even the grandest storage units back in Murim never operated with such delightful smoothness. Jin-hyuk sat pondering how much strength was appropriate for handling these comparatively fragile, modern objects. Prioritizing the immediate need, Jin-hyuk gently began to search for clothes. As the order's revered leader, he had always worn elaborate ritual robes, a heavy cloth jacket with 8 layers of silk. Once he ascended to leadership, ordinary clothing was simply forbidden when he ventured outside the order's sanctum. Jin-hyuk happily declared how much he missed the simple comfort of normal clothes, a joyful rummage and fumble accompanying his search. He paused, a brief glance upward suggesting a new idea had formed. "If I remember correctly," Jin-hyuk mused, his hand reaching with a grab for the mirrored closet door. "Here they are," Jin-hyuk announced triumphantly, opening the closet with a satisfying whoosh. A thoughtful escaped Jin-hyuk as he surveyed the myriad choices presented by his open closet. He felt a sudden, overwhelming, dizzy spell, realizing that after 100 years of having no choice in his attire, deciding what to wear was truly perplexing. As the leader of his order, such mundane decisions were never his burden. Every morning, dedicated attendants prepared his clothes, shoes, hat, and even his pipe, leaving him with no need for personal selection. "I can probably just wear anything, right?" Jin-hyuk mumbled, making a decisive grab for a t-shirt. He stared at the simple garment, rationalizing that he wasn't attending a crucial meeting or selecting a successor. After all, he was simply going to work at the bakery with his father. "Wait, it's a bakery!" Jin-hyuk exclaimed, his eyes wide with a sudden, comedic realization. "Then I can't just wear anything there." With a sudden drop, the t-shirt fell to the floor, his quick realization rendering it instantly unsuitable. What was it called again? Jin-hyuk murmured, frantically searching with a search and rummage for something white, yet not fighting clothes. Red t-shirts, more red t-shirts, his search yielded nothing white, a growing frustration mounting with each failed attempt. A furious rage emanated from his father as he impatiently questioned the prolonged dressing time, startling Jin-hyuk with a sudden shock. A new understanding dawned on Jin-hyuk. There was no reason to face this modern predicament alone. No one was pursuing him, and the constant threat of betrayal, a grim reality of Murim, was mercifully absent here. "This isn't Murim," Jin-hyuk softly affirmed with a light-hearted FWIP, cherishing the comforting truth that his family was with him. "Mom! Have you seen my clothes for making bread?" Jin-hyuk called out, his father's confused retort instantly following. Jin-hyuk's father shouted back in exasperation, reminding him that his uniform was already waiting at the bakery. "Ah right, it's called a uniform." Jin-hyuk mused, a relieved smile spreading across his face as he adjusted his goal to finding casual clothes for outside. "I guess these are the closest to the silken robes I used to wear," Jin-hyuk thought, as his hand made a careful reach into the closet. Jin-hyuk meticulously held the garment, a quiet, gentle caution in his movements, wary of his still untamed strength. He dressed himself with a deliberate, gentle touch and an almost painstaking, cautious effort, still unsure of his own power. "Let's go, Dad!" Jin-hyuk called out, fully dressed, but his father merely looked on with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you going to put some socks on?" his father asked, prompting Jin-hyuk surprised, questioning, "Socks? Oh right." Jin-hyuk internally clarified, recalling them as the cotton things worn on one's feet before shoes. Jin-hyuk's father let out an exasperated sigh, the sheer volume of his unspoken frustration palpable. "Here," his father stated, giving a quick toss that landed a pair of socks at Jin-hyuk's bare feet. Jin-hyuk noted the irony, it was the middle of summer, yet his father handed him such thick socks. He examined them closely, his brow furrowed as he concluded they appeared to be winter socks. Jin-hyuk questioned their thickness, but his father quickly countered, reminding him of his past complaints about baking shoes. On that very same day a century ago, his father had left identical socks by his door, a poignant echo across time. He felt a profound understanding wash over him, realizing the depth of his father's constant, silent care. The familiar cityscape stretched out, a vibrant tapestry of modern life under a bright, ordinary sky. The ceaseless vroom of cars and the vibrant glow of signs highlighted his growing realization that he hadn't truly missed the city as much as he'd imagined. Jin-hyuk's father questioned his son's intense focus on the ground, but Jin-hyuk was solely intent on the sidewalk blocks. Sweat beaded on Jin-hyuk's brow as he concentrated, convinced there must be a protruding block somewhere nearby. With determined step, Jin-hyuk vowed to exert every ounce of his power to prevent such a fall from ever happening again, his father oblivious behind him. His hand began to shimmer, VWOM, of glowing purple and white energy coalescing around his palm. Jin-hyuk's eyes glowed with fierce yellow power as he named the technique he activated, Ch1. He stood with closed eyes, sensing the intricate energies beneath the streets and surface of the sidewalk, finding no need for sight. Though he could survey the entirety of Seoul with his current power, Jin-hyuk consciously narrowed his focus to the immediate area around him. Jin-hyuk grimaced, a sudden paleness washing over his face as he realized he had overdone it, his entire lower half rapidly losing energy. A shocked grimace distorted his features as Jin-hyuk realized his body was far from stable, and his situation quickly spiraled into peril. Jin-hyuk internally questioned if his current task truly exceeded his limits, his core energy feeling disturbingly vacant. A chilling realization settled within him, his once vaunted strength now seemed insufficient, demanding an immediate, frantic focus. Unseen by his father, Jin-hyuk continuously circulated energy through his skin, diligently refining his dantian's foundation even amidst their walk. With a soft swing, his foot lifted again, perpetuating the rhythmic movement. As his foot met the pavement with a decisive chiak, a silent affirmation echoed in his mind. Each rhythmic tia-beak of his steps subtly rippled with an unseen aura, his progress continuous. The weary commuters shuffled past, their quiet wham sighs blending with the indifference of discarded gum stuck to the pavement. He scanned the ordinary surroundings, every detail from dandelion buds to stray objects registering as emphatically not what he sought. His gaze sharpened, eyes bore up ing with a fierce resolve, certain the offending jagged stone lay hidden somewhere nearby. Before, the image of his father, frail and bandaged in a dim hospital room, fueled his conviction that the stone was the true enemy. His parents' anguished faces from that devastating past moment solidified his burning hatred for that accursed jagged stone, the architect of their ruin. His hands crackled with raw, potent energy, a fierce vow to utterly annihilate that stone echoing in the depths of his being. A profound, resonant kyuyung surged through him, his power vibrating with an yuyung intensity, until the sidewalk beneath began to pajik and pock apart. With a final, violent paike, the stubborn rock burst into countless fragments, vanquished. A gentle yei sighed through the air as the last traces of his unnamed technique faded, the street now innocent of his intervention. Jin-hyuk's father, sensing an unexpected chill, paused to ask if his son felt the sudden shift in the air. As his father innocently mused about the summer chill, Jin-hyuk realized the elder had unwittingly sensed the subtle energy disturbance. A new line of thought, triggered by a quiet panhe, began to unfold in his mind. Another significant understanding about his father dawned upon him, suddenly and clearly. In the grand tapestry of martial arts, true mastery and extended life were gifts often bestowed only after 40 years of relentless training and decades more of existence. He mused that perhaps this ancient wisdom explained his father's remarkably youthful appearance, a thought both profound and unsettling. His father, still bewildered by the air and Jin-hyuk's calm demeanor, sputtered a baffled, "Why are you so obedient today?" As he gently gupjik-ed his father forward, a quiet understanding passed between them, unspoken yet deeply felt. They were nearly at their destination, an urban street bustling with the promise of a new day. A surge of profound relief washed over him. His father had, against all past odds, truly arrived safely. A proud grin spread across his face. He had, with a quiet duruk of fate, undeniably altered the future. As his father wryly noted his newfound maturity, Jin-hyuk, resolute, declared he would manage the heavy shutter entirely on his own. With a firm teak, his hand gripped the metal, dismissing any thought of assistance. With an effortless pwack and suk, the heavy shutter flew upward, a feat he mentally credited to his formidable time in the murim. By 6 in the morning, his father, already in his chef's uniform, began his meticulous daily inspection of the bakery's pristine displays. His previous day's sales figures meticulously dictated the baking plan, guiding the day's fresh production of treats like saburo bread. With a rhythmic kuk, his hands worked the dough, an intimate connection forged between baker and creation. His father operated a one-man baking empire, every element from flour to oven handled personally, the dough responding with a satisfying tiang. His stoic dedication preserved the bakery's signature taste, a relentless commitment evidenced by the strenuous kuk of his every movement. Jin-hyuk's brow furrowed in a silent tiang of realization, remembering the agonizing helplessness that followed his father's debilitating injury. With deliberate suk-suk motions, he methodically mopped the clean floor, the occasional tiang of the mop had a steady rhythm. The mops glided across the tiles with a consistent suk-suk, erasing any trace of the night. A gentle smile touched his lips, even the simple suk of wiping down surfaces brought an unexpected, profound contentment. With a soft tack, his work was complete, a quiet satisfaction settling in his expression. With a deft tuck, his father cracked an egg, the yolk separating with a clean cha before swiftly integrating it into the dough. He moved with an almost supernatural fluidity, a blur of motion, never pausing as he hummed a tune, a true maestro of the kitchen. To Jin-hyuk's eyes, his father was less a baker and more a murim martial master, each whisk and fold a graceful, powerful strike. A gentle warmth spread across Jin-hyuk's face as he watched his father, a profound admiration shining in his eyes. This perfectly sculpted, golden bagel, born of their morning's labor, reigned as the bakery's undisputed champion. As his father's hands continued their rhythmic kuk against the dough, Jin-hyuk swiftly shaped perfect bagels onto trays. His designated duties were simple, to meticulously clean the industrial ovens and ensure they reached the precise preheating temperature. A wide, contented smile graced his face as he carefully retrieved a tray of perfectly baked, fragrant bagels from the oven. He efficiently moved from cooling racks to packaging, meticulously preparing each freshly baked item for its grand display. With practiced precision, he arranged the warm bagels onto the shelves, each one a testament to their morning's labor. Then, a subtle detail caught his eye, a faint furrow forming in his brow as his attention sharpened. He realized, with a sudden jolt, that he had overlooked this crucial detail on their journey to the bakery. His gaze locked onto his father's subtle, concerning right shoulder tilt, an alarming observation given his natural right-handedness. As his father's strong hands continued their rhythmic kuk of kneading, a quiet worry nagged at Jin-hyuk. Was his father unwell? Jin-hyuk broke the silence, surprising his father with a heartfelt request to learn the art of kneading dough. His father lectured on the fickle nature of dough, but Jin-hyuk, already anticipating his words, deftly pointed out the inevitable taste change if he took over. His father declared that changing the taste would be a grave betrayal to their customers, a pronouncement Jin-hyuk met with a thoughtful His father then looked up, genuinely perplexed, wondering if he had ever voiced this particular sentiment before. Jin-hyuk, with a subtle smile, calmly informed him that he had, in fact, heard it dozens of times. Even now, Jin-hyuk could still feel the lingering weight of his father's perpetual dissatisfaction with his past efforts in the bakery. His father's past harshness, born of ignorance of his true efforts, now fueled Jin-hyuk's resolve. He was no longer that same son. Jin-hyuk's direct question about his father's impaired right arm hung heavy in the air, instantly stripping away all pretense with a startling "H. Ha." His father mumbled about mere tiredness, rubbing his shoulder with a telltale kuruk that betrayed a deeper, unacknowledged discomfort. Jin-hyuk asserted his new status as a discharged veteran, making it clear he expected more than endless cleaning responsibilities. His eyes shining with fervent resolve, Jin-hyuk made an impassioned, hopeful plea for his father to teach him the secrets of kneading dough. A profound silence stretched between them as Jin-hyuk's father pondered, prompting Jin-hyuk to recall his father's familiar opening words. In the past, his father's casual suggestion to take it easy with a month or two of cleaning before learning to knead had grated on Jin-hyuk's youthful impatience. He had once viewed those early 5 a.m. cleaning shifts as mere breaks, failing to grasp their true significance. With a soft sook of his mop and a tired wham, Jin-hyuk finally understood. This gentle initiation was his father's sweet, considerate way of easing him into the bakery's solitary, pre-dawn rhythms. Jin-hyuk admitted his past untrustworthiness and the academic struggles that prevented his graduation, revealing a vulnerable truth to his father. Jin-hyuk began to plead his case, explaining he might seem lacking, but his father cut him off with a simple, impactful call of his name. With a soft tuck as he placed a paper bag down, his father offered a gentle, pivotal question, "Shall we start today then?" A wave of overwhelming emotion crashed over Jin-hyuk, rendering him momentarily speechless at his father's profound acceptance. He watched his father, radiating a serene contentment, truly relishing this shared moment. His father, a warm smile on his face, then suggested they begin their lesson with saburo bread. An immense joy bloomed within Jin-hyuk as he readily agreed, hoping this profound, beautiful moment was an endless dream from which he'd never wake. As a soft bell chimed, a month had passed, and Jin-hyuk, utterly blissful, wished this sweet reality was a dream he'd never wake from. The familiar greeting cemented his full adaptation to this bright, new reality. His first foray into Jianghu after the accident had been a stark, brutal contrast, his injured body struggling against the harsh reality of that martial world. He watched others spar, a deep sigh escaping him, knowing he was too weak to even be a third-rate warrior. Under the vast, silent moon, the acceptance of his limitations had been a slow, bitter pill to swallow. Then, a gentle ring signaled the passing of time. But now, back in his element, Jin-hyuk confidently declared this bustling kitchen his rightful place. As he carefully pulled golden loaves from the oven, he remembered his reign as the heavenly demon. A soft smile touched his lips, he simply did not miss that solitary life. The grandeur of that past world offered no solace against the crushing weight of his profound solitude. Only the vision demon, his closest aide, had ever felt like a true friend during those intimate, shared moments. Even he, his only confidant, merely scratched his head, utterly confused by the very concept of another world. His golden eyes glowed with fierce gratitude for simply being back. But the shocking truth of his regression filled him with an even deeper, pleased astonishment. His father's wide, proud smile confirmed the bread's perfection, mistaking Jin-hyuk's work for his own. Jin-hyuk's humble explanation only solidified his father's proud belief, his son was a genius. Beaming with disbelief and pride, his father celebrated Jin-hyuk's rapid, perfect mastery of the entire menu. Humbly, Jin-hyuk credited his father's excellent teaching as his father quietly savored the results. A busy, industrious month then unfolded beneath the silent, watching moon. Each night, he diligently accumulated energy using the heavenly demon technique. Crackling energy swirled around him as he reached the formidable 3-star level. By day, he absorbed every detail of baking and customer service, learning all his father's 30 years of wisdom. A focused kukuk of the rolling pin completed his thought, how had he mastered 30 years of his father's secrets so quickly? His intensely glowing, golden eye dramatically revealed the secret, it was with the mind's eye. As they worked in tandem, Jin-hyuk knew the mind's eye was the vision demon's exclusive martial art. The sun-moon divine cult was protected by 2 imposing guardians, the formidable vision demon and the lethal blood swordsman. The vision demon, the advisor, wielded the potent heavenly eye-piercing demonic art with focused intensity. His intensely glowing, strained eyes revealed its power, to see through anything, to pierce the very essence of things. A swirling vortex hinted at the profound foresight granted by mastering the mind's eye. With it, one could glimpse what the immediate future held, a dynamic, surreal preview of destiny. In battle, the vision demon utilized this sight, foreseeing every attack, every movement of his aggressive foes. His glowing eyes burned with intent as he made full use of that preternatural knowledge. He poured flour into the bowl, remembering how he learned the heavenly eye demonic art from the vision demon. As his father whisked, Jin-hyuk noted how the skill made learning his father's techniques remarkably easy. His golden eyes glowed with fierce intensity, discerning the precise muscle movements of his father's right arm. His 3-star heavenly eye demonic art made baking simple, easily mastering his father's techniques even as they worked side by side. His father's loving smile confirmed his deep pride, assuring Jin-hyuk of his hard work. A playful pabuk on his head, and Jin-hyuk protested, flustered, that he was no longer a child. As his father mused about his age, Jin-hyuk realized he still felt much younger, surprised by his own mental slip. He often forgot, but his father always seemed younger, a thought that always brought a touch of reflection. Jin-hyuk questioned why his father would prepare tomorrow's dough, sensing he was being sent away too soon. Jin-hyuk tried to intervene, but his father, with a kind smile, insisted he could be trusted now, urging his son to rest. A gentle tingling of the door signaled his departure, leaving him to wonder why he'd been performing these tasks alone for 15 days. His hands pulsed with crackling energy, preparing for the true work. He confidently asserted that using martial arts to crack eggs was far easier, a powerful, energetic display. Effortlessly, the yolk separated, sock, revealing a magical precision that would be tedious with his father watching. Mixing multiple bowls with raw power, Jin-hyuk declared that 3 hours of work now took him a mere 10 minutes. A final surge of energy, and he declared it all perfect. With a confident hyuk, he added sugar, nuts, and chocolate powder, knowing his work was almost complete. Smiling with deep satisfaction, Jin-hyuk announced all the doughs, including the egg tarts, were perfectly prepared. Methodically, he wrapped the dough, setting it aside for its rest, before pondering his next purpose. With a determined stride and a purposeful tack, he decided it was time to train his internal energy. Outside, the bakery settled into the deep, quiet hours of the night. Inside, the silent bakery lay dark and empty, awaiting morning. Meditating, the regression still felt surreal, yet he confirmed the comforting truth: he could still accumulate internal energy. He would use heavenly circulation to purge impurities, but despite growing stronger, his body remained stubbornly weak. His eyes burning with fierce resolve, Jin-hyuk declared his intent to open his conception and governor vessels today. Glowing points ignited across his bare chest, showing the precise meridians needed for the great heavenly circulation. A sweat drop formed as Jin-hyuk admitted he couldn't perform a full body reformation just yet. He sat, contemplating the taller, clearer form of his previous reformation, and resolved to open his vessels once more. With a knowing huhu, he settled into meditation, preparing for the flow of true Chi and the Jianhu's very first 100-day body reformation. A single sweat drop betrayed his intense resolve to achieve this unprecedented new record. With a concentrated wham, the intense process began, slowly. Every fiber of his being focused on the delicate, careful progression. The quiet kitchen held its breath in the prolonged, silent stillness. All seemed mundane, yet an unseen tension hung heavy in the air. Then, a startling flash of light, jik-jik, violently illuminated the dark, empty bakery. Surrounded by furious, blue energy, Jin-hyuk cried out, utterly shocked, the true Chi's flow. His clenched hands pulsed with surging, blue energy, and a panicked realization struck him: the body reformation would take place. A crushing pressure mounted within Jin-hyuk's very core, forcing strained sounds from his throat as a terrifying realization began to dawn. A thundering surge of energy threatened to overwhelm Jin-hyuk, his frantic internal pleas drowned out by the terrifying certainty of a complete body transmogrification. Each bead of sweat was a testament to the agonizing question burning through Jin-hyuk's mind: what had he fundamentally misunderstood? His initial aim was a perfect, tranquil balance of qi, guiding its flow through his mind and body with practiced ease. The sheer, crackling magnitude of his past self's inner qi was a stark, almost mythical memory against his present reality. Yet, in this body, almost nothing of that former might lingered. He deliberately guided the qi with slow, measured breaths, a dance that had once been effortless for the legendary wielder of inconceivable power. Every fiber of his being was locked in a fierce, internal battle for control. The raw, crackling power surged, electrifying his fingertips as he began the arduous process of change. The present agony was a mere echo compared to the screaming steel and visceral pain of his monumental battles from a life-long past. He had envisioned a meticulous, century-long reformation, a delicate process designed to shield his transformation from prying eyes, but then a blinding flash of light pierced his meditation, and panic seized Jin-hyuk as the transformation surged uncontrollably forward. This uncontrolled acceleration demanded immediate, drastic intervention. A profound shock washed over Jin-hyuk as he found himself mysteriously hovering, defying the very laws of gravity. Some forces, once unleashed, could never again be contained. The raw, untamed qi thrummed beneath his skin, threatening to break free from his failing grasp at any moment. This was the very force of Ch1, a relentless, all-consuming tidal wave of qi threatening to devour his being whole. A disquieting question gnawed at him, demanding an answer: was this current existence inexplicably entwined with his past self from Urim? The raw, potent qi of his prime had returned, now erupting in a vile, overflowing mess from his entire body. The accumulated, putrid waste of his old body dripped and plopped onto the tiles, flowing towards the waiting drain. A thick, sickening substance continued its relentless ooze. A symphony of sharp cracks and unsettling cricks confirmed his alarming internal reconstruction, bone by bone. His uniform groaned with a sickly stretch before dissolving, eliciting a visceral cry of disgust from Jin-hyuk. With teeth clenched in bitter frustration, Jin-hyuk watched his meticulously crafted 100-day plan dissolve into chaos, the ideal transformation now a shattered dream. A raw, guttural cry of "damn it" tore from Jin-hyuk's throat as his slow, careful plan thudded to a catastrophic, doom-laden end. Even in his defeat, residual power caused the very tiles beneath his hands to crack. A stunned silence hung heavy before Jin-hyuk wondered how his supposedly modest power could inflict such domestic destruction. The fresh cracks on his dad's new tiles ignited an immediate panic, swiftly followed by a far more alarming question about his own face. His feet, surprisingly, had undergone a subtle yet undeniable expansion. He confirmed a definite increase in height, but a wave of relief washed over him as his face remained largely familiar. The subtle enhancements were clear: a refined nose bridge, elevated cheekbones, and an undeniable improvement in his skin. He emerged with a quiet step from the shadowed room, stepping into the softly lit, silent bakery. As the closet door slid open, Jin-hyuk considered his uniform, but his altered face remained a deeply troubling, unsolvable problem. A profound sense of helplessness settled over him as he grappled with his unexpected transformation. "Damn it!" Jin-hyuk seethed, his hand closing in a frustrated grab on the fabric. He pulled on his white uniform shirt with a swift whip. With a careful tug, Jin-hyuk adjusted his collar. A heavy sigh escaped him, an admission of bitter defeat as his carefully laid plans crumbled on the very first step. With a soft slide, Jin-hyuk put on the mask, a necessary deception for the time being. Outside, the night settled into a quiet, peaceful tableau under a starry sky. The familiar apartment building stood silhouetted against the dark, its windows a scattering of warm lights. As Jin-hyuk entered, the soft clack of the door accompanied his mother's worried inquiry about his mask, met by his quick, dusty evasion. Jin-hyuk offered a slight bow as his father, from the couch, acknowledged his return. With a sudden, desperate sprint, Jin-hyuk darted past his parents and disappeared. A soft, internal clack marked his father's growing bewilderment at Jin-hyuk's strange behavior. The quiet wooden door now symbolized his retreat into a necessary, private seclusion. A distressed, "Geez," escaped him as he tentatively touched his reflection, already dreading the challenge of tomorrow's concealment. A steely resolve settled over Jinhyuk. He absolutely could not afford to draw any undue attention. With a defeated flop onto the floor, he acknowledged the relative ease of deceiving complete strangers. The truly insurmountable obstacle, however, remained his family, with whom he shared this very home. With a soft tap to his leg, Jinhyuk prepared to re-enter his meditative state. He resolved to cautiously attempt another minor chi release. A profound sense of peaceful concentration settled over his features. Distant murmurs and soft chatter suddenly pierced the silence with unnatural clarity. His transmogrification had shockingly sharpened his very essence, now granting him an impossible clarity to his parents' distant conversation with an internal whip of understanding. His mother fretted over their dwindling sales, her concern tinged with a delicate question about Jinhyuk's baking acumen. A shared, quiet concern settled between Jinhyuk and his father, each lost in their own thoughtful contemplation. After a quiet ponder, his father thoughtfully dismissed any concerns about the bread's actual taste. His father explained the core problem: a rival, Sweet Baguette, had recently opened across the street, their 2-week discount event proving a powerful draw, stirring an internal mutter within Jinhyuk. His mother's hopeful suggestion of their own discount was met with his father's exasperated "TSK," emphasizing their small store's inherent limitations against larger corporate deals. His mother, bright with inspiration, enthusiastically laid out her ingenious plan for a "buy one, get one free" rolling discount on their delectable rolls. His father's incredulous, "What kind of crazy idea is that?" dissolved into a shared, hearty "ha ha ha." His father, smiling confidently, reassured her that this rival bakery would inevitably meet the same swift demise as its predecessor. His parents, buoyed by a shared hope, affirmed that with Jinhyuk, their future would undeniably be bright. Jinhyuk pondered the unexpected perk. Even his persistent arthritis had begun to mysteriously recede. There was a hidden, nightly ritual behind the unexpected improvement, a soft creak accompanying his silent departure. His hand shimmered, pulsing with a silent, powerful vom of azure energy. Each night, he secretly returned, bathing his sleeping parents in a healing shwum of purifying chi. A sudden, nagging question prompted a thoughtful scratch to his head: what exactly happened way back then? He struggled to recall if that long-ago rival bakery had truly failed, a distant hum marking the challenge of an almost forgotten memory. A terrifying realization struck Jinhyuk with the force of an unholy asterisk. Sweet Baguette had not vanished, it had unequivocally prospered. At the bright, new Sweet Baguette, a beaming chef basked in the steady stream of satisfied customers. The rival chef's boisterous promotion rang across the street, a stark declaration of war that tightened Jinhyuk's father's gut. A bitter lament escaped Jinhyuk's father, wounded by the betrayal of a former protégé. Jinhyuk huffed, the unique sting of this particular rival's success grating deep within him. Lost in the hazy grip of a coma, his mind could only faintly perceive the worried whispers that drifted around him. Desperate pleas for funds hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the dire sacrifices needed to survive his lingering coma. Jinhyuk's resolve hardened, unwilling to allow the rival bakery to triumph as it had so long ago. With a focused turn, Jinhyuk shifted his gaze toward his target. As dusk painted the city in somber hues, a new purpose began to stir. Jinhyuk focused his chi inward, igniting the ethereal glow of his mind's eye. His eye blazed with a fierce intensity, asterisk signaling the full activation of his heightened perception. Jinhyuk moved with a silent whoosh, a spectral energy now guiding his path through the night. A blurred swoosh swept past, a whirlwind approached to the rival's lair under the cover of darkness. The "Sweet Baguette" sign streaked by, a flash of red and gold confirming his rapid, focused approach. Through his inner vision, a golden cheesecake glowed, a symbolic prize in the brewing conflict. A 1-week sale meant their rival's cheesecake was far too cheap, a fact that grated on Jinhyuk's mind. His eyes burning with a growing fury, Jin-hyuk seethed at the rival's blatant undercutting, convinced there was more to their strategy. From his hidden vantage, Jin-hyuk observed the rival chef engaged in an animated, suspicious conversation with his employee. The rival chef barked orders to sell day-old bread without disclosure, a practice the young employee nervously questioned. The chef tapped the sign, implying the discount was for stale bread, then tap again, demanding it all be sold, no matter what. Jin-hyuk's anger flared, his features contorting in a asterisk of shock and rage at the deceit. A sinister smirk, conjured in Jin-hyuk's mind, revealed the rival's manipulative glee and disdain. Jin-hyuk envisioned the rival chef's mocking laughter, a smug villain gleefully boasting of his unscrupulous tactics. The rival chef's thumbs down cut deep into Jin-hyuk's composure, leaving him sweaty and distressed. Jin-hyuk's thoughts veered wildly, escalating from polite confrontation to imagined fisticuffs and even the terrifying glint of a knife. But the grim reality of a quiet thud and the difficulty of disposing of a body brought Jin-hyuk back from the edge. Chi began to FWOM, overflowing from his body as Jin-hyuk's murderous thoughts about eliminating the owner threatened to consume him. The chi surged and whoosh intensified, overtaking him, pushing him to confront the rival with raw, unbridled power. Jin-hyuk's jaw worked, clenching his teeth in a desperate struggle to regain control over his violent impulses. But then, his mother's voice pierced through the haze, a sudden shock jolting him back from his dark fantasies. Jin-hyuk gasped, realizing he had been on the precipice of violence until his mother's voice mercifully brought him back to his senses. His mother, with gentle earnestness, reminded him of the butterfly effect, cautioning against harming even the smallest creature. She pointed to the tiny creature, a 7-spotted ladybug that wiggle and waggle its way across the floor, pleading for its life. His parents waved goodbye to the glowing ladybug as it fluttered into the warm sky, embodying the boundless compassion Jin-hyuk now understood. Jin-hyuk exhaled forcing himself to calm down and remember that this world operated under very different rules than Murim. He was no longer a warrior on a battlefield, a stark contrast to his past self surrounded by fallen enemies. Still, a quiet FWIP of resolve sharpened Jin-hyuk's gaze, a confrontation with his rival remained inevitable. He vowed to craft a cheesecake of unparalleled quality, a masterpiece that would honor his father's recipe while surpassing all competition. With a shared smile, Jin-hyuk and his father worked in harmonious purpose, creating delicious bread for their small bakery. An idea sparked, igniting Jin-hyuk with a playful energy. His hidden arts could elevate their baking to new heights. Jin-hyuk demonstrated his unique skill, using his glowing hands to transmute dough into perfectly baked bread, no oven required. Reflecting on various strategies, Jin-hyuk decided he could not simply let things continue, needing a new approach to the unfolding situation. Jin-hyuk settled at his desk, deep in contemplation, determined to find a new recipe to reshape their bakery's fate. Suddenly, a series of booming bang, bam, wham announced the arrival of someone Jin-hyuk instantly recognized. With a dramatic burst, his twin sister Jin-hee, radiating cheerfulness, threw open the door to greet him. Jin-hee paused, surprised by Jin-hyuk's formal address, a title he hadn't used in a very long time. Jin-hee bristled with confused anger, demanding to know why he called her Nuna and why he wore a mask. Jin-hyuk realized his mistake, he hadn't called her Nuna in what felt like another lifetime. Jin-hyuk offered a weak explanation, which Jin-hee teasingly accepted as a sign of his newfound maturity. Jin-hyuk humbly deflected her compliment, attributing his polite behavior to simple adult etiquette. Jin-hee laughed, then casually inquired about his involvement in the bakery, her curiosity piqued. Jin-hee remarked on their father's improved happiness, a comment Jin-hyuk attempted to brush off as insignificant. Jin-hee playfully asserted that their father's good mood was entirely her doing, much to Jin-hyuk's exasperation. Jin-hyuk's annoyance flared, playfully accusing his sister of trying to instigate an argument. Jin-hee invited him to watch TV, her offer prompting a confused HUH from Jin-hyuk as he tugged lift at his collar. Jin-hyuk secretly longed for solitude to continue refining his Ch1 magic skills, preferring quiet practice over entertainment. Jin-hyuk attempted to decline, but Jin-hee's angry shake of her fist swiftly convinced him to relent. With a resigned sigh, Jin-hyuk conceded, and the two walked off, their bare feet padding across the floor. He resolved to multitask, believing he could still practice his minor chi releases while watching television. Jin-hyuk convinced himself that there was no rigid method to his training, embracing its flexibility as he reached into his closet. As his hand grabbed clothes from a hanger, he further rationalized that his meditation was adaptable to any position. On the television screen, a dramatic scene unfolded, an older man clutching his chest in visible distress. The family gathered comfortably on the couch, lost in the shared experience of watching television together. Jin-hee teased Jin-hyuk about his unusually proper sitting posture, jokingly asking if he had learned it in the army. Jin-hyuk waved his hand dismissively, a hint of embarrassment coloring his response. The TV announcer enthusiastically introduced an upcoming segment about hidden gem bakeries, capturing the family's attention. Jin-hee gasped with excitement, recognizing the upcoming segment and urging everyone to watch. Jin-hyuk finally understood his sister's true intention for their shared TV time. Jin-hee's excitement was palpable, the main event she'd been waiting for was finally starting. In that moment, a light flickered on for Jin-hyuk, and he finally understood his sister's true motive. His father's voice, thick with contentment, spoke of a simple joy that had been absent for far too long. On the television, an earnest narration described the unseen ingredients of diligence and love poured into each piece of dough. A gentle pull revealed the bread's inner secrets, a cloud-like texture that was a testament to the artisan's craft. Master baker Lee Yunok proudly explained her philosophy, that good food could also be a source of wellness and care. But Jin-hyuk's father remained a hardened skeptic, convinced that health and true flavor were mutually exclusive. For him, the world of food was a harsh dichotomy, either delicious poison or tasteless medicine. Jin-hyuk saw through the gruff critique to the core of the issue, it was envy, pure and simple, for a success his father craved. The program continued, the announcer's voice shifting as he posed a deeply personal question. The baker confessed her greatest joy wasn't the baking itself, but the quiet loyalty of a returning customer. For her husband, true fulfillment came from his son's aspiration to one day walk in his very footsteps. Watching the screen, Jin-hyuk's father felt a powerful surge of empathy, seeing his own unspoken desires reflected back at him. He mused aloud about the dream of a legacy, and Jin-hyuk readily affirmed their shared wish. A silent, ferocious vow ignited in Jin-hyuk's heart, he would make that dream a reality, no matter the cost. As the show's credits rolled, his mother gently ushered his father toward a well-earned night of rest. With a simple exchange, the day's warmth settled into a quiet, peaceful rhythm between his parents. But Jin-hee wasn't done, her playful challenge hinting at another program she deemed essential viewing. On the screen, a whimsical world of confectionery art appeared, each cookie a miniature and charming masterpiece. The show introduced a new figure, a chef whose skill was described with an almost mythic reverence. As the grand competition was announced, Jin-hee insisted this was a crucial lesson for Jin-hyuk, a glimpse at the world's best. The grand prize was an apprenticeship, and as the host's name was revealed, a flicker of recognition sparked in Jin-hyuk's mind. Jeonbu. The name felt jarringly familiar, a ghost from a world he had fought to leave behind. Jin-hee's sudden question about his mask sent a jolt of panic through him, and a clumsy lie was all he could muster. Her offer of an was meant as sisterly care, but to Jin-hyuk, it sounded like an immediate and terrifying threat. His sister was a nurse, this was no empty gesture, and the thought made his blood run cold. He could only imagine a steel needle shattering against his unnaturally durable skin, a secret violently exposed for all to see. His refusal was sharp and absolute, and thankfully, Jin-hee let the matter drop without another word. Morning light filtered through the window, casting long shadows and signaling the start of a new project. Alone in his room, Jin-hyuk began his own kind of intense study, poring over the master's digital tutorials. On the screen, the chef presented his galaxy cake, a perfect creation he still felt needed one final, magical touch. A gentle tap of a sieve transformed the dessert, dusting its surface with a shimmer that truly captured a starry night. Jin-hyuk recognized the profound truth hidden in the performance. What looked effortless was the product of a lifetime of dedication. He scrolled past the video, his curiosity leading him down into the public gauntlet of the comments section. The comments told a universal story of repeated failure, a chorus of bakers unable to replicate the on-screen magic. Though countless others had failed, a familiar confidence stirred within him, their limitations were not his. With the third level of his Heaven's Eye technique, he believed mastering the skill would be no problem at all. Leaving the digital world behind, he rose from his desk, ready to put theory into glorious practice. In the quiet of the kitchen, he assessed his father's work, delicious, yes, but lacking that spark of visual genius. He would become a vessel for Jeonbu's artistry, channeling it to elevate his family's craft to an entirely new level. This new era of online tutorials was a goldmine, allowing him to steal the skills of the world's greatest for his own noble cause. Activating the Heaven's Eye technique, he opened a bridge to the third dimension, his hands glowing with otherworldly energy. He had already committed every flick of the wrist, every subtle shift in weight from the video to his perfect, eidetic memory. By internalizing the master's every motion, he had essentially made Adriano Jeonbu's legendary skills his own. But he wouldn't need his hands for this, a simple clap of dust signaled the beginning of a far more efficient method. He had learned the principles of baking, now, it was time to apply them with the power of a god. With a mere thought, he unleashed the gift of flight, and the ingredients began to dance to his silent command. First, the cookies were shattered into 1,000 perfect pieces, an act of controlled and precise destruction. The fragments then swirled through the air, finding their way into the softened butter in a beautiful, chaotic vortex. The mixture was melted and reformed into a flawless circle, a clever bypass of the need for any earthly baking tools. He couldn't help but feel a smug satisfaction at how remarkably eco-friendly his forbidden arts turned out to be. While gelatin softened in water, fresh cream and sugar were summoned to the bowl, their union orchestrated by an unseen hand. Most bakers would rely on a mundane stand mixer for the next step, a noisy and brutishly mechanical process. But Jin-hyuk possessed a far more elegant solution, his combat-honed energy burst. He recalled using this very technique in a past life, a spiraling vortex of power meant to obliterate his enemies. The blast was infamous for its deceptive, curving trajectory that always found its mark from behind. What was once a deadly finisher for his foes was now the perfect, delicate tool for blending wet and dry ingredients. He watched, humming with delight, as the dough churned itself into perfect consistency without him lifting a finger. In seconds, the mixture achieved a flawless, uniform golden hue that no machine could ever hope to replicate. To melt the gelatin, the microwave was a tempting option, but he knew a far more spectacular method. A controlled burst of blazing fire, once used to melt steel, now gently warmed the bowl with perfectly focused heat. He worked with impossible speed, bending and shaping the dough with his power, eager to move to the final stages. Now, for the cooling process, he summoned a touch of Arctic ice magic, a chill colder than any freezer. A delicate blanket of frost settled over the cake, rapidly cooling it to the perfect temperature without a single ice crystal forming. The result was a perfectly smooth half-circle, a testament to his absolute control over the fundamental elements. With the foundation set, he began to paint the surface with the cosmos itself, adding a touch of blueberry to complete his masterpiece. He meticulously conjured a universe atop the cold cream cheese cake, the blueberries destined to become celestial hues. With a satisfied grin, he declared his cosmic creation perfect, then leaned closer, a new question forming. A soft sniff confirmed his fears, the anticipated rich cheese aroma remained elusive. A critical eye weighed the flavor, sensing the commercial origins that made it passable, yet fundamentally lacking. A quiet moment settled over him, the puzzle of the missing richness consuming his thoughts. From off-panel, a voice broke the silence, querying the cake's origin. Gasps of pure admiration filled the air as Jin-hyuk's family marveled at its artistry, truly believing it a masterpiece. His father, overcome with eager anticipation, yearned to be the first to taste the cosmic creation. Jin-hyuk playfully chastised his father for his early morning craving, but the father, with N backing him, simply countered that his son's creation transcended such rules, Jin-hee egging them on. A deep wellspring of prevented his hand. To mar such artistry felt almost sacrilegious. With a frustrated, Jin-hee decided enough was enough, snatching the knife to take matters into her own hands. With a soft, the knife unveiled an unexpected interior, its granular texture appearing almost alive, drawing a collective "whoa." With a focused intensity, Jin-hyuk urged them to finally taste the creation. A spoon glided into the inviting dessert, poised for the first sampling. A nervous pulsed within him as he waited for the verdict on his culinary creation. Their faces erupted in a symphony of pure joy and absolute delight, Jin-hee's declaration crowning it the best. While his mother raved about the cake melting in her mouth, Jin-hyuk secretly wrestled with his own heightened palate, wondering if his senses had become too sensitive, a humorous clash of perspectives. The intense discipline of his martial arts training, he now understood, had inadvertently honed his very perception of flavor. His father, brimming with overwhelming pride, declared the cake worthy of a grand confectionery competition, praising his son's unexpected mastery. His father's heartfelt pronouncement, "The disciple has surpassed the master," stirred a profound within Jin-hyuk, revealing that true recognition from his own family far outweighed any worldly power. The family continued to heap praises on the revolutionary cake, Jin-hee bursting with curiosity, only for Jin-hyuk to shrug off his genius, attributing it to simply watching videos. His mother's hopeful question about selling the cakes met Jin-hyuk's resolute confirmation, this was his true purpose. His mind swiftly shifted to the critical task of ingredient sourcing. His father proposed immediate production with their current stock, but Jin-hyuk, ever the strategist, declared it insufficient, already planning ingredient acquisition and rival reconnaissance. His mother granted him the time needed, while Jin-hee, mid-chew, innocently asked about the rival bakery, eliciting the name, Jeonbu's Bakery. A wave of shock, swiftly followed by unbridled enthusiasm, washed over Jin-hee as she declared her intention to accompany him. The urban symphony of and signaled their arrival in the city's pulsing heart. The city's cacophony, a persistent, grated on him, but the truly insidious discomfort came from the inescapable, polluted air. As Jin-hee cheerfully remarked on a sunny day, glancing here and there, Jin-hyuk found himself deeply yearning for the clean, unadulterated nature of his past Central Plains. Each ing step echoed his internal observation: normally, energy accumulation would be severely hindered in such an environment. Yet, the warrior, infused with a resounding and, knew his heavenly demon cultivation technique rendered such limitations utterly irrelevant. Jin-hee's voice cut through his thoughts, guiding him forward. They stood before Adriano Jeonbu's Bakery, an improbable castle blooming amidst Central Seoul, its sheer grandeur leaving Jin-hee breathless and Jin-hyuk curious about what lay within. Inside, two employees offered a warm, professional welcome, their smiles as inviting as the elegant decor. Before them lay a tantalizing, tiered wonderland of desserts, a visual feast that had Jin-hyuk silently assessing the restaurant's elaborate atmosphere. While the opulence and glitter clearly weren't Jin-hyuk's preferred style, Jin-hee, undeterred, brightly hailed a server to place their order. With a decisive gesture, Jin-hyuk commanded all the cakes from here to here, leaving the young employee utterly flabbergasted and questioning the serving logistics. Jin-hyuk calmly reiterated his demand for simultaneous service, while Jin-hee gasped in utter disbelief at the audacious scale of his 10 cakes and 10 tarts order. He explained his objective with a weighty, asserting that true understanding of their own standing demanded a comprehensive evaluation of the very best. A vibrant cascade of desserts arrived, their brilliant colors drawing an immediate "wow" from Jin-hee and a silent, internal acknowledgement of their super amazing appearance from Jin-hyuk. Jin-hee excitedly pointed out the Galaxy cheesecake's resemblance to Jin-hyuk's morning creation, swiftly brushing off the employee's name clarification with a fervent "let's eat." A spoon delicately delved into the vibrant, alluring surface of the galaxy cheesecake. Jin-hyuk tasted the cake with masked intensity. A contented escaped Jin-hyuk, a clear sign of pleasure. Jin-hee, thoroughly impressed, praised Jin-hyuk as a real genius for creating something so comparable. Jin-hyuk, however, immediately countered, his analytical mind already dissecting the stark differences in ingredients and intricate mixing methods. He shrewdly observed the subtle disparity between their proclaimed methods and actual practice, concluding they guarded their trade secrets. The intricate web of baking secrets mirrored the closely guarded martial arts of his clan. He realized, the Murim's ancient ways were not so distant from this modern world. The grand duel against rival bakers, he keenly observed, was merely a new arena for his old Murim strategies of dissecting an opponent's every technique. He vowed to awaken his very senses, sharpening his focus to unravel every ingredient, every subtle combination, and every hidden know-how. His eye glowed with fierce intensity, a silent declaration that the solution lay hidden within the cake's very essence. Within his mind's eye, the cheese itself separated into glowing, swirling essence, revealing its true form. "I got it," he exclaimed internally, as the very essence of flour and sugar seemed to shimmer into crystal-clear revelation. His keen senses precisely identified the subtle substitution. Honey, not sugar, graced the Mont Blanc cake. The tart's secret lay revealed, a meticulous, unhurried aging process at precisely low temperatures. Jin-hyuk reflected on his methodical excavation of Jeonbu's know-how through each dessert, prompting Jin-hee to affirm their visit's wisdom, and leading him to suggest finishing the remaining treats. As Jin-hee eagerly devoured the desserts with enthusiastic, and Jin-hyuk could only gape, asking, "Wait. Didn't you say that you can't finish it?" The city skyline unfurled, painting a dramatic backdrop for the fading day. Jin-hee, thoughtful, admitted Jeonbu's desserts existed on an entirely different plane from her father's beloved creations. Jin-hyuk's gaze was unwavering, they would soon ascend to that very level. Jin-hee envisioned a future free from their mother's heavy work, sweetly hinting at a bakery later bearing her own name. With a resolute, Jin-hyuk's conviction solidified, he would leave the hospital behind and forge his own path as a boss. Before, a tender gesture from Jin-hee saw her offering money to their mother, a silent promise to alleviate Jin-hyuk's accumulating hospital bills. In the present, his words carried the weight of a past promise, a quiet vow to shoulder their burdens. A playful, knowing smirk tugged at Jin-hee's lips. Jin-hee's playful taunts about his newfound maturity made Jin-hyuk squirm, a futile attempt to maintain his personal space. Jin-hyuk found himself utterly flustered by her insistent closeness, an experience he likely never encountered on the battlefield. The warrior, perched on the precipice of his past, reflected on a life unblemished by deceit, even amidst the treacherous Murim. He affirmed a legacy built on unwavering commitment, every word a bond, every promise fulfilled. A quiet, formidable resolve etched itself onto the warrior's profile. That same unyielding resolve now burned in modern Jin-hyuk's eyes. Gazing up at the towering cityscape, his conviction echoed, "I'll make it happen." The shards of precious family memories fueled his iron will. He swore to commit no mistakes, to leave no room for regret. The warrior stood resolute amidst the modern metropolis, declaring this new, unforeseen challenge his ultimate, most profound battle yet. The journey for unique flavors had begun after a stop at Adriano Jeonbu's. He had traversed countless shops that day, seeking inspiration. Of course, Jin-hee had accompanied him, now utterly overwhelmed by the sugary onslaught. Blag. Jin-hyuk, oblivious to her mounting sugary exhaustion, declared their next destination, pushing Jin-hee to her limit. He tried to rouse her with a flattery she vehemently rejected, calling the sugary quest a painful ordeal. As the city settled into a dark blue slumber, the night deepened. Back in the kitchen, Jin-hyuk demonstrated a technique that defied gravity, his ingredients shimmering with an inner light. His unparalleled method infused the very dough with a swirling, vibrant energy. With quiet resolve, he contemplated recreating each dessert, knowing his unique mixing touch would transform them. His mind conjured perfect, glowing confections, satisfying his inner vision. A burst of purple energy ignited the room as he declared his intent to accelerate time itself. With focused intensity, raw power swirled and crackled from his outstretched hands. The quiet tick-tock of the clock marked the swift passage of the hours. The twilight cheesecake emerged complete, its triple layers crowned with a glaze that shimmered like a sunset's last golden light. Next, the 100 chocolate cookies glistened, their myriad pastry layers drenched in rich, dark chocolate. Golden butter red bean saburo buns, crowned with crushed cookies and bursting with handmade red bean butter, now completed the array. Finally, black and white coronets presented themselves, their delicate swirls hiding expertly blended chantilly and chocolate cream. Dadun, the black onion tarts made their dramatic entrance, boasting caramelized onions and a rich balsamic vinaigrette. He stood proudly before his astonished family, offering an unexpected tip that would unlock even deeper flavors. Wow! Jin-hee pondered its market value, while their mother, seeing its perfection, proposed a worthy price. His mother voiced her deep concern, questioning the sustainability of such intense, daily culinary endeavors. He reassured her with a confident smile, hinting at the secret, mystical power at his command. When his father offered assistance, Jin-hyuk quickly declined, outlining a nocturnal plan for his dough. He pressed his case, seeking permission to unleash his unique talents upon the dough. He then unveiled his audacious pricing strategy, leaving his entire family utterly flabbergasted by the low figure. His father voiced practical concerns about profit margins, but Jin-hyuk calmly insisted on a cost-of-ingredients-only approach. He revealed his calculated plan, envisioning the low price as irresistible bait for future sales. Jin-hee questioned the financial viability, yet he assured her it would suffice. The Twilight cheesecake's price was set, 2,001 per slice, or 18,000 for a whole. His mother clapped with delight, convinced the low price would draw a crowd, while his father mused on their clientele. His father's gaze sharpened, demanding the duration of this audacious pricing scheme. With steely resolve, he declared the low price would remain until their rival across the street was utterly vanquished, leaving his father speechless. The narrative made it clear, the rival bakery's placement was no mere coincidence. Jin-hyuk confirmed his certainty, revealing the rival owner, Ch1, was once his father's own apprentice. His family erupted in surprised questions, wondering how he'd acquired such precise knowledge before his return. In a melancholic memory, his father had once tearfully recounted the betrayal of Ch1, a former protege who became their direct competitor. His father's anguish deepened, questioning the cruel irony of Ch1's chosen location. He was convinced of Ch1's malicious intent, a heavy truth he carried with a weary sigh. Ha! Lying unconscious, his mind processed his father's profound, unspoken grief. Jin-hyuk dismissed any notion of deference, declaring no obligation to a mere acquaintance, despite his father's reminder of age. A silent, complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He conceded to politeness, then playfully threatened Ch1's demise, prompting a proud, approving grin from his father. His family recoiled in exaggerated horror, genuinely startled by his dark humor. Jin-hee ecstatically lauded his skill, especially the coronets, marveling at the layered chocolate and cream. She raved about the intricate, decadent layers of cream. His mother playfully chastised Jin-hee for her voracious appetite, but the girl declared the treats irresistible. Smack! Jin-hyuk assured his mother, affirming the dessert's purpose, prompting her to reflect on his newfound maturity. His father's playful teasing sent Jin-hee into a tearful, mock outrage, while the family laughed fondly. Jin-hee paused the feast for a photo opportunity, while his mother finally reached for a slice. Amidst his family's joy, Jin-hyuk affirmed his steadfast commitment to their well-being. The sky blurred into an abstract canvas, signaling a shift. Kim Dul, a middle schooler with an insatiable craving, strolled along the sunny sidewalk. He mused on the stress-relieving power of sugary snacks, planning a discounted haul from Sweet Baguette. Suddenly, something extraordinary in a display case seized his astonished attention. Compelled by curiosity, he rushed headlong into Samong Bakery. FWIP. An elderly woman appeared as he gaped in wide-eyed wonder. Ch1, intrigued, inquired about the mesmerizing display. Ch1, a pawn shop owner, beheld the cake, likening its brilliance to a ruby dipped in gold. Kim Dul was enchanted by its aroma, but Ch1 remained skeptical, questioning his prolonged fascination. A deep sniff solidified his resolve. This ethereal scent demanded an immediate taste test. Ch1 impatiently pressed for the price, which the male baker coolly indicated was plainly visible. The unbelievably low price of 2001 sent a shockwave through him, utterly defying his expectations. Wow! A sudden decision struck him, and he cheerfully declared his intent to buy a mountain of cake, startling the baker. He questioned the unexpected bonus slice, learning it was a gesture for his bulk purchase. The baker's generosity continued with a complimentary choux bun, drawing an effusive thanks from Kim Dul. As Kim Dul departed, the baker was left to ponder his repeated Mr. address. He internally wrestled with the Mr. designation, a stark reminder of the disconnect between his physical age and seasoned mind. The title sparked a deeper identity crisis, leaving him utterly disoriented about who he truly was, ancient warrior or young man. Lost in his identity crisis, the spectral form of his past warrior self abruptly echoed a familiar, insistent summons. He was violently jolted back to reality by a booming, insistent shout of "young man." Startled. The abrupt, booming call of "young man" violently shattered his internal reverie. The male baker, jolted but respectful, offered his immediate, deferential reply. Beneath her gentle smile, a simple truth resided: she was a lady who found quiet joy in pastries. She confessed the quiet struggle with mochi, seeking a softer solace for her dentures. A radiant suggestion surfaced: the golden butter red bean paste saboro bread, shimmering with unspoken promise. He extended a sample, a gesture so alien it drew an incredulous "a sample" from her. Her hands instinctively rummaged, determined to pay. Patiently, he watched her persistent, unyielding search. These were hands that spoke of untold stories, bearing the indelible marks of a lifetime's unwavering labor. With a firm, gentle grasp, he insisted she sample it first, leaving her momentarily stunned into silence. A quiet understanding settled in his eyes. This wasn't mere bread, its red bean paste, infused with power chi, was a meticulous symphony of homemade butter. A luscious, impossibly smooth cream oozed from its heart. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she humbly accepted the offering. The shimmering bread met her lips, a moment of pure anticipation. A profound, disbelieving wonder echoed in her silent query. She recognized an unfamiliar excellence in the red bean, prompting his proud revelation of organic beans and butter. A sudden, astonishing surge of vitality coursed through her, crowning the bread as the ultimate mochi. She vibrated with unexpected energy, utterly unaware of the subtle chi he had imbued. Her heart brimming with delight, she declared a monumental order of 50. He queried the enormous purchase, and she explained the 25 hungry residents awaiting her return. Its taste, she insisted, was utterly irresistible. The sheer volume of her purchase suddenly dawned on her. He offered gentle reassurance, keenly aware of the physical burdens her years carried. He offered a bag, a silent invitation to test its true weight. To her astonishment, the bags floated effortlessly, lighter than she could imagine. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle infusion of internal energy guaranteed her easy journey home. As the bell chimed a departure, new faces brought fresh opportunities. A small boy's "wow" heralded his urgent sprint toward the cake. His eager plea for the orange cake met with his mother's firm, familiar resistance. The mother's momentary lapse gave her son the perfect opening for a renewed, insistent demand. Her skepticism cast a shadow on the cake's beauty. With a subtle challenge, he offered a taste. The knife sang a silent song of precision. Her previous skepticism melted into genuine admiration for his skill. The fork made its gentle, anticipatory impression. The enticing aroma, utterly unexpected, began to chip away at her cynicism. The boy's frustrated whine for the first taste was met by his mother's firm, playful assertion. She tasted, her skepticism clinging stubbornly to her expression. Her cynicism obliterated, she erupted in sheer, disbelieving amazement at its melting perfection. Her delight transformed into a fervent order, echoed immediately by her eager son. A quiet, profound satisfaction warmed his gaze. The 3 slices lay neatly within their box, ready for departure. As he offered the cake, a genuine apology tumbled from her lips. He accepted her sincere apology, understanding the fleeting nature of passing words. Her words, the narrator knew, carried an unintended, deeper weight. The echoes of his warrior past, where such casual words would draw steel, faded against the vastness of his present wisdom. Her casual revelation of community leadership left him utterly astonished. She pledged to spread the word, securing a priceless form of publicity, much to his gratitude. The weight of her promise settled deeply within his thoughts. The shutter clicked, instantly immortalizing the cake's allure. Soon, a steady stream of new customers filled the bustling bakery. The direct request for samples confirmed the strategy's success, prompting an immediate need for more. As evening deepened, the city's electric hum took over. This was the quiet haven of the Sunshine Senior Citizen Center. Her cheerful arrival punctuated the quiet evening, stirring faint attention from the room's occupants. "I bought bread," she declared, instantly transforming the room into a clamor of eager curiosity. The register rang, a sweet chime of prosperity. His father erupted in astonished joy, unable to comprehend the staggering 800,001 daily total. With a proud pat, his father hailed him as their undisputed lucky star. Jin-hyuk, eyeing expansion, laid out new ideas, receiving his father's full, beaming approval. Across town, the neon sign of "Sweet Baguette" cast a cold, lonely glow. The rival chef, baffled and furious, confronted the unprecedented plummet in sales. The pristine cakes remained untouched, mocking his efforts. Even the everyday pastries sat abandoned on the shelves. He struggled to reconcile the sudden drop with their ongoing, enticing promotions. He remembered how customers, lured by proximity, had once flocked from the bakery across the street. His mind wrestled with the inexplicable sales drop, despite the franchise's guaranteed consistency. A searing, furious realization ignited in his eyes: "Don't tell me, it's because of the Hope Bakery." The chef pondered the baffling slump, questioning why his franchise bakery, with its standardized recipes, suffered such dismal sales. A sickening realization jolted him, sparking the terrifying thought that Hope Bakery, their supposed inferior, was somehow behind their ruin. An employee offhandedly mentioned the rival's bustling event, a suggestion the chef vehemently scoffed at, convinced of their opponent's incompetence. The young man recounted his harsh past at Hope Bakery, still smarting from the boss's constant criticism of his kneading, and his own internal sigh at the chef's dismissal. His mind replayed the bitter memory of exploitation, realizing his father's friend had offered only empty promises, seeking a free labor, not a protégé. With a final respectful bow, Ilbong and his colleague clocked out, leaving the chef to his lingering frustrations. He paused, his gaze drifting over the neatly arranged pastries, a silent appreciation for the craft. The pastries, stacked high and invitingly, whispered promises of fresh sweetness. He couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable allure of the beautiful, delicious-looking creations. His footsteps echoed a steady rhythm against the quiet evening pavement. 2 weeks into his part-time gig, he reflected on his unfulfilled goal, realizing the franchise offered no genuine path to learning the true art of baking. The hard work offered no growth, just the endless task of defrosting frozen pastries, fueling his quiet yearning to truly bake. Despite his boss's cynical views of the rival bakery, his curiosity gnawed at him, wondering if their success stemmed from the genuine effort of kneading dough even now. An overwhelming surge of curiosity pulled him in, his focus sharpening as he leaned closer, determined to catch a glimpse of their secrets. His eyes fixated on the bakery's kitchen, driven by a deep professional interest in how the owner truly kneaded dough. A sharp voice sliced through the quiet night, catching him completely off guard. The chef's glare felt like a physical blow, scrutinizing his every detail. Flustered, he rapidly sputtered out excuses, vehemently denying any suspicious intent, claiming mere curiosity about their acclaimed pastries. He nervously gestured, hinting at a previous incident that further fueled his current, innocent presence. The abundant, artfully arranged pastries were indeed a sight to behold. His thoughts circled back to the undeniable truth, they looked absolutely irresistible. Back at his own job, he innocently inquired about leftover bread, while his boss, driven by franchise policy, coolly planned a discount sale. He inwardly fumed at the absurd HQ policy, then quickly declined his boss's increasingly desperate, discounted offer for the very bread he'd initially hoped to receive. The sheer gall of his boss, trying to pawn off unsellable bread at half price, ignited a furious, incredulous glare. He privately registered his surprise at the young owner, expecting someone older, when the chef's sharp question cut through the air. Hopeful, he eagerly asked for leftover pastries, only for the chef to deliver the crushing, yet triumphant, news that they were entirely sold out. He pointed to an orange cake, questioning its mousse-like appearance and unusual color, only for the chef to calmly state it was, in fact, cheese. He quickly stammered, pulling back his inquiry, embarrassed by his own intrusive questions. The chef's intense scrutiny remained, unwavering and deeply unsettling. A dark suspicion gnawed at the chef, believing it entirely plausible he was a spy sent by the rival boss. He passionately explained his confectionery background, admitting his university never taught him such masterful techniques, justifying his genuine curiosity. Jin-hyuk's father burst in with a booming voice, his cheerful interruption revealing an unexpected connection to Hyanjin University, stunning them both. The young man confirmed his junior status at Hyanjin, prompting Jin-hyuk's father to lament that even he couldn't buy any pastries. Jin-hyuk's father, with grand hospitality, invited the student inside, cheerfully offering him cake reserved for their family, much to Jin-hyuk's horror and frantic protest. He winced, a wave of profound guilt washing over him as he imagined his sister's chibi form collapsing in utter, adorable disappointment. The sterile quiet of the back room offered a brief, empty pause. A hand deftly lifted the plain white cake box, signaling a new moment. Jin-hyuk presented the cake, which the young man instantly recognized as the very creation that had captivated his eye earlier that day. As the cake was carefully unwrapped, he immediately noted a distinctive baking method, unlike anything his current boss employed. The knife moved with a simple, yet incredibly firm and precise, slicing motion. He watched, genuinely baffled by Jin-hyuk's exceptional skill, wondering how someone barely older could possess such profound mastery. "Wow," he gasped, utterly mesmerized by the cake's vibrant, swirling colors, which sparkled with an inner beauty. He closely examined the yellow and white layers, speculating on the multiple cheeses used, before finally deciding to taste the enigmatic creation. The fork slid cleanly through the soft layers, poised for the first bite. "This is bus sin," he declared ecstatically, a modern slang Jin-hyuk found utterly bewildering. He immediately discerned a rare cheese, his mind racing to identify the other mysterious components. Jin-hyuk calmly listed the complex blend of rare, pineapple ricotta, and emmental cheeses, subtly implying the young man's palate was too common to discern them, his earlier suspicion of a spy now completely dissolved. "It's truly extraordinary," he exclaimed, overcome by the cake's profound taste and rich aroma, a culinary experience unlike any he had ever known. Overwhelmed, he passionately declared his desire to master such five-star quality baking, then adamantly insisted on paying for the transformative slice. Jin-hyuk calmly quoted the incredibly reasonable prices, which delighted the young man even further, confirming the bakery's astounding value. Then please help to pack up the rest of the cake, he called out, his voice practically vibrating with newfound enthusiasm. A few days later, word of their delicious pastries began to spread like wildfire, whispering through senior centers and middle schools alike. Even with early morning preparations, Jin-hyuk noted the overwhelming demand, finding their diligently baked supply barely sufficient for the eager crowds. His father, a steadfast presence, now diligently managed the bustling counter, assisting the endless stream of customers. Despite his tireless efforts to produce more, Jin-hyuk found himself constantly short-handed, sliding trays in and out of the oven in a blur. His father marveled at the unexpected throng of customers, while Jin-hyuk internally grappled with the undeniable truth that they couldn't afford to halt production. A heavy sigh escaped him as he observed his father's profound exhaustion, visible in every weary movement. He worried that even his nightly acupoint reflexology was no longer sufficient to ease his father's accumulating fatigue. As his hands gently kneaded his father's tired shoulders, Jin-hyuk proposed staggering the release of different bread types. Jin-hyuk explained his strategy for selling fresh pastries in batches, to which his father readily agreed, acknowledging customers' universal preference for peak freshness. Jin-hyuk's internal diagnosis revealed an unusual accumulation of impure qi within his father, demanding a massage far beyond ordinary technique. With a powerful, glowing surge, his specialized acupoint reflexology began, working its mystical magic with an almost audible sigh of energy. He invoked the potent yang heat art, channeling vibrant blue energy, convinced that nothing could better soothe tense muscles than its deep, restorative warmth. "Wow, this feels incredible," his father sighed blissfully, then teasingly questioned if even Jin-hee's massages could compare to this newfound relief. "Of course," he affirmed with quiet, undeniable confidence. His father beamed, grateful for their prosperous new life, attributing it all to Jin-hyuk, before an unexpected, but hung heavy in the air. Jin-hyuk visibly flinched at his father's pointed question about his incessant mask-wearing. His father continued, his voice laced with thinly veiled suspicion, questioning the duration of a cold and the true reason for the mask. His father's casual mention of his mother forgetting his face sent a jolt through Jin-hyuk, forcing him to confront the limits of concealing his ongoing body reformation. The stark, empty kitchen seemed to echo his desperate internal cry, he could no longer hide. His eyes narrowed with firm resolve, believing he could finally shed the mask the very next day. After countless days, the mask lay silently, its purpose finally served. A quiet stillness enveloped Jin-hyuk as he sought a deeper internal balance. His mind delved deeper, seeking clarity in the serene silence. Jin-hyuk's golden eyes reflected a distant memory, a time when Murim's brass mirrors could not reveal his true state. His own reflection, however, offered a far more gratifying truth: "Damn, I look good." His transformation was far from over, even as he knew his parents might not recognize him. Jin-hyuk resolved he simply couldn't stop there. Recalling his master's past aid in chi releases, Jin-hyuk understood he now had to activate the mystical heaven's eye technique and illusionary visage entirely on his own. With an urgent command, he unleashed illusionary visage, a formidable technique that could stun opponents by projecting any desired image directly into their minds. Blood splattered with a visceral cough, a grim testament to the heaven's eye technique passed down from Gwanganma. Under a foreboding sky, a CAW echoed as swords swing, ed, signaling a desperate standoff against a great Silla nation warrior when all seemed lost. With a furious dash, the warrior in purple lunged, vowing to drag his foe to the gates of hell. A crimson trickle stained his lips, a critical blow threatening to end the fierce conflict. His vision glitched, a disorienting, blurry image of a young girl suddenly appearing amidst the battle's chaos. The illusionary visage had worked, projecting the sweet, innocent image of his young granddaughter into his mind, calling out, "Grandpa." A profound, gasping shock ripped through the warrior in purple, freezing him mid-attack. A brutal slash marked the instant that single moment of hesitation split the course of life and death. With a dull thud, the warrior fell, yet Jin-hyuk knew his current challenge required maintaining illusionary visage for an indeterminate amount of time. His resolve hardened, He absolutely had to complete his transmogrification by today, hoping to sustain the illusion long enough to finally shed his mask, even if for just a few hours. Jin-hyuk's transmutation magic, far better than any oven, could conjure 100 cakes with a magical ding, but he knew full recovery meant more than obsessing over desserts. As his father beamed, relieved they wouldn't worry about rent, Jin-hyuk's true desire resonated, he simply wanted to make them happy. Before, in a past life, even countless mountains of gold coins meant nothing, Jin-hyuk's ancient self remained utterly unaffected, never truly seeing its value. Perhaps it was because he never truly acknowledged that ancient world as his real life, his reflection rippling with a faint ripple of melancholy. To his detached perception, neither the wealth nor the people surrounding him were ever truly real. He still recalled the poignant faces of those loyal souls who had willingly put their lives on the line for him. A wave of reluctance, discomfort, and deep guilt washed over him as he wondered if he had ever truly been real to them. He mused upon the profound magic that had inextricably linked his past and present selves. Sweat beaded on his brow as he realized he was now deluding his family, just as he had once deluded himself. The chi coursing through his body felt like a knife cutting water, yet he still considered revealing everything to his family. But even this powerful, strained cultivation was less agonizing than the crushing weight of his guilt. A violent, painful cough racked his body, forcing blood from his lips. With a sharp crick, his body began to reshape itself with painful intensity. A bone-deep crack punctuated the raw, agonizing process of his body's complete reconstruction. Joints snap, ped, muscles pop, ped, and flesh split as his form violently transformed. Even the ceiling groaned under the invisible pressure, its tiles yielding with a distinct crack. A sentimental family photo, once pristine, now bore a jagged RIP, a silent casualty of the unseen struggle. His bare foot squelched with a step, covered in a peculiar, yellowish-brown slime that coated the floor. Panting from exertion, his back and the floor were utterly coated in the viscous residue, a sign of the massive change that had just occurred. A disgusted HMPH escaped him as he thought, "Ew. It smells absolutely horrible." A faint, mystical VMM emanated from his hand, signaling an impending act of magic. The repulsive slime on the floor vigorously splashed dead upwards, repelled by an unseen force. With an ethereal float, the last vestiges of slime magically lifted from his body, completing the surreal cleanup. With a triumphant declaration of transmutation, and a final pop, Jin-hyuk realized the process was now far easier than he remembered. A slight sheen of sweat remained, but a calm, contemplative expression settled on his features. He leaned in with a satisfied lean, approving of the absolutely perfect transmogrification now reflected back at him. A confident grin spread across his face, his golden eyes glowing with mischievous triumph. Outside Samong Bakery, cheerful customers departed, one calling out a final, appreciative, "Thank you." Jin-hyuk's father rubbed his weary eyes, remarking, "Phew. Today sure was busy." With a hopeful FWIP, Jin-hyuk's father suggested a pleasant lunch break. "How does tofu stew sound?" A cheerful ding from the door announced an unexpected arrival. Jin-hyuk's mother, her smile warm and caring, surprised them, announcing, "I brought lunch for you guys." With an affectionate step, Jin-hyuk's father protested her working on her day off, but his wife gently explained her desire to care for them. Jin-hyuk greeted his mother warmly as she passed the lunchbox to his grateful father. A gasp of surprise escaped Jin-hyuk's mother as her eyes widened in stunned recognition. Jin-hyuk's father exclaimed, "My goodness," as Jin-hyuk nervously awaited their full reaction. With a loving dash, Jin-hyuk's mother embraced him, joyfully declaring, "It's been so long since I've seen your face. Let's have lunch." A wave of relief washed over Jin-hyuk as he realized illusionary visage was working perfectly, and his mother joyfully revealed she'd made all of your favorites. With a flourish, tada, a vibrant bento box opened, prompting Jin-hyuk's delighted exclamation, "Wow! Marinated tofu and soybean paste stew." With a loving huddle and joyful gather, the family sat together, relishing the shared meal. This simple, comforting bowl evoked a deep nostalgia, reminding him what he missed most during his long years in Murim. Taking a spoonful, he eagerly wondered about the taste, only to realize, it's a bit bland. A soft, light-hearted haha escaped him, savoring the moment regardless of the seasoning. Despite the blandness, Jin-hyuk sincerely proclaimed, "This is delicious, Mom," secretly hoping this peaceful moment was truly real, not just a dream. Later, the bakery's display shelves stood utterly bare, a testament to their overwhelming success. A hand confidently flipped the sold-out closed sign, marking another triumphantly successful day. Jin-hyuk's father beamed about being sold out so early, spurring Jin-hyuk to realize it was time to start practicing cakes with him. He had meticulously penned the cake recipe, simplifying it so his father could easily learn. With an eager step, Jin-hyuk invited his father, "Dad, let's try making the cakes together," to which his father enthusiastically agreed, asking where to begin. The proudly displayed sold-out closed sign shone brightly, heralding their prosperity. A rival male chef stared in utter disbelief, murmuring, "It's only 3 o'clock but they're already sold out." The sheer, profound surprise was so overwhelming, it forced a comical hiccup from him. The rhythmic whir of the industrial mixer began the familiar dough preparation. Jin-hyuk guided his father on the critical cream cheese addition, prompting an intrigued question about the intricate three-cheese blend. A genuine bewilderment colored Jin-hyuk's father's face at the jiggle of the lumpy, unfamiliar ingredient. Jin-hyuk's casual revelation that he'd crafted the ingredient from milk left his father stunned by his son's overnight industriousness. The final, thick batter pour heralded the cake's imminent baking. Jin-hyuk proudly unveiled the perfectly prepped ingredients, including buttercream, leaving his father utterly speechless with pleasant surprise. Jin-hyuk proposed experimenting with new color, prompting his father to inquire about his creative choice. Jin-hyuk's father pondered an inventive shift, suggesting buttercream for the triple cheesecake's decoration. Many cherished vanilla buttercream, his sweet honey among them, he mused with a knowing smile. Given the available cheese batter, Jin-hyuk logically steered their efforts towards baking the cheesecake first. Jin-hyuk promised a vanilla sheet cake later, envisioning a shared frosting session, delighting his father with the prospect. A wistful hope for a vanilla cake by nightfall hinted at a deeper, unstated wish. Jin-hyuk inwardly wrestled with his father's sudden, intense preoccupation with the vanilla cake. The unasked question hung heavy, a forgotten date looming. Jin-hyuk's sudden guess about their wedding anniversary was met with his father's jubilant hee-hee of confirmation. A wave of regret washed over Jin-hyuk. His father's cherished tradition of giving Mom a vanilla anniversary cake had completely slipped his mind. Jin-hyuk swiftly cut off his father's concerns about their busy schedule, assuring him he could whip up the cake in a flash. In his mind, transmutation magic would effortlessly melt cheese, while his dark vapor ability would fwhsh and cool sheet cakes in mere moments. A sudden, chilling realization struck Jin-hyuk. His powers were off limits with Dad present, yet his father blissfully believed time would fly with his son's help. Jin-hyuk proposed tackling their tasks first, saving the unforgettable vanilla cake for his mother for later, leaving his father in thoughtful silence. A profound, heartwarming pride swelled in Jin-hyuk's father, marveling at the man his son had become. His father's wonder at his transformation met Jin-hyuk's wry, knowing concession. He recalled a tumultuous past as a student, filled with trouble, a wrecked motorcycle, and countless hours frivolously spent playing video games. His father exuberantly credited Jin-hyuk for their astounding 2 p.m. sellout, a success that filled Jin-hyuk with quiet pride. A sharp ding announced an unexpected arrival, prompting Jin-hyuk to wonder who it could possibly be. Before Jin-hyuk could declare them closed, an uninvited visitor, Kim Chan-il, FWIP passed with a disrespectful demand for the bakery's owner. Jin-hyuk instantly recognized the unwelcome, drunken Kim Chan-il and angrily demanded his reason for showing up. Kim Chan-il's bitter thoughts swirled, assuming the shop's cold success meant its owner was failing, and surmising Jin-hyuk now ran the show. Jin-hyuk's father calmly took 2 steps forward, directly asking Kim Chanil what he needed. Jin Hyuk seethed internally at Kim Chanil's nerve, who merely offered a vague excuse of stopping by to say hello. Jin Hyuk's fury burned. This ungrateful man had vanished since opening his own shop, clearly intoxicated and certainly not just here for a pleasant greeting. Jin Hyuk's dismissive declaration, punctuated by his aggressive lean, left no room for Kim Chanil's presence. His father's calm instruction to let Chanil in, promising a conversation, made Jin Hyuk's stomach drop with a worried "Dad." As he turned away. As Kim Chanil stepped further inside, Jin Hyuk knew instinctively that mere words would never resolve the deep-seated issues with a man like him. A heavy silence enveloped Jin Hyuk's thoughtful contemplation. The cool, impersonal expanse of the kitchen's cold storage area stretched before them. Kim Chanil's angry frustration intensified, his unwavering stare fixed on an unseen target. A bitter thought gnawed at Kim Chanil, convinced his father was sharing secret recipes with Jin Hyuk. Kim Chanil's angry step forward was matched by his furious accusation of favoritism, leaving Jin Hyuk's father utterly bewildered. The memory of endless dough kneading slid deep bitterly through his mind, fueling his resentment. The memory of being pushed around made his fist clench with lingering fury. Jin Hyuk's father vehemently denied the accusations, insisting he taught everything well, while Kim Chanil defiantly refused to surrender. His voice dripping with venom, Kim Chanil spat out the accusation of delighting in his business's downfall. Kim Chanil unleashed a torrent of accusations, raging that his unpaid servitude yielded nothing but a false sense of trust, betrayed by his father's friend. Kim Chanil finally revealed his vengeful motive for opening a rival store, while Jin Hyuk's father desperately tried to clarify, claiming he treated him better than his own son. His enraged disbelief twisted his face, his father's hollow promise of learning, in time, echoing mockingly. The injustice of Jin Hyuk being taught everything immediately ignited a furious, rhetorical challenge. Jin Hyuk's father's attempts to calm the drunken Kim Chanil were met only by uncontrolled trembles and shakes of pure, unadulterated rage. A sudden, brutal thwack sent Jin Hyuk's father reeling backward. "Your words mean nothing. Everything was a lie." Kim Chanil shrieked, vowing, "If I'm going down, you're coming with me," then struck with a resounding wham. Jin Hyuk's father struggled desperately against the violent grip, crying out Chanil's name in distress. With a guttural, "Ugh!" Kim Chanil brutally pushed, sending Jin Hyuk's father to fall to the floor. "Chanil, you bastard!" Jin Hyuk roared, activating his Heaven's Eye technique to glimpse the immediate, 1 second away future. With his vision now complete, Jin Hyuk stood frozen in stark realization as Kim Chanil continued to walk away. A decisive, powerful grab halted Kim Chanil's path. "The hell?" spluttered a surprised Kim Chanil as Jin Hyuk, with unsettling calm, proposed they have a little chat first. Kim Chanil's flippant mispronunciation of his name was met with Jin Hyuk's chilling warning, only his father's presence spared Chanil. Internally, Jin Hyuk grappled with a savage impulse, knowing his father would disapprove if he tore Chanil to pieces, yet pondering what restraint truly meant here. "You punk! How about you treat me with a little respect?" Kim Chanil raged, as Jin Hyuk's father reacted with utter, confused bewilderment. "Sorry about this, Dad," Jin Hyuk announced, unleashing a stunning, hypnotic wave, that surprised both Chanil and his father. Jin Hyuk demanded an explanation, but Kim Chanil, with unsettling calm, insisted on a conversation first. Jin Hyuk's grip on Kim Chanil tightened, a chilling warning delivered as Chanil feigned ignorance of his very name. Kim Chanil's thoughts churned, contemplating Jin Hyuk's fate while absurdly considering the elder's feelings. Kim Chanil's indignant roar ripped through the bakery, catching Jin Hyuk's father in bewildered surprise. As Kim Chanil sputtered, Jin Hyuk swiftly cast his hypnotic wave, a shocking apology to his father preceding the magical surge. The hypnotic wave, a temporary trance, had momentarily stilled his father, freezing him outside the unfolding drama. With Chanil, however, the wave dove deeper, forcibly unlocking and exploring the labyrinth of his past memories. Though such visions could shatter weaker minds, Jin Hyuk's immediate purpose was clear: force Ch1 to confront his own forgotten truth. Jin Hyuk's voice echoed distantly, pulling Kim Ch1 back into a mundane command within a vivid memory. In the warm glow of the past, Jin Hyuk's father patiently taught that baking prowess began with a spotless, disciplined kitchen. More chores followed, and a weary Kim Ch1 submissively agreed, his exhaustion palpable even in memory. Within his mind, Kim Ch1 seethed, the endless repetition of tasks igniting a quiet frustration. Jin Hyuk's father candidly evaluated Kim Ch1's progress, a critique that likely stung in the remembered moment. A wave of surprise washed over Kim Ch1 as Jin Hyuk's father passionately defended his innate baking talent. Jin Hyuk's father, warmly promising to mentor Ch1, even humorously wished his own son possessed a similar spirit, a remark laced with fond exasperation. Disbelief contorted Kim Ch1's face, struggling to reconcile the praise with his financial reality, suspicion brewing around the missing money. A sudden ding reverberated, and then his mother appeared, a shocking sight in the vision. His mother's troubled face loomed, seeking a favor from Jin Hyuk's father amidst their family's recent, crushing hardships. Despite their own financial strain, Jin Hyuk's father, honoring old friendships, compassionately agreed to help Ch1's family. With a sly suggestion, Ch1's mother proposed a direct deposit, ensuring his wages bypassed his inexperienced hands entirely. In his mind, Kim Ch1 raged at his mother's deceit, the shocking revelation tearing through years of misunderstanding. Jin Hyuk's father presented an envelope, a small token for Ch1's monthly effort, acknowledging his hard work. He bitterly clenched the paltry sum, the indignity of his perceived meager earnings of resentment. Only now did Kim Ch1 grasp the profound kindness in his father's offer of pastries, a belated, painful realization. With a burst, Kim Ch1 fled, leaving Jin Hyuk's father bewildered by the sudden, unexplained departure. The crushing weight of his profound error descended, as Kim Ch1 finally understood the true depth of the elder's trust. Jin Hyuk's voice sliced through the silence, demanding accountability for Ch1's destructive assumptions about his father's motives. His fury ignited, Jin Hyuk demanded an immediate apology, defending his father's untarnished reputation with every fiber. With a powerful sweep, Jin Hyuk banished Ch1, ensuring his permanent expulsion from their bakery. A surge of raw power resonated with silent, explosive force. A resounding slam punctuated the sudden, overwhelming silence. Jin Hyuk's father stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Overwhelmed, Kim Ch1 crumbled to his knees, his tearful apologies pouring out, confessing his deepest regrets. His voice cracking, Kim Ch1 confessed his blind ignorance to the profound kindness his family once received. Kim Ch1 bowed low in profound apology, as Jin Hyuk's father, ever gracious, gently invited him to rise and talk. A nervous glance upwards betrayed Kim Ch1's hesitant apprehension. Jin Hyuk's low whisper was a chilling command, forcefully dismissing Ch1 from the premises. With a desperate sprint, Kim Ch1 bolted from the bakery, his apologies echoing through the newly empty space. A torrent of panicked questions assaulted Kim Ch1's mind as he desperately tried to process the inexplicable events. His foot caught and twisted, sending a sudden jolt through his panicked rush. A dramatic "aaah" escaped him as he tumbled violently, losing all control. He landed with a heavy thunk, drawing startled gasps from the surprised onlookers. Now utterly still, Kim Ch1 lay unconscious, his forehead bearing the brutal impact. The familiar facade of the Sweet Baguette Bakery stood silent under the afternoon sun. The young employee began his usual greeting, only to have it abruptly cut short by a shocking sight. Astonished, the employee stammered questions, alarm seizing him at the sight of his unconscious boss being carried inside. The carrier dismissed the forehead injury as a mere drunken fall, swiftly downplaying its obvious severity. The employee's confused questions were cut short as the carrier, struggling with Ch1's slumping weight, declared a trip to the hospital. His mind raced, grappling with the unthinkable. should he ask their despised competitor to mind the shop? The carrier quickly informed the employee of the hospital trip, a terse but necessary update in the unfolding emergency. A practical query followed: did the employee possess any emergency contacts for their unconscious boss? A whooshing swish of speed propelled Jin-hyuk forward, internally seething at having to save his enemy, a man who almost ruined his family. Pedestrians reacted with startled cries as Jin-hyuk's zooming speed rendered him a mere blur. At Taepyeong Hospital, Jin-hyuk called Chanel's mother, calmly explaining that her son had passed out and was now under their care. Kim Chan-il, bandaged and visibly distressed, dramatically complained to his worried mother about his throbbing head. Jin-hyuk observed Chanel's theatrics, knowing his own healing chi had already stabilized any serious injuries. A wry thought crossed Jin-hyuk's mind, pitying Chanel's mother for having such a son. Chanel's mother, with forced cheer, gently sent him away to his room. The wheelchair let out a soft creak as his mother pushed him away. Kim Chan-il watched, a fresh wave of remorse washing over him as his mother bowed apologetically. Chanel's mother, burdened with regret, apologized profusely for her son's past behavior and the nuisance he had become. Jin-hyuk's stare intensified, sensing a deeper, unsettling truth. Jin-hyuk pressed on the past deception, questioning why she never informed Chan-il about his wages, to which she feigned confusion. A sudden jolt coursed through Jin-hyuk, her very chi was disturbed, signaling something deeply amiss. Jin-hyuk's hands grasped hers, radiating a potent surge of concentrated energy. With a seemingly gentle inquiry, Jin-hyuk connected with her, resolute in his intent to probe her very mind with his chi. Chanel's mother, her voice thick with years of unspoken shame, laid bare the burden of her son's past transgressions. An unyielding intensity settled behind Jin-hyuk's gaze, gathering unseen forces. Jin-hyuk pressed on the past deception, but her bewildered response only deepened the unsettling mystery. A jolt coursed through Jin-hyuk, her very chi was disturbingly amiss, signaling a profound imbalance. His hand closed over hers, radiating a potent surge of concentrated energy. With a seemingly gentle inquiry, Jin-hyuk connected with her, resolute in his intent to probe her very mind. Within her mind, Jin-hyuk found an overwhelming, tragic degeneration of the brain. Her mind was unraveling, a clear sign of dementia that ironically bound the neglectful Chan-il to a lifetime of care, a harsh twist of fate. The closed store sign now served as a stark, silent omen of Chanel's inevitable, lifelong penance. Relief washed over Chanel's mother as the man reassured her, the financial burden a small price for her son's apparent safety. With a soft zip, her fanny pack opened, revealing the practical means of her relief. Chan-il remained downcast, the weight of his actions or his injuries pressing heavily upon him. With a sharp FWIP, Chan-il averted his gaze, unable to face the moment. A raw challenge echoed from Chan-il, demanding to know who dared disturb him. An electric tension vibrated between them, shaking the air with unspoken confrontation. An invisible, potent force emanated from Jin-hyuk's projected form, making Chan-il flinch and tremble in profound, visceral fear. The man's calm directive for his mother to seek better care struck Chan-il with an unnerving, bewildering surprise. The stark reality of his mother's fragile health crashed upon Chan-il with horrifying, disorienting speed. His fear for his mother ignited into a desperate, furious accusation, demanding answers with every strained muscle. With a sharp turn, the man's gaze became a silent, potent judgment. The man's cutting retort struck Chan-il hard, making him flinch with a sudden, humiliating shock. His jaw remained clenched, a testament to an unyielding, chilling resolve. Completely overwhelmed, Chan-il was pinned, unable to lift a finger, a helpless prisoner of an unseen, suffocating power. Even amidst his choked groans, a desperate, fierce will flickered in Chan-il's wide, distraught eyes. Even with saliva dripping, Chan-il struggled to form a single word, his determination focused solely on his mother. Despite his venomous words, Chan-il harbored a deep, unspoken worry for his ailing mother. With a quiet slide, the man departed, leaving a final, unsettling directive. His mother rushed to his side, her maternal concern overwhelming his tears, asking about his hidden pains. Distraught, Chanil instantly suspected Jinhyuk, while his mother innocently confirmed a very different something. His mother lauded Jinhyuk's mundane kindness, but Chanil insisted he'd witnessed something truly supernatural. His mother, utterly bewildered, dismissed his extraordinary claim as nothing more than a bump on the head. With a sharp pinch, his mother chastised him, extracting a quick, pained apology for his ingratitude. Another motherly smack revealed the profound extent of the kindness Jinhyuk's family had quietly offered them. A persistent, unsettling suspicion lingered in Chanil's thoughts about the truly abnormal man. A genuine concern now gripped Chanil, who urgently pressed his mother to seek a comprehensive medical checkup. His mother balked at the expense, but Chanil, now resolute, insisted that health was a treasure beyond measure. Chanil pleaded earnestly, offering to finally reconcile with Jinhyuk's family in exchange for his mother's well-being. On a bright, ordinary street, a couple ambled along, oblivious to the coming disruption. A sudden, powerful whosh of air whipped past, leaving the couple startled and bewildered. Effortlessly, Jinhyuk blurred across the street, his rapid tap-s questioning the very wind he had unwittingly created. The bakery door chimed ding as Jinhyuk returned, his father's casual greeting notably lacking questions about Chanil. With a proud tada, the simple yellow cake showcased Jinhyuk's determined, if basic, solo effort. Jinhyuk explained his ambitious color choice, while his father proudly highlighted the son's self-taught decorating efforts. His father dryly noted that the intended indigo glaze had, in Jinhyuk's hands, become a decidedly muddy yellow. His father's quiet assumption about Jinhyuk's first attempt at glazing held a gentle, knowing truth. Jinhyuk eagerly suggested a redo, and his father, with a warm smile, promised to guide him personally. The cake sheet was carefully placed upon an inverted cup. Then the shimmering blue glaze poured over it, transforming the cake into a dazzling, deep indigo sky, sparkling with nascent promise. Jinhyuk's father, truly amazed, declared his son possessed an innate, lifelong talent for baking. A delicate scoop of white gelatin was prepared to form ethereal clouds. His father saw a pre-sunrise sky in the glazed cake, while Jinhyuk decided its ethereal beauty needed no sun. Jinhyuk's father then suggested completing their celestial masterpiece with an image of Venus, herald of dawn. As a fine shake of sprinkles adorned the cake, Jinhyuk questioned the next structural step. His father paused, a loving thought for Jinhyuk's mother's buttercream preference redirecting their artistic plans. With a soft squeeze, the creamy buttercream began its intricate dance. Jinhyuk marveled at the star-like buttercream, his father proudly claiming his enduring skill, all tailored for his wife's sweet preference. Jinhyuk fixed his father with a profound stare, lost in a silent, weighty contemplation. Jinhyuk finally broached the subject of Chanil, but his father's calm reply signaled unwavering trust in his son's judgment. The simple declaration of trust resonated with deep, unspoken paternal affection. His father proudly presented their creation, both convinced their mother would adore the heartfelt, artful dessert. With a soft pull, his father untied his apron, signaling the work's end. His father beamed with satisfaction, praising their collaborative finishing touches as Jinhyuk tidied up. A subtle, knowing glance escaped his father, a prelude to an upcoming topic. His father casually initiated a conversation about Jinhyuk's pay, a topic already discussed with his mother. His father's casual inquiry about working for free struck Jinhyuk with profound shock, despite his non-monetary motivations. The harsh truth dawned, he might truly earn absolutely nothing. Jinhyuk's father casually initiated a conversation about Jinhyuk's pay, a topic already discussed with his mother. His father's casual inquiry about working for free struck Jinhyuk with profound shock, despite his non-monetary motivations. The harsh truth dawned, he might truly earn absolutely nothing. A heavy sigh filled the awkward silence, a quiet testament to Jinhyuk's immediate disillusionment. Then, his father, with a knowing grin, clarified his true proposal, leaving Jinhyuk utterly surprised. Jinhyuk, flustered by the generous offer, humbly attempted to decline. His father insisted, recounting Jin-hyuk's tireless dedication, from lifting the bakery's metal shutter each dawn. He praised Jin-hyuk's creative genius in developing a whole new array of menu items. Even more, Jin-hyuk had personally invested his own money, flowering his hands for their shared dream. His father declared Jin-hyuk's dedication surpassed even his own at that age, confident in his son's destiny. With a warm smile, his father reaffirmed his unwavering belief in Jin-hyuk's potential. The gentle sway of the cake box mirrored the pleasant walk. Jin-hyuk and his father walked side by side, sharing a comfortable companionship under the soft daylight. His father began to inquire, asking if Jin-hyuk knew of Hwang Cheol-woo. Jin-hyuk acknowledged his father's friend, the head pastry chef at the prestigious Goguryeo Hotel. His father recalled that during Jin-hyuk's hospital stay, Cheol-woo had dropped by the bakery. Hwang Cheol-woo's eyes reflected a stunning creation, filled with undeniable awe. Amazed, Hwang Cheol-woo asked if Jin-hyuk's father made the masterpiece, only for the proud father to credit his son. The revelation of Hwang Cheol-woo's apprenticeship offer left Jin-hyuk utterly stunned. Such an opportunity was unprecedented. His father urged Jin-hyuk to pursue greater opportunities beyond their local bakery, which left Jin-hyuk in silent contemplation. With immense pride, his father relayed Hwang Cheol-woo's glowing compliments about Jin-hyuk's extraordinary potential. Jin-hyuk smiled softly, deeply touched by his father's loving words. Jin-hyuk then voiced his need for time, indicating the gravity of the decision ahead. As night fell, a distant voice exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Jin-hyuk's mother, holding a sparkling blue cake, playfully chastised for a forgotten special day. His father playfully feigned surprise at his ruined secret, while Jin-hee chimed in with cheerful delight. His father whispered to his mother about their enduring youth, while Jin-hee looked utterly confused by his words. Their playful banter about life just beginning filled the room with joyful, intimate laughter. Jin-hyuk, clearly annoyed by the suggestive scene, declared it was time for bed, as his parents continued their raucous laughter. A door slammed shut, sealing off the uncomfortable sounds. Two hands intertwined with a firm grasp in the darkness. Jin-hyuk's parents exchanged suggestive murmurs about the night ahead, their faces alight with playful excitement. His mother, with a surprised expression, warned about the children, but his father confidently dismissed her concern. From his bedroom, Jin-hyuk revealed he could hear every single word, much to his annoyance. A soft sigh escaped Jin-hyuk, resigning himself to his parents' amorous antics. The quiet of the late night marked the beginning of his true work. The clock advanced, signaling the arrival of the early morning hours. Jin-hyuk mediated, the glowing blue energy surrounding him, focusing on restoring his chi and recovering from the day's events. A confident smirk played on Jin-hyuk's face. His father's offer was the recognition he craved, solidifying their partnership. Jin-hyuk mused on the bakery's financial responsibilities and the formidable career opportunity from the Goguryeo Hotel. A determined grin spread across Jin-hyuk's face, signaling an obvious decision had been made. Jin-hyuk's bare foot met the cold floor with a quiet step. He reached into his open closet, preparing for his nocturnal endeavor. Jin-hyuk pulled down the brim of his cap, his serious expression hardening with resolve to finish what he started. Stealthily, Jin-hyuk moved across his room, his steps light and purposeful. He paused at the door, a moment of quiet contemplation before action. Jin-hyuk launched himself from the building, a dark silhouette against the full moon. Leaping across the night sky, Jin-hyuk's thoughts were fixed on Taeyang Hospital, vowing to eliminate a persistent nuisance. Curtains billowed inward, signaling a sudden, unseen entry. The injured man in the hospital bed weakly questioned the identity of the mysterious presence in his room. Jin-hyuk's hand pressed down forcefully on the injured man's forehead. The injured man's eyes widened in agony, trapped and utterly unable to move. A female employee walked down the dimly lit hospital corridor, oblivious to the unfolding drama. The female employee looked around, perhaps sensing a subtle disturbance in the quiet night. The door to room 301 stood silently in the muted light of the hallway. The female employee observed the drawn curtains of the room, her expression tinged with confusion. Jin Hyuk's intense, glowing eyes signified a powerful message being transmitted deep within the man's mind. Jin Hyuk, an imposing figure in this mental vision, commanded the defeated man to vanish from the town forever. The injured man's face contorted in sheer terror as Jin Hyuk's command was violently implanted into his very core. Jin Hyuk watched the groaning man, confident his psychic message had been undeniably understood. Jin Hyuk took a decisive step, his glowing eyes burning with purposeful intensity. The female employee, startled by an unseen force, swiftly pulled back a curtain. She rushed to the injured man's side, alarm etched on her face, as he lay gasping for air. Soaring triumphantly above the city, Jin Hyuk felt an unexpected exhilaration, a sheer joy in using his powers. Flying over a fantastical, ancient landscape, Jin Hyuk reflected on the vastly different sensation of his powers compared to his time in Murim. Before, his powers had been solely for the grim purpose of silent assassinations. But now, things were fundamentally different. Finishing his work and returning home, with the city light sparkling below, Jin Hyuk felt truly on top of the world. A new morning dawned over the city, promising another ordinary day. Then, a sharp, insistent knocking shattered the fragile quiet of dawn. Jin Hee erupted into the room, her fury immediate and loud, as Jin Hyuk grumbled about the pointlessness of knocking if she intended to burst in any way. Her agitation bubbled over, lamenting the swarm of bugs that had invaded her room, thanks to his carelessness. As a new mosquito landed by the window, Jin Hyuk's hazy mind finally caught up, a sheepish realization dawning while Jin Hee's exasperation knew no bounds. Jin Hyuk began to protest her early morning chattiness, but Jin Hee's eyes suddenly widened in an alarming, silent shock. I was Jin Hyuk, once the formidable leader of the Order of Ch1, a constant target whose heart all sought to pierce. Yet, they called me Ch1 for a reason, no arrow, no blade, could ever find its mark against my might. Steel screamed against steel, rending lethal projectiles to mere fragments. But now... Jin Hee's laughter echoed as she pointed out the swollen, pathetic landscape of his bug-bitten face, a stark contrast to the supreme power he'd wielded just hours before. Her suffering act wasn't fooling Jin Hee, who abruptly demanded 50,000 won for forgotten promises. Jin Hee relentlessly pressed the point, reminding him of their pact to split the cost for their parents' anniversary gift. He acknowledged the weight of a long-ago promise, one he had never quite fulfilled. The haunting memory of a devastating car accident resurfaced, his family's boundless care a stark, painful image. With a quiet resolve, he extended the crumpled bill. Jin Hee, taken aback by his unexpected cheerfulness, questioned his lack of customary pouting. His sincere gratitude, for once, genuinely startled and pleased his sister. Her smile turned sly as she pressed him for more, reminding him of their mother's upcoming birthday and the need for another gift. The worn, scuffed loafers whispered a story of countless miles and quiet sacrifice, hinting at the true meaning of the gift. Jin Hee envisioned elegant new shoes gleaming under department store lights, considering a sum far beyond her usual budget. A flicker of doubt crossed her face as she pondered the extravagance, wondering if she was aiming too high. Jin Hyuk, with newfound confidence, surprised her by offering the full sum, catching Jin Hee mid-bargain and leaving her utterly speechless. He casually explained his wish for a truly nice gift, leaving Jin Hee still processing the sudden generosity. Jin Hee's gaze lingered, a finger idly touching her lips as a torrent of unspoken questions swirled in her mind. Jin Hyuk, feeling the weight of her unspoken scrutiny, turned to meet her gaze with a silent query. His voice sharpened, a direct command to express whatever complicated thoughts she harbored. Jin Hee hesitated, then admitted that ever since his return from the army, something about him felt fundamentally altered. Her thoughts were tangled, not quite a complaint, but a profound observation she struggled to articulate. The words hung heavy in the air, he was no longer the person she had known. Before, Jin-hee had been a tiny tempest, scolding him fiercely for every imagined trespass in their shared childhood. Their childhood home had echoed with her frequent admonitions, a constant reminder of their shared space and its boundaries. A deep, ethereal bond had always connected them, yet now, a profound uncertainty gnawed at her, questioning the very essence of the brother beside her. But before she could delve deeper, a joyful cry of "chicken" ripped through the air, and her serious questions evaporated with the promise of food. The dining table groaned under the weight of crispy fried chicken and an array of enticing side dishes. The family gathered, their faces alight with anticipation, as his parents lauded the garlic flake chicken's reputed deliciousness. A fork plunged with satisfying ease into the golden crust. Jin-hyuk's father savored a bite with a hearty "yum," before eagerly encouraging his son to join in. Jin-hyuk's deferential offer to his mother brought a proud smile to her face, swiftly followed by Jin-hee's indignant protest that she was the one who bought it. A burst of carefree laughter erupted from Jin-hyuk, echoing his pure delight. Then, a sickening crunch sent a jolt of shock through the entire family, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jin-hee stared in horror, demanding to know if he was actually eating the bones, to which Jin-hyuk, sheepishly, admitted his thoughtless lapse. His mind raced, explaining that in his previous world, eating bones was as natural and acceptable as munching on cartilage. Jin-hyuk casually spat out the fragments, prompting Jin-hee's anxious concern over potential injuries or a churning stomach. He waved off their fears with a confident smile, assuring them no Murim warrior could be felled by a mere chicken bone, and urged them to eat before the food cooled. His hand, impervious to the warmth, effortlessly plucked a piece from the box. The savory, fried aroma danced enticingly at the very tip of his nose, promising a feast. But the taste was surprisingly bland, prompting Jin-hyuk to wonder if his senses had simply grown too keen. A deeper realization struck him: the blandness was not his senses, but the chicken itself. Back in Murim, chickens were wild, lean creatures, thriving on open fields and tasting of pure, unadulterated freshness. But in this world, they were confined, packed into sterile cages, stripped of vitality, and their flavor muted by endless stress. Jin-hyuk's mother, lost in a delicious reverie, mused aloud why no one had ever invented chicken-flavored bread. His father recalled a past attempt with chicken croquettes, a memory Jin-hyuk quickly clarified had ended in their discontinuation. His father sighed, describing the delicate, elusive balance required to make the chicken's flavor truly shine. A lonely pile of unsold croquettes served as a silent testament to that culinary failure. Jin-hee's casual suggestion for him to try his hand at chicken creation sparked an immediate, wild brainstorming session in Jin-hyuk's mind. Jin-hyuk playfully agreed to consider it, earning an enthusiastic cheer from Jin-hee. His father voiced his worry about Jin-hyuk overextending himself, but Jin-hyuk confidently assured him he would know his limits. But in his heart, he knew that moment would never come. Secretly, he floated inches above the floor, a quiet demonstration of power that would astound them, all without a single bead of sweat. Jin-hee, brimming with enthusiasm, announced to her mother that Jin-hyuk was eager for a shopping trip, prompting a dramatic, full-body slump from her brother. His inner thoughts screamed in comedic agony: giving money was one thing, but department store purgatory? Unacceptable. Jin-hyuk subtly deployed the tactic of his father being alone at the bakery, a perfectly logical excuse that Jin-hee quickly conceded. He attempted to redirect the shopping expedition to his father, who gently but firmly refused. His father, with paternal insistence, declared Jin-hyuk's presence essential for their mother's gift, unwilling to leave him alone at the bakery. Jin-hyuk's mother, her brow furrowed with concern, fretted over the overwhelming demands of the bakery. Jin-hyuk softly tapped his glass, a subtle bid for his mother's attention. He confidently declared that his father had already secured a part-time student, a revelation that visibly confused his father. A sly, knowing smile spread across his father's face, the unspoken message clear. Jin-hyuk reassured his mother that her worries were unfounded, while his father maintained a strategic silence. His father, however, remained utterly bewildered, a chicken leg still clutched in his hand, as he pondered the identity of this mysterious student. Meanwhile, a young man, backpack slung over his shoulder, cheerfully approached the entrance of Samong Bakery. The newly arrived employee strode in, a bright smile on his face, ready to greet the day. The young male employee beckoned, and Jin-hyuk wondered where to even begin in this bustling new environment. Cartons of eggs swiftly found their new resting place. The eager young employee pressed for the next task, unaware Jin-hyuk regularly handled 100 cartons at a time. Jin-hyuk gently announced his father would be the day's instructor, sparking genuine surprise. Jin-hyuk's father, beaming with pride, formally declared he would teach the art of saburo buns, starting with the delicate task of cracking eggs. With fervent eagerness, the new apprentice cracked eggs into a bowl. Jin-hyuk silently acknowledged the young man's immediate aptitude, reflecting on his own clumsy beginnings and appreciating the new talent. Forgetting the simplest lessons of common sense, one could easily overlook the occasional spoiled egg amidst the fresh. Jin-hyuk noted his father's quiet satisfaction, a small, approving smile playing on his lips. A sharp crack signaled another crucial, impending lesson. A sudden voice broke through the quiet focus. The young employee paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Jin-hyuk's father patiently explained the proper technique for cracking eggs, and the young employee eagerly pledged to correct his method. Observing the young man's eagerness, Jin-hyuk reflected on his own less enthusiastic beginnings as a learner. Jin-hyuk's father inquired about the young employee's past experience, learning his previous job relied solely on pre-made dough. The young employee confessed his limited practical experience, lamenting the lack of real-world baking opportunities beyond school and home. He disclosed his sudden layoff after a year, pouring out his profound gratitude for the bakery offering him this unexpected second chance. Overwhelmed, the young man bowed deeply, his gratitude radiating profoundly. Jin-hyuk's father kindly reassured him, emphasizing their own need for extra hands in the busy bakery. With booming laughter, Jin-hyuk's father pointed out their shared alma mater, cementing a bond over the need to help each other out. The young employee noticed a peculiar, sparkling light emanating from the male baker. In a moment of playful absurdity, Jin-hyuk's father declared the two young men a veritable match made in heaven. With expert precision, Jin-hyuk demonstrated deboning a whole chicken, stripping the meat clean before the bones dropped into a simmering pot. Jin-hyuk pondered if this chicken would even impress the Murim's discerning palates, while his father peeked around the corner with a knowing smile. The warrior in purple, chewing vigorously, dramatically rejected the very notion, insisting he'd rather be killed than revisit such a delicious roast duck again. Jin-hyuk's father, completely perplexed, questioned why his son was boiling water for spicy chicken buns. The young employee was utterly astonished by the bones, marveling at how Jin-hyuk had stripped every last piece of meat so perfectly clean. Jin-hyuk calmly stated he used a knife, prompting his father to proudly highlight Jin-hyuk's exceptional talent with a blade. Jin-hyuk's father wondered if he was preparing traditional English chicken pies, but Jin-hyuk clarified it was something similar, yet entirely his own. Jin-hyuk envisioned a dim sum-like creation, rejecting thick crusts for a delicate shell encasing an abundance of flavorful meat. Jin-hyuk's father approved, noting the tart shells would provide the perfect foundation. The young employee, curious about Jin-hyuk's schedule, learned he consistently arrived at the bakery by 5 in the morning. Concerned by Jin-hyuk's early start, the thoughtful young employee offered to take on the bakery's cleaning duties himself. Jin-hyuk declined the offer, preferring to handle the cleaning himself, though he acknowledged the young man's considerate conscience. Jin-hyuk then proposed the young man handle the night cleaning, which was met with instant, cheerful agreement. The young employee enthusiastically declared his hope to someday become as great a boss as Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk humbly redirected the praise, insisting his father was the true master, then swiftly instructed the eager young employee to go assist him. A beautiful array of freshly baked pies and tarts awaited. Jin-hyuk, holding a prepared pie, felt a quiet satisfaction as he deemed it ready for the oven. Jin-hyuk mused aloud about needing chewier meat, sparking the young employee to suggest his free-range farmer father. Jin-hyuk's father expressed surprise at the demanding nature of free-range farming, which the employee explained was driven by his father's profound respect for chickens. The young employee, with a knowing grin, added that such quality naturally came at a higher price. The young employee exclaimed in surprise as Jin-hyuk calmly claimed the baking goods in the oven as his own. The young employee wiggled with pride, declaring this his very first creation since joining the bakery. Steaming, freshly baked saburo buns were presented, their delicious aroma wafting invitingly. Jin-hyuk recalled with a jolt that his father had assigned these very saburo buns as the young man's crucial test. Jin-hyuk's father thoughtfully inspected the saburo bun. The young employee nervously swallowed, his heart pounding in anticipation. Jin-hyuk's father, beaming, declared the young man would fit perfectly into their baking staff. An overwhelming wave of joy washed over the young employee as he shouted his heartfelt thanks. Overcome with relief, he openly shed tears of pure joy. Still emotional, the young employee noticed a new, intriguing aroma, which Jin-hyuk confirmed was their latest product. The young employee ecstatically identified the incredible aroma as crunchy chicken and umami batter, sizzling as it fried. The young employee asked about the impressive quantity, prompting Jin-hyuk's father to question how so many pieces could possibly fit on one pan. Jin-hyuk simply explained they were all varying sizes. Jin-hyuk's father impatiently wondered if the baked goods had finally cooled. Jin-hyuk stated they required precisely 15 more seconds. Jin-hyuk's father, finding 15 seconds an eternity, impatiently waited as the clock ticked away. An impatient hand swiftly grabbed the oven's handle. Jin-hyuk stood bathed in a radiant light, leaving both his father and the young employee utterly speechless with awe. The initial warmth of the pies promised something truly special with a soft, inviting wow. The young male employee, utterly flabbergasted, wondered how Jin-hyuk's timing could be so utterly precise, only for Jin-hyuk to simply declare it was, by the smell. The male baker thoughtfully observed the diverse pies, each one cooked to uniform perfection despite their varying sizes. Jin-hyuk, in a rush, confessed he had merely blown air into the oven to evenly distribute the heat, a surprising revelation to the other bakers. The male baker hummed thoughtfully, recognizing Jin-hyuk's intuitive understanding of their antiquated oven's uneven heat, placing larger items at the edge where it was hottest. The male baker lightheartedly suggested a trip to the confectionery fair for new ovens, but Jin-hyuk, ever practical, simply dismissed the idea, citing their exorbitant cost. Jin-hyuk's hand settled gently on the oven door, confessing a deep, quiet loyalty to the only one he had ever used since opening the shop. The male baker's understanding response touched Jin-hyuk deeply, a rare moment of connection in the busy kitchen. The young male employee pondered, a quiet anticipation building within him. Jin-hyuk instructed them to begin with the smaller, uniquely seasoned pies, and the young male employee saluted with sparkling enthusiasm. An ah escaped the young employee's lips as the scorching pie assaulted his tongue, and Jin-hyuk calmly remarked it was still hot, though. The male baker warned of the pie's explosive juices as the young employee continued to yelp, so Jin-hyuk simply reached for the smallest one. A gentle basik and juk as the male baker demonstrated how to release the scalding, golden juices. Then, with a deliberate kook, he dipped the pie directly into its own savory juices, enhancing the flavor. A thoughtful hum escaped him as the flavors unfolded. Then, a sudden, potent realization electrified his senses. The seasoned chicken within, subtly cloaked by ginger's fragrant embrace, created a taste that utterly defied expectations, prompting a stunned exclamation. A flash of insight struck him as he proclaimed the taste was pure salt-grilled chicken, then puzzled over a crisp, mysterious element. Jin-hyuk, with a subtle smile, unveiled his secret, separately grilled chicken skin. A vibrant pot of realization as the male baker declared it a perfect beer accompaniment, while the young employee marveled at the incredible contrast of its crispy shell and soupy heart. Despite the praise, Jin-hyuk's internal sup revealed a lingering self-doubt, still striving for perfection beyond good enough for the general public. The young employee, eyes wide with wonder, called Jin-hyuk young master, prompting a bemused and slightly annoyed query about his sudden promotion in title. The young employee justified his new address, claiming such culinary genius demanded the title, to which Jin-hyuk chuckled, dubbing him glib-tongued. Then, with an eager nyam, the male baker devoured another. The young employee's eyes widened in ecstasy, proclaiming the pie's incredibly thin, basic crispy crust, barely containing its waiting, flavorful juices. The young employee, exasperated, demanded the secret to such crispiness, and Jin-hyuk simply explained it required a denser inner filling to prevent leakage. But when the male baker pressed for details, Jin-hyuk's reply was a frustratingly simple, "I just do it." His frustration reached a boiling point at the baffling response. The male baker continued to jungeal, wrestling with the sheer, unhelpful simplicity of Jin-hyuk's logic. A new realization struck him: this mini tart tasted distinctly like marinated chicken, and he eagerly sought confirmation. Jin-hyuk rattled off a dizzying list of ingredients: garlic, tomato, spices, syrup, cinnamon, a complex marinade that, the male baker noted, mirrored popular street food. Then, with a flourish, Jin-hyuk presented the final, magnificent pie. A gentle sook revealed the pie's rich, savory heart. A collective, eager chomp, filled the kitchen air. The male baker gasped, amazed by the marinated chicken flavor in a British pie, which Jin-hyuk humbly attributed to just changing the sauce a little. This was no little change, it was a cosmic culinary shift, akin to comparing cream pasta to kimchi pasta, leaving him in profound, delicious disbelief. The sheer impact of the flavor completely overwhelmed him. Jin-hyuk calmly enumerated the components: salt grilled, garlic fried, and spicy marinated chicken. The male baker, utterly astounded, asked if Jin-hyuk had intended such a complex flavor profile from the start, receiving a confident affirmation. With banjak admiration, the male baker called him young master, though Jin-hyuk modestly brushed aside the grand title. The male baker, now utterly deferential, begged to call him senior, while Jin-hyuk's mind was already far away, burdened, ****, with plans for a side of ice cream. "Yuwa!" exclaimed the male baker, astonished that Jin-hyuk possessed the skill to craft ice cream too. The male baker wondered if it was from the antiquated ice cream maker, which Jin-hyuk confirmed with a knowing smile. The male baker pinpointed the relic from the ice cream sandwich craze, and Jin-hyuk, opening the fridge with a gentle sook, affirmed its cooling prowess. With a decisive cock of the door, Jin-hyuk proudly stated the old machine had performed admirably. The true flavor was unveiled: garlic ice cream. Jin-hyuk instructed them to pair it with the pie, prompting an incredulous, shocked garlic from the male baker. With a confident tack, Jin-hyuk urged them to taste. The male baker, with a slight umjil, noted the absence of visible garlic, which Jin-hyuk explained away as pure roasted garlic juice blended with cream. Jin-hyuk carefully instructed the precise ritual: a bite of pie, then a bite of ice cream. Though it deceptively resembled vanilla, the male baker, with a flicker of doubt, decided to risk a taste. A shared chomp followed, with the young employee devouring his portion chip, utterly lost in the flavors. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, utterly confounded by how grilled garlic could possibly harmonize so perfectly. It was an impossible alchemy, cold roasted garlic meeting warm chicken pie, a defiant union of flavors. The flavors dissolved into pure, melting bliss upon his tongue. "How can this be?" he gasped, before his shock abruptly morphed into an urgent plea for more. With a confident sook, Jin-hyuk produced a full tub, a quiet satisfaction in his successful creation. A soft smile touched the male baker's lips as he mused, "Your mom would love this." The comment visibly touched Jin-hyuk, who warmly offered to prepare a special batch just for his mother. But the male baker's distressed refusal, "No, we can't give it to her," startled Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk's concern deepened, sensing a quiet tragedy had unfolded. The chef, with a heavy sigh, revealed the difficult truth of someone's diabetes diagnosis. A wave of regret washed over the young male employee, realizing his own oversight. The chef offered reassurance, but a quiet mumble revealed the young employee's lingering concern for his mother's sweet tooth. A growing worry for his mother's well-being festered, compelling him to plan a crucial conversation for later that night. The chef lightly suggested he tackle the dietary talk, unaware of the deeper, exasperated sigh of concern that spurred the young employee's true intentions. An energetic shout from the male employee with glasses cut through the air. With a cheerful ha-ha and a celebratory bam, the male employee with glasses enthusiastically pitched the idea of Jin-hyuk appearing on television. Jin-hyuk immediately brushed off the suggestion as impractical nonsense, a notion the male employee with glasses quickly and hotly disputed. Sheepishly, with a nervous flicker, the male employee with glasses admitted his own upcoming participation in a televised decoration fair, subtly piquing Jin-hyuk's interest. The male employee with glasses puffed himself up, boastfully chuckling about his school baking prowess, earning Jin-hyuk's surprised query and the chef's quiet annoyance. With a frustrated huff, the male employee with glasses indignantly defended his top-tier school ranking, met only by Jin-hyuk's polite, almost indifferent, agreement. He then dramatically revealed that not only would Kyungyun University participate, but they would clash in a special, live competition. A subtle gasp escaped Jin-hyuk as the name, Kyungyun University, resonated with unsettling recognition. A fierce, sparkling rivalry had long burned between Hyanjin University, specializing in healthy pastries, and Kyungyun University, masters of traditional French baking. Every May, this deep-seated conflict culminated in an annual festival, where each side presented 5 distinct pastries in a tense culinary showdown. A steely resolve settled upon Jin-hyuk: if it was them, victory was not merely desired, it was imperative. The male employee with glasses wavered, a flash of doubt prompting Jin-hyuk's sharp question about his confidence. The male employee with glasses then revealed a formidable new rival from Kyungyun University, a prodigy trained in France, drawing Jin-hyuk's incredulous comparison to a parachute kid. The male employee with glasses then recounted the rival's impressive lineage, world travels, and YouTube fame, the sheer weight of his accomplishments landing with a comedic thud and an overwhelmed awe. Jin-hyuk confidently brushed aside the rival's background, asserting that the current trend of healthy living made their victory all but inevitable. A fierce intensity in his voice, Jin-hyuk demanded to know why they would ever concede defeat. With nervous fidgeting, the male employee with glasses hesitantly confessed that the rival's creation simply possessed an undeniable visual allure. "Look at this," the male employee with glasses urged, sparking Jin-hyuk's curiosity. He then offered his smartphone, revealing a video of tantalizing pastries under a peculiar title. Jin-hyuk's brows furrowed in confusion, repeating the absurd title, "Macarons that even monkeys can make." The puzzle deepened, and Jin-hyuk's tone sharpened into a demand to see more. A cascade of cheerful digital sounds accompanied a voice, first in French, then English, greeting the viewers from the screen. "I'm Marie that everyone loves so much," the confident baker declared on screen, his powerful kneading actions echoing with a forceful quack and ack. A mix of surprise and confusion contorted Jin-hyuk's features as he watched the unfolding scene. The male employee with glasses expressed awe at the baker's incredible hand strength, as if he had kneaded dough countless times. The chef, with a warm smile, acknowledged Marie's genius, drawing an unexpected parallel to Jin-hyuk himself. On screen, the narrator confidently asserted macarons were the world's easiest pastry, requiring few ingredients, as batter plopped and booped into perfect shapes. The male employee with glasses, Jin-hyuk, and the chef watched in shared admiration, acknowledging the baker's remarkable neatness and speed. With 3 weary sighs, the male employee with glasses recounted a litany of past defeats across numerous competitions, painting a clear picture of the rival's overwhelming, all-around skill. "It's done," the triumphant voice declared, showcasing the finished, colorful macarons. Jin-hyuk grumbled thoughtfully as the male employee with glasses posed a hypothetical, considering Jin-hyuk's academic leave. In a triumphant fantasy, the male employee with glasses envisioned Jin-hyuk effortlessly crushing the rival, claiming victory with a resounding boom. The male employee with glasses pressed for Jin-hyuk's thoughts, but Jin-hyuk dismissively claimed the past rivalry was too distant to recall. His memory vaguely drifted back to a bustling school festival, filled with the aroma of egg bread and hot dogs. Jin-hyuk deeply considered the fated rivalry, questioning if it truly warranted his time and effort after so many decades. Jin-hyuk abruptly dismissed the competition as mere child's play, but a sudden shock and gasp from the male employee with glasses interrupted him, revealing a hidden prize. The male employee with glasses excitedly confirmed the prize's existence, immediately capturing Jin-hyuk's keen interest. With a triumphant flourish, he revealed the grand prize, a magnificent commercial bakery oven. Jin-hyuk's eyes gleamed with newfound resolve. He would participate, but only if that specific oven was guaranteed to be his. The male employee with glasses clarified, with a slight whisper of reservation, that the oven was for an individual competition, open only to current Hyanjin University students, prompting Jin-hyuk's next probing question. Jin-hyuk pondered the implications of his leave of absence, while the male employee with glasses eagerly volunteered to investigate the matter. He then reminded Jin-hyuk of the Crimson Triple Cake, a creation that had garnered immense praise from their university professors. He passionately urged Jin-hyuk to participate, foreseeing widespread acclaim and celebratory cheers if he could triumph over Mario Kong, the vision ending with a soft gasp. With a decisive clap, the chef announced it was time to begin the red bean bread. The chef posed a question, which the male employee with glasses eagerly answered, showcasing his preparedness. The chef meticulously explained the technique of incorporating whole red bean grains into the paste during fermentation, aiming to achieve a distinctive, chewy texture. A light of understanding dawned upon the young male employee, finally grasping the secret to that unique texture. The chef beamed with approval, confirming the method's absolute perfection. As the chef and the male employee with glasses engaged in cheerful chatter, Jin-hyuk observed them with pensive silence. He recognized a quiet satisfaction in his father's demeanor, realizing how much he enjoyed teaching others. Jin-hyuk had mistakenly believed his father's happiness would solely stem from increased sales, born of their culinary success. He conceded his father felt pride, but a deeper thought surfaced about his father's lingering youth and potential ambitions. A subtle tension emerged as Jin-hyuk pondered the complex emotions his father might harbor if his son were to outshine him at the very height of his career. The thought escalated, drawing a dramatic comparison to the extreme, irrational jealousy seen in historical legends, like the infamous father of the blood swordsman. Hyle Do-geek's father initially swelled with pride, delighting in his son's extraordinary gifts, unaware of the bitter seeds he was sowing. That paternal pride curdled into a dark, desperate jealousy, driving the father to a treacherous midnight attack on the son poised to eclipse him. The crushing truth shattered Hyle Do-geek. He had defended himself not from an assassin, but from the hand of his own flesh and blood. Haunted by the patricide and the specter of his father's sly malice, Hyle Do-geek fled his home, carrying a crushing burden. The wild chase was relentless, the desperate dash of a hunted man already wounded and pursued by his vengeful brother. 10 days into his desperate flight, Hyle Do-geek lay broken and famished upon a barren mound of dirt, utterly devoid of hope. A figure of quiet observation approached, a silent presence finding the young man at his absolute lowest. With a guttural umph of effort, his rescuer hoisted the unconscious Hyle Do-geek, carrying him away from the desolate path. A blink, slow and heavy, signaled Hyle Do-geek's reluctant return to consciousness, his mind a foggy swirl. A profound lethargy clung to him as he slowly began to rise from the unfamiliar bed, his body aching. Startled by the unexpected voice, Hyle Do-geek's eyes snapped open, his entire body tensing with a sudden shock. A torrent of fear and rage erupted from Hyle Do-geek as he fiercely demanded to know if this stranger had been sent to finish him. The man with long dark hair let out an exasperated "HAH," clearly annoyed by the ingratitude for his life-saving efforts. Hyle Do-geek's gaze fell upon the fresh bandages, a tangible testament to the severity of his injuries and another's unexpected care. As the man with long dark hair tried to reason with him, a deep grumble of despair escaped Hyul Dogik's lips, his shame too vast to articulate. A primal shout tore through the quiet room as Hyul Dogik desperately proclaimed his unforgivable sin, begging for an end to his tormented existence. He lunged forward, desperate for oblivion, his body a stumble and wobble of broken despair, but the other man remained a stoic barrier. A sharp smack echoed, a simple, firm reprimand delivered with surprising force. The blow left Hyul Dogik utterly dazed, his consciousness retreating back into a hazy, disoriented state. The man patiently waited, food ready, as Hyul Dogik slowly stirred, startled once more by the unwavering presence. Suspicion and desperation clung to Hyul Dogik as he fiercely questioned the man's true intentions, fearing he was merely a pawn in another's scheme. The man let out a weary sigh, the absurdity of the situation clearly weighing on him. He calmly countered, exposing the illogic of Hyul Dogik's suspicions, as if offering sustenance to a dead man. Hyul Dogik processed the words, a flicker of surprise and a slow realization dawning on his tortured face. Years later, after shared training and a mysterious conversation with Gwanganma, Hyul Dogik solemnly swore fealty, proclaiming a new paternal bond with Ch1. Flashback images of his unwavering loyalty and fierce protection, a child's pure devotion to his adopted father, a defiant slash against unseen threats, played out in his mind. Jin-hyuk mused that a blend of those two personalities might finally create a semblance of normalcy. He quickly shook off the lingering thought, reminding himself that such abstract musings were unproductive in the present moment. His focus sharpened, determined to uncover the deeper thoughts swirling within his father's mind. Jin-hyuk smirked with a touch of self-consciousness, knowing that a direct inquiry about his baking prowess would only breed awkwardness. The young male employee, radiating enthusiasm, vigorously thanked Jin-hyuk for the day's valuable lessons. Jin-hyuk beamed with pleasure at the employee's excitement, while his father watched the exchange, a contented smile gracing his lips. A wistful hum escaped Jin-hyuk's father as he placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of the changing tides. A contemplative expression settled on his face, wondering if his father merely desired to impart his wisdom before time claimed his prime. The day's work concluded, the bakery's sign seemed to pull its final shift against the darkening sky. The young male employee waved a cheerful goodbye, and Jin-hyuk's father, with a gentle smile, wished him a safe journey home. A quiet solemnity settled between father and son as their steps echoed through the night, each lost in their own thoughts. Jin-hyuk's father broke the silence with a soft call, eliciting a surprised response from his son. A worried tenderness colored his father's voice as he offered to replace the competition's prize, reassuring Jin-hyuk he didn't need to push himself. From beneath the vast, serene expanse of the starlit sky, Jin-hyuk's father quietly conveyed his deep appreciation, asserting his son had already given more than enough. A gentle smile graced Jin-hyuk's face as he quietly accepted his father's heartfelt words. His father shared his understanding of Jin-hyuk's desire for an upgrade, yet admitted his own stubborn attachment to the old oven. Jin-hyuk, in a moment of supernatural flair, mused that he could bypass any oven by simply conjuring baking magic. He reasoned that a new oven would simply serve as a convenient disguise for his actual, celestial baking powers. The thought of magically enhancing his father's cherished old oven brought a flicker of unease, knowing such a change would disrespect its sentimental value. His father, ever practical, suggested that an additional small oven might ease their growing production demands. A sudden shift in his father's demeanor, a quiet seriousness, caught Jin-hyuk's attention as he heard his name. Jin-hyuk responded, a hint of concern in his voice as his father prepared to reveal something profound. His father confessed his deep affection for the old oven, revealing its origins as a cherished gift from a dear friend at the bakery's inception. The raw grief surfaced, tears welling as his father tearfully recounted the friend's tragic passing in the mountains. He recounted the pivotal moment, his friend's insistence that he stay with his pregnant wife, an act of kindness that saved his life. The gruesome image of a crashed bus emerged in his father's story, a stark reminder of the tragedy that claimed everyone, leaving a family devastated. A flashback showed the joyful beginning of Samong Bakery, as a surprised Jin-hyuk realized the depth of his father's untold history. His father expressed a quiet gratitude for his current path, highlighting his wife's self-sufficiency and capacity to run the bakery if needed. He recalled a playful, urgent conversation from the past, pressing his younger wife to finally obtain her baker's license. His father pondered the societal expectations that would have prevented his doctor friend from suggesting such an unconventional path for his wife. The narrative turned somber as his father described the friend's wife's tragic decline, losing both her husband and then her inheritance to a cruel deception. Jin-hyuk listened, a quiet sorrow settling over him as his father revealed the devastating progression of grief into depression and then dementia. His father sank, his regret palpable, for never having the chance to properly repay his departed friend's profound kindness. The drip and drop of his father's tears accompanied the tale of Chanel's tearful farewell at the hospital, bound for a new life in the countryside. His father's voice called out again, pulling Jin-hyuk back into the present moment. Jin-hyuk's father confessed that seeing his son frequently triggered a cascade of memories and profound reflections. The unspoken declaration hit Jin-hyuk, his mind reeling with nervous disbelief. Jin-hyuk's father confessed his overwhelming pride, humbling himself by their age difference. Jin-hyuk absorbed his father's words, processing their weight. His father praised Jin-hyuk's baking mastery, gently suggesting his talent surpassed the bakery's confines. Jin-hyuk pondered his father's heartfelt desire for him to pursue his grandest aspirations. His father firmly promised to manage the bakery, freeing Jin-hyuk from any familial obligation. A profound realization dawned on Jin-hyuk: his father harbored no jealousy, only selfless love. A dry gulp affirmed his dawning understanding: his father feared he was holding him back. Jin-hyuk uttered his father's name, pulling him back from his contemplative reverie. A bright, grateful smile lit Jin-hyuk's face as he offered a heartfelt thank you. Jin-hyuk's father paused, touched by the sudden, profound expression of gratitude. His father playfully questioned the thanks, clearing his throat, as Jin-hyuk chuckled, embracing the moment's warmth. Jin-hyuk's father playfully dismissed the sentiment, letting the affection hang in the soft evening air. The residential street settled into a tranquil stillness, stars beginning to pierce the dark blue canvas. A sharp intake of breath caught Jin-hyuk, as something unexpected drew his attention. He watched from a distance as his mother animatedly chatted with the woman with long pinkish-brown hair and her young son. Jin-hyuk's mother's face softened into a gentle smile, recognizing an unseen voice. His mother greeted the newcomer, while the woman with long pinkish-brown hair eyed Jin-hyuk and his father with curiosity. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair, the Hoa head, offered a bright, confident reintroduction. Jin-hyuk's mother returned the polite greeting, while Jin-hyuk eagerly sought recognition. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair remembered Jin-hyuk, who bowed slightly, then she hinted at a special favor for her son. Jin-hyuk's mother beamed, clapping with the Hoa head as they detailed the urgent pastry order for the school election. Jin-hyuk's brow furrowed, perplexed by the summer election, prompting an explanation of a by-election. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair happily envisioned success, betting on their pastries to secure her son's long-sought victory. She explained the local tradition of pizza and burgers, highlighting the bakery's burgeoning, sparkling popularity. Jin-hyuk's father pondered aloud the modern classroom sizes, his mind calculating the potential scale of the order. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair clarified the elementary school student demographics, given its rural setting. Jin-hyuk's father confidently estimated the total students, assuring her they could meet the demand with 2 days' notice. He then inquired about her preferred items, opening the floor to her specific desires. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair offered a hopeful smile, indicating her trust in their expertise. Jin-hyuk's father contemplated various options, ruling out cheesecake for its practical challenges, and mused about a unique alternative. His father subtly glanced at Jin-hyuk, who began to consider the puzzle of the perfect pastry. Jin-hyuk enthusiastically suggested their 100-layered chocolate cookies, then wondered if the limited daily production would suffice. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair expressed concern, citing fears of unhealthiness for children and recent TV reports on sugar content. She then shyly confessed her own weakness for their irresistible baked goods, despite her health concerns. Jin-hyuk's father clarified her preference for a sugar-reduced option, which she bashfully confirmed. His father proudly introduced their black onion tarts, emphasizing their natural sweetness and low sugar content. A surprised Jin-hyuk looked up as his father proudly declared the tart recipe was his son's own creation. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair's head popped, utterly astonished by the revelation of such a unique pastry. Jin-hyuk's father elaborated on the slow caramelization process, explaining how it naturally sweetens the onions, making the tart surprisingly healthy. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair voiced her concern, questioning the complexity of such an intricate creation. Jin-hyuk's mother shared her own failed attempt at French onion soup, while another man expressed similar healthy eating worries for his wife. Jin-hyuk, in a confident chef's uniform vision, declared their commitment to developing healthier, less sweet products. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair reflected, acknowledging the sweetness of caramelized onions but marveling at their tart application. Jin-hyuk's father explained the tart's limited daily production, which accounted for her unfamiliarity with them. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair eagerly accepted the onion tart idea, then pressed for another exceptional recommendation. His father proudly unveiled their new chicken pies, praising their savory filling and minimal sugar, inviting her to taste. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair was thoroughly satisfied, deciding to order 2 of each delicious item per student. Jin-hyuk's mother proudly gushed about her son's delectable creations, humorously sliding her hand down her arm as she confessed to gaining weight. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair reacted with an exclamation of surprised delight. She complimented Jin-hyuk's mother's new red loafers, noticing them immediately over her usual black pair. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair admired the shoes, noting how they flattered her ankles, and Jin-hyuk's mother happily explained they were a birthday gift from her daughter. The HOA had identified the designer brand, then cautioned Jin-hyuk's mother about the fragile sheepskin and its delicate nature. She continued her warning about the shoe's short lifespan if worn daily, eliciting a dejected, "Ah," from Jin-hyuk's mother. Jin-hyuk playfully offered a solution, suggesting multiple pairs for his mother, much to the HOA head's impressed astonishment. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair arranged to collect samples the following afternoon, and Jin-hyuk's father confirmed their preparation. The quiet night settled over the neighborhood, stars shimmering above the residential rooftops. Jin-hyuk's father called out softly, his voice tinged with gentle concern. He gently grabbed Jin-hyuk's mother's hand, a tender spark passing between them. Jin-hyuk's father's face clouded with regret as he offered a heartfelt apology. Jin-hyuk's mother paused, then graciously reassured her husband that he had nothing to apologize for. His mother turned to Jin-hyuk, reassuring him it was fine, 1 pair of shoes was more than enough for her 2 feet, a sentiment Jin-hyuk accepted, albeit a little unsure. Jin-hyuk's father asked them to go ahead, promising to join them shortly. A nervous fidget near his neck revealed an underlying tension. A sudden buzz vibrated, shattering the quiet. Jin-hyuk clicked his phone open, a serious expression on his face as he answered the call. The woman with long pinkish-brown hair brightly greeted the caller, ready for whatever news awaited her. Jin-hyuk, with an uncharacteristically serious tone, relayed his observation about the shoes bought for their mother. Her voice bubbled with eager anticipation, confident her choice had been a triumph. While his sister beamed about their mother's joy, Jin-hyuk received news of his own supposed generosity that left him utterly aghast. Unaware of his shock, the woman with long pinkish-brown hair declared her intention to acquire 6 more pairs. A silent worry gnawed at her as he cryptically claimed a simple necessity. She detailed the limited color choices, explaining her intentional push for a brighter shade, a nod to their mother's past preferences. Her mind drifted to a vibrant memory of their mother's joy in red shoes, but a present worry nagged at her about such a large, specific purchase. He then carefully explained his reasoning, stating his advice to their mother was rooted in the delicacy of sheep leather. A wave of sudden, uncomfortable realization washed over her. Jin-hyuk erupted in disbelief, utterly electrified by the revelation. His confusion turned quickly to genuine alarm, dreading the imminent demise of the delicate footwear. A deep skepticism settled over him, the idea of delicate sheep leather foreign to his knowledge. His mind conjured visions of ancient Xiongnu warriors, clad in layered sheep leather as formidable as bulletproof vests, impervious to even a volley of arrows. The contradiction lingered, his personal history of sturdy sheep leather clashing sharply with the current assessment. Her words painted a stark picture of fragility, warning that the shoes, under their mother's usual wear, might not even last a single day. Before, Jin-hyuk's mother had chosen the red shoes, drawn in by the unwavering gaze of her own mother, who found them utterly captivating. His sister's self-reproach stung, prompting Jin-hyuk to assure her he would swiftly take charge of the predicament. He calmly revealed his plan, a specialized shoe repair shop, one he trusted to imbue the delicate footwear with unprecedented durability. With the plan set and trust affirmed, their conversation faded into the quiet of the night. A hand shot into the frame with silent purpose. Jin-hyuk retrieved the shoes, the cabinet door groaning in protest. His gaze fell upon the red shoes within the cabinet, a question hanging in the air. Holding one, he mused on its pristine state, realizing his mother's meticulous care had preserved it even through a full day's wear. His mother's extraordinary devotion to the shoes struck him as almost tender. With focused intent, Jin-hyuk prepared to infuse the footwear with his potent true chi. As light bathed the shoe, he peered into its essence, deciphering its very composition. Before, as the Sun-Moon divine cult leader, he conceded that his vast power did not equate to mastery over every sorcery. In his relentless pursuit of return, he had dabbled in every method imaginable, save one, resulting in a dramatic burst of magic and two very confused pandas. His thoughts drifted to the blood cult, whose Jiangshi, strangely armored with sheep leather, had proven to be a particularly stubborn, terrifying menace. Each grotesque creature bore talismans etched with blood incantations, binding their horrific will. The Jiangshi grew tougher with every drop of human blood, a brutal truth that led the blood cult to foolishly target the Sun-Moon cult. A shadowy figure, amidst a blood-red landscape, conducted a grim ritual over a line of blindfolded, silent victims. With incandescent rage, the cult leader roared his single, brutal command. The blood cult's inevitable collapse confirmed their profound foolishness, a thought echoing from his violent past into his illuminated present. Yet, some of their sinister techniques held a strange, undeniable utility. His chi-infused blood, pulsing with more power than a child's, swirled into mystical script, an irony considering his true, ancient age. He announced his intention to apply the potent essence directly to the shoes, a surge of energy accompanying his words. A shimmering, ethereal layer smoothly enveloped the shoe. The shoes, now subtly aglow, quietly proclaimed the completion of their magical enhancement. He solemnly commanded the newly fortified shoes to shield his mother, absorbing every impact and cradling her feet in comfort. And then, with a playful thought, he instructed them to protect themselves, too. His intense gaze seemed to pierce beyond the visible, sensing a subtle shift. Then, distinct footsteps creaked beyond the door, drawing his immediate, focused attention. The heavy footsteps grew steadily closer, echoing in the quiet. The door creaked open, revealing the surprised face of the parent committee chairperson's son, startling Jin-hyuk from his task. The boy's late-night presence confounded him, knowing his strict mother would never permit such an unsupervised, sugary treat-free excursion. His hand instinctively reached for the knob, a silent question forming about the boy's sudden appearance. The young boy reacted with a sudden, startled gasp. Jin-hyuk's calm query cut through the boy's alarm. The boy stammered out Jin-hyuk's title, his distress palpable. Anxiously, the boy pressed him about the pastries for the Friday event, catching Jin-hyuk utterly off guard. Jin-hyuk calmly assured him the pastries would be prepared on the day of the event. A silent disappointment settled over the boy, his small frame fidgeting with unspoken worry. Jin-hyuk mused on the boy's unusual bravery, a stark contrast to children of similar age who, in his past life, would have already completed their first bloody mission. In those days, a single glance from him would send people to their knees, frozen in terror like petrified frogs. His voice cracked with a desperate plea, begging Jin-hyuk not to bake the pastries. Jin-hyuk's simple question was laced with confusion. Hesitantly at first, then with conviction, the boy voiced his fervent wish for another child's full recovery and return. Jin-hyuk sought immediate clarification on the unnamed child. The boy's vision shimmered with a taller, smiling figure, the true student council president, a beacon of sparkling, rightful leadership. Jin-hyuk's probing question was met with an emphatic, resolute nod. He fervently declared Do-young the one true student council president, lamenting that any return without his rightful title would be an egregious injustice. Jin-hyuk acknowledged the boy's heartfelt sentiment, then gently prodded him to consider broader implications. The young boy demanded clarification, his voice edged with a sudden, confused alarm. Jin-hyuk fixed him with a serious gaze, challenging, "If I withhold my creations, will that truly heal your friend?" After a long, agonizing pause, the young boy relented with a quiet, stressed admission of no. Jin-hyuk pressed a second point, and the boy, sheepish, confirmed his mother's order was already placed. He then probed the boy about the real consequences of his inaction, which the boy hesitantly concluded would simply mean Jin-hyuk wouldn't get paid. Jin-hyuk patiently explained the far greater weight of breaking a promise, a commitment that held serious implications. The young boy's shoulders slumped in weary acceptance, conceding the undeniable truth of Jin-hyuk's words. A thoughtful pause hung in the air as the young boy formulated his next desperate plea. With wide, frantic eyes, he blurted out a new, wild suggestion: "Couldn't you just make the food taste bad?" Jin-hyuk stood utterly dumbfounded, a silent question mark hovering over his head in the face of such an absurd proposition. The animated young boy burst forth with fervent praise for Jin-hyuk's delicious creations, leaving Jin-hyuk still bewildered, unsure where this was leading. Then, flailing wildly amidst a flurry of imaginary pastries, the boy declared that such irresistible treats would guarantee his election as president. He nervously swallowed hard, the tension mounting as he awaited Jin-hyuk's judgment. Sweating, he repeated his earnest plea to compromise on taste, revealing his deeper struggle with a promise made to Do-young. Jin-hyuk's gaze narrowed, his expression grave as he intently absorbed the boy's unusual dilemma. The boy's true fear spilled out: winning the election would mean betraying his promise to Do-young, a devastating personal failure. Jin-hyuk offered a quiet, knowing expression, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he absorbed the boy's heartfelt confession. In that case, Jin-hyuk declared, setting a new course of action. The scene blurred, twisting into a wireframe vision of shifting realities. Jin-hyuk carefully eased open the bedroom door, a soft creak echoing in the quiet night. A sobering thought crossed his mind: his mother was, in fact, at risk of diabetes. He realized with growing regret that her fondness for sweet things, and his own sugary creations, had led to this precarious health, as she murmured softly in her sleep. He reflected, his features etched with deep regret, that he had not truly thought things through. His hand gently lifted the blanket, a silent act of tender concern. He carefully pulled the covers back, a quiet moment of profound care. As his hands radiated a mystical blue light, he discovered her internal organs were in a distressingly poor state. He resolved, with grim determination, that she would require transmogrification to heal. The mere thought of her enduring harsh treatments like chemotherapy, even for early cancer, filled him with an unyielding resolve to spare her. He settled into deep contemplation, determined to forge a new, cancer-proof body for her, yet grappling with how to explain such an instant transformation. He began, a shimmering energy releasing from his touch, to clear the negative chi from her body, recognizing the limits of his current, partial healing. Within the next year, he vowed with steely resolve. He clutched his head in anguish, driven by a desperate urgency to find a full solution for her condition. Jin-hyuk called out gently, pulling himself back to the present. His mother responded with a curious hum, looking over her shoulder. Jin-hyuk inquired about the HOA head's phone number, which his mother readily confirmed she possessed. His mother teased him playfully for forgetting to get the number himself, a small bubble of amusement surrounding them. Jin-hyuk's eye darted sideways, a quick, observant glance. A pair of loafers sat abandoned on the tiled floor. "Oh, by the way," his mother called, diverting his attention as he reached for a red shoe. With a warm smile, Jin-hyuk knelt, offering to help her put on the shoes that now shimmered with special care. His mother, touched and a little wistful, confessed her reluctance to wear the precious gift for fear of ruining them. Jin-hyuk brightly reassured her, a casual shrug dismissing her worries, that he had already reinforced them. She questioned his surprising skill, and he invited her to inspect his handiwork. Her fingers glided over the shoe, which gleamed with a newfound, almost magical sparkle. His mother gasped in admiration at the shoe's stunning, fancy shine, and Jin-hyuk explained his special gloss. She playfully asked if he'd acquired his unique skills in the army, to which he vaguely replied, something like that. As he helped slide the shoe onto her foot, she marveled at his natural talent, joking he could own a shoe shop. Jin-hyuk gently requested her other foot, silently chiding himself for not having thought to buy her new stockings as well. She gasped with sheer delight, utterly amazed by the perfect fit and comfort, wondering aloud what she would do without him. "My goodness," his mother exclaimed, startled by the late hour displayed on her phone. She urged him to hurry and get ready, and Jin-hyuk agreed, a new sense of purpose in his response. "Hey, Mom!" Jin-hyuk called out, making her turn with a curious, yes. His concern palpable, Jin-hyuk suggested that with the bakery's new success, she could finally quit working. "Goodness," his mother chuckled fondly, gently distinguishing the bakery's business from her own chosen work. She then declared, a vibrant aura of health and energy surrounding her, that she felt too robust to simply idle at home all day. Suddenly, the young boy's anxious voice interjected, worrying about the store's future stability despite its current success. "I'm leaving now," his mother called cheerfully, and Jin-hyuk waved her a fond goodbye. Jin-hyuk watched her go, a calm, knowing smile lingering on his face as the door softly shut behind her. The city's quiet night enveloped the street in a serene, purple haze. A soft jingle announced an arrival, breaking the night's stillness. A woman stepped purposefully into the bakery, her gaze serious and intent. The cheerful male employee welcomed her warmly to Samong Bakery, but she sharply questioned the late hour of her requested arrival. Her serious expression deepened, radiating an unmistakable intensity. The employee, confused, politely asked if she had an appointment with their boss. She clarified her purpose, tarts and a meeting with her son, her footsteps echoing her determination. "Ah," the employee exclaimed with a wide, happy grin, recognizing her as the young chef's mother, a title that left the woman utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in terror, her face shadowed with a growing, profound dread as she stammered, "Do you mean?" The male employee, beaming, confirmed with sparkling enthusiasm. "They're cooking together in the kitchen right now," he declared cheerfully, a dramatic chord striking as the woman froze, consumed by utter horror. A chilling dread seized her, demanding if her son truly lingered in their kitchen. The young employee confirmed the news, a nervous query hanging heavy in the uncertain air. Her voice exploded, a raw shriek of fury and panic, tearing open the traumatic memory of her son's burning fear. A frantic sprint propelled her forward, a desperate cry for "Hwanhee" slicing through the kitchen. The employee's panicked plea to stop her vanished in the chaos, utterly ignored. A somber silence hung over the boy, caught in his transgression. "Hi, Mom," the boy chirped, utterly innocent of the emotional storm he had just caused. Her heart hammering, the woman stammered Hwanhee's name, a frantic disbelief twisting her very question into an accusation. A frantic grab, and she tore Hwanhee away with a sharp, desperate command. A calm, cautionary voice cut through the tension, warning of dangers inherent in her panicked approach to the open flames. He issued a firm directive, demanding the spatula and immediate descent from the precarious height, seeking to defuse the tension. Anxious, unspoken sentiments passed between mother and son, underscored by the man's serious glance. The sizzle and simmer of onions echoed his internal thought, patience was still required. A focused cook and a sharp FSHH filled the kitchen. Good, it's perfect, he thought, hearing the fizzle and crackle. His focused gaze hardened, now it's time to deal with this. Her fury simmering, she held her terrified son tighter, declaring a confrontational, we need to talk. Her intimidating scolding rained down, questioning his presence and truancy, making the boy FWIP and flinch in fear. She held him close, her tears a profound well of maternal concern, uttering a heartbroken, I thought you were scared of fire. He listened, a quiet observer of her raw emotion. I wasn't even a little bit scared, the boy calmly stated, reassuring her with surprising praise for the bakery boss. Her overprotective panic flared, she grabbed him anew, vehemently asserting that, fire is dangerous. The man calmly revealed the true, revelatory reason, he wanted to try making tarts himself. A sharp turn of her head revealed her surprise, and dawning realization. With innocent hope, the boy expressed an unexpected desire, Mom, I want to go to the hospital. He fidgeted with heartwarming excitement, eager to share his creations with Doyoung. A profound wave of emotion washed over her, hinting at a dawning realization about Hwan-hee. With calm politeness, the man suggested they wait outside, explaining the tarts required more baking time. His enthusiasm infectious, the boy eagerly insisted on completing the tarts alongside the baker. With a firm HMPH, the man decisively sent Hwan-hee outside, who responded with a quiet, deflated, okay. Hand in hand, they departed the kitchen, leaving a quiet emptiness in their wake. His resolve hardened, okay, time to get back to it. First, the process began with cooking an egg on top of the already prepared fried onions. Next, a generous amount was layered onto the waiting pastry. The final step required baking it within the oven's warmth. And then, a mystical FSHOM heralded his concentrated, special touch. A sudden whoosh of golden fire energy surged intensely within the oven. A powerful blaze erupted, his unique skill for rapidly baking and melting dough with extreme, precise heat. He carefully decided their fate, 2 to try, 1 to take home, then gently placed them. A quiet remorse tinged his voice, sorry for shouting earlier. Her own apology was vulnerable, citing her shock as explanation. The male employee, empathetic, reassured her reaction was entirely valid, recalling the boy's painful history with fire. An awkward moment descended as he admitted his assumption of permission, which she sheepishly denied. He subtly encouraged her, don't you think you should try the tart Hwan-hee made? A single word, tart, held a world of curious implication. He presented the shining tarts, inviting perfection. An emotional gulp escaped her, a sudden, heartfelt reaction. She grabbed a tart, a profound realization settling, her boy had grown, no longer needing her to do everything. He gently offered Hwan-hee his very own tart, a gesture of quiet, supportive acknowledgement. She bowed, her renewed apology imbued with gentle, resolved understanding. A melancholic weight settled, as seeing him by the fire triggered a haunting, painful memory from her past. Before, Hwan-hee's terrifying WAAH echoed through her mind, a sorrowful reminder of her agonizing dash to reach him, forever sealing the kitchen from his touch. A knowing glance, and a simple, I see, conveyed his quiet understanding. The man gently prompted, creating an expectant hush, wasn't there something you wanted to tell your mother? With earnest courage, he confessed, Mom, I don't want to be school body president. She listened, a reflective silence descending as he detailed his heartfelt plan to apologize to Doyoung with the tarts. Her loving, supportive response was immediate, okay. Let's talk about it together. She pulled money, a transactional query for the ingredients confirmed. A pensive quiet, steeped in unspoken reflection. Despite everything, she confessed, I can't say thank you. Her tone frank, she explained her unresolved grievance, he had taken her son into that dangerous kitchen without permission. His voice resigned, he asked about the school order, which she formally confirmed with, "Yes, please cancel it." A final goodbye echoed, accompanied by the door's jingle of departure. As they walked, a light-hearted discussion ensued about visiting Doyoung, and Wonhee's grander, almost presidential, ambitions for school. An evening quiet settled over the kitchen, but inside Jin-hyuk's mind, the day's events were still churning. His employee couldn't wrap his head around it, needing to understand the logic behind his boss's strange actions. The young man's assumption was simple, but Jin-hyuk's reality had been far more complex. It was never about helping the boy. In fact, he confessed, his initial intention had been the complete opposite. His own pride was on the line. To deliberately fail would be an insult to his craft and a stain on the bakery's name. But back then, Chanel's plea had been born of pure desperation, offering to face the flames himself. Jin-hyuk had brushed him off, his patience worn thin by the boy's persistence. With a clench of his small fists, Chanel finally gave voice to the terror that held him captive. The simple, trembling confession caught Jin-hyuk completely off guard. It wasn't just a fear, it was a trauma etched permanently into his skin for all to see. And in that moment, the boy was no longer an annoyance, but a person defined by a past agony. A dangerous, brilliant idea began to take shape behind that calculating grin. He explained that the path forward would require walking directly into the one thing Chanel feared most. And so the challenge was issued: endure the fire for 30 minutes, and a path to freedom would be his. The boy misunderstood the prize, but Jin-hyuk clarified that the true reward was a chance to speak his own truth. He turned away, leaving the weight of the decision entirely on the boy's small shoulders. In the present, he reflected on the universal courage it takes to face one's demons, only for his employee to pull him from his thoughts. Jin-hyuk dismissed the praise with a feigned indifference, claiming it was merely a moment of fun he'd allowed. But in his employee's eyes, this act of complicated kindness made him a truly amazing man. The memory of Chanel's fear had stirred another, older ghost from his past. He recalled a friend from his hellish trainee days, a beacon of light in the unending darkness of the Order of the Sun and Moon. That friend had been haunted by his own inferno, a single spark enough to resurrect the trauma that had stolen his world. And in the tragic end, that same friend became a life Jin-hyuk was forced to extinguish with his own hands. It was the brutal rule of their training: only one could survive, and he'd had no choice if he ever wanted to see his family again. The lingering shadows of that memory still clung to him as his employee called his name once more. His young colleague's teasing broke the tension, but Jin-hyuk sternly denied any hint of embarrassment. But then, a customer's casual remark shattered the kitchen's peace: the massive school order had just been cancelled. A knot of pure dread tightened in the young employee's stomach. He began to frantically calculate the cost, his mind racing to see if they were already too far into production. His heart sank. He'd already called his family's farm to secure the chickens, a promise already made. He remembered his father's delight at the bulk order, a happy memory now tainted by the clucking sounds of impending financial disaster. Jin-hyuk tried to downplay the situation, but his fidgeting hands betrayed his own rising unease. Trying to ease the burden, the employee insisted that his family's special chickens weren't a necessity. But Jin-hyuk's mind was already elsewhere, a bead of sweat tracing a path of intense calculation. His first question cut through the anxiety, seeking a crucial piece of data. The answer was promising: their chicken pies were so popular they hadn't even survived the morning rush. His next question was for the farm's name, and the answer, Angel Ilbong Farm, sparked a heavenly vision in his mind. A new strategy solidified: he would need to test the product for himself. His employee, however, was completely lost, unable to follow his boss's sudden leap in logic. In Jin-hyuk's mind, a new product was already born: premium chicken pies, a collaboration that tasted of quality and free-range promise. A premium story, he reasoned, would justify a premium price tag. The full weight of the idea finally hit his employee square in the head. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the employee launched himself at his boss, who recoiled from the sudden, heartfelt assault. Jin-hyuk tried to lay down conditions for this trial run, but his words were muffled by a hug of pure, unadulterated thanks. His employee sheepishly admitted that he'd completely misjudged Jin-hyuk's motives with the boy from the start. Jin-hyuk scoffed at the very notion, as if the idea of being asked for such a favor was absurd. All the young man knew was that in that moment, he was profoundly glad to be working for a man like Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk privately acknowledged that while his intentions weren't entirely selfless, things had certainly turned out for the best. The conversation shifted to an upcoming decoration fair, and Jin-hyuk wondered if his controversial reputation would still allow him to join. His employee beamed, announcing that the professors weren't just allowing it, they were eagerly anticipating his arrival. The sheer enthusiasm of the university faculty was something Jin-hyuk had not expected at all. The employee then laid out the logistical problem. With 3 days off already scheduled, visiting the university seemed impossible. The mention of 3 days off caught Jin-hyuk by surprise. He hadn't realized the trip was so long. But his employee quickly reassured him that everything was covered, with both himself and Jin-hyuk's mother stepping in to help. With a quiet sigh of resignation, Jin-hyuk accepted his fate. A promise was a promise. His mind immediately shifted to logistics, calculating the mountain of dough he would have to prepare before he left. Later that night, the city lights reflected off the windows of a quiet apartment building. With a gentle creak of the door, Jin-hyuk entered his parents' apartment, his first thought being for his mother's health. His mother answered with a placid calm, wondering what had prompted his sudden concern. He walked further into the room, admitting that his worry for her was always simmering just beneath the surface. She spoke frankly of the aches that come with age, but admitted that she'd been feeling surprisingly better lately. While his mother credited the warm weather, Jin-hyuk was quick to playfully claim the real reason was his own healing touch. He enthusiastically offered to share some new exercises, hoping to make their time together more active. Though she appreciated the thought, his mother politely waved him off, the day's fatigue having already claimed her. But then, a cryptic smile bloomed on her face, hinting at a topic she was much more interested in. She casually asked if he'd brought any of those Hyundai cookies home, her expectant tone making his father flinch. A sharp, wary glint appeared in Jin-hyuk's eye. He knew exactly what this was about. His father winced, the silent, guilty party in the case of the missing snacks. Jin-hyuk expertly sidestepped the question, enthusiastically announcing a brand new treat for the day. The legendary 100 chocolate cookies, thin biscuits layered with rich chocolate, promised an indulgent sweetness that could lead even the strongest palate straight to delicious diabetic bliss. With a loving smile, Jin-hyuk's mother confidently declared that anything her son created would undoubtedly taste delicious. She then shared her joyful surprise. Her feet, usually aching, had felt utterly pain-free all day in her new shoes, as if magically crafted just for her, prompting her husband's curious inquiry. Her face brightened as she revealed Jin-hyuk's secret, a special polish and stretching technique he had learned during his military service, making her boast about their comfort all day long. Jin-hyuk's father, miniaturized by his disbelief, questioned how such a skill could possibly have been acquired in the army. Jin-hyuk confidently explained his army connection to a shoe repair specialist, while secretly congratulating himself for employing the exact same technique the Order of the Blood used for their gangs, sans the sacrifice. A sudden, serious call of his name from his father was met with a bewildered "yeah" from Jin-hyuk. His father playfully reminded him that he, too, possessed feet in need of care, to which Jin-hyuk readily promised to clean his shoes that very night. A light-hearted chuckle escaped his father, who then confessed he was merely teasing and diligently cleaned his own shoes every day. Jin-hyuk, however, insisted on performing the task and, with an eager smile, urged both his parents to begin the new exercises he had mentioned that very day. Jin-hyuk's mother, visibly uneasy, tentatively wondered if they truly had to start the demanding routine right then. Jin-hyuk's gaze intensified, his voice unwavering as he declared with absolute certainty that they had to. A heavy groan of pure resignation escaped Jin-hyuk's mother. Jin-hyuk held a quiet, resolute expression, observing his mother. With a gentle smile, Jin-hyuk guided his surprised mother to a seat. He knelt, hands tenderly massaging her shoulders, asking if she felt the familiar pull of exhaustion. As Jin Hyuk's hand began to emit a soft, vibrant glow, he calmly instructed his mother to simply relax. A soft surge of energy caused Jin Hyuk's mother to gasp, her hand now radiating a faint, wondrous pink light. Jin Hyuk's mother ecstatically proclaimed her sudden, profound relief from fatigue, leading Jin Hyuk to brightly affirm the exercise's inherent benefits. Seeing his wife's remarkable change, Jin Hyuk's father thoughtfully mused about trying the exercises himself, his curiosity piqued. The first intricate movement was known as the spirit pose. Jin Hyuk demonstrated, instructing them to step out, find balance, and straighten their backs with precision. He added a crucial, more direct instruction, to keep their glutes tucked. With a confident turn of his head, Jin Hyuk provocatively asked if the pose was indeed as easy as it appeared. A comical cacophony of creaks and squeaks filled the air as Jin Hyuk's parents comically struggled to replicate the pose. His father, sweating profusely, urgently questioned if he was even performing the movement correctly. Jin Hyuk internally conceded that the pose might not be so simple after all, then calmly instructed them to avoid leaning. He secretly mused that this entire exercise was merely a precursor to his true transmogrification plan, then, after affirming his mother's attempt, sighed with relief that he, not they, had braved the dangers of Murim. The crisp sound of a bell signaled an arrival. A tall, thin man with glasses, accompanied by another, intently asked Jin Hyuk if he was indeed who they sought. A flicker of surprise crossed Jin Hyuk's face as he hesitantly confirmed his identity. The man with glasses started to speak, a dawning realization in his voice, as he processed Jin Hyuk's presence. Disbelief washed over the man with glasses as he recognized Jin Hyuk as the legendary creator of that cheesecake. Jin Hyuk observed the man, a tiny, internal thought noting his unexpected disappointment. His father, with a subtle head tilt, inquired how the stranger knew his son. A sudden exclamation marked his father's abrupt halt. His father, recognizing the man with glasses, gasped out a familiar name, Im Unjong. The man with glasses, now identified as Kim Manseok, brightly introduced himself, expressing genuine surprise at finding his old friend's bakery. Kim Manseok warmly greeted Jin Hyuk's father, then, without a hint of tact, commented on Jin Hyuk's less-than-stellar past as a student. The young baker, shocked, vehemently protested the professor's blunt assessment. Jin Hyuk's father, smiling, confirmed Professor Kim's identity and then graciously complimented his son's inherited baking talent. Kim Manseok continued, acknowledging Jin Hyuk's initial lack of talent but praising how his triple cheesecake had utterly shocked and impressed the entire faculty with its innovative concept, masterful baking, and flawless decoration. Jin Hyuk stifled a frown, internally acknowledging the professor's backhanded compliment, knowing his past class skipping justified it, while the other baker nervously shifted. Jin Hyuk's gaze subtly shifted, assessing the unfolding scene. He inwardly scoffed, observing the others and thinking how comical it was that they judged him solely by their positions, oblivious to his true skills, which had clearly not involved proper baking muscles in ages. A fierce resolve burned within Jin Hyuk. He silently decided there was no need to compete for their fleeting approval. Kim Manseok cleared his throat, signaling a shift in their conversation. He explained the long-standing Hyeonkyung competition and their dire need for Jin Hyuk's help to finally break their losing streak this year. Jin Hyuk revealed, with a hint of surprise, that Ilbong had already informed him of the competition. His father, with a dreamy look, passionately declared that Jin Hyuk's crimson triple cheesecake was more than enough to secure victory, calling it worthy of a 5-star hotel banquet. Jin Hyuk, from a thoughtful distance, stated that such a cake alone would not be enough. Kim Manseok, picturing a cascade of sweets, questioned if Jin Hyuk could create additional desserts like macarons or bite-sized chocolates, wondering if he had experience beyond the current offerings. Kim Manseok gravely warned that while Ilbong was talented, a formidable competitor named Kong Mario was an absolute beast in these competitions, shocking the younger baker. The young baker, eyes wide with conviction, ardently declared that Jin-hyuk, their little boss, possessed a far greater and more diverse arsenal of skills. His father, looking up at the bakery's displays, thoughtfully pointed out the cookies and pies for sale. Kim Man-seok, intrigued, asked Jin-hyuk's father if he had been the one to develop these tempting new menu items. With a wide, proud grin, his father revealed that it was, in fact, his son who had created them. The young baker excitedly shouted, listing Jin-hyuk's other famous creations, including the incredibly unique garlic ice cream with chicken pie, which caused sparkling bursts of energy around him. The impassioned baker urged the professors, asking if they had dared to taste anything beyond the cheesecake, convinced that once they did, they would truly comprehend the unparalleled talent of their little boss. Jin-hyuk's parents, in cheerful unison, responded with an amused, "If you say so," and a light-hearted laugh. The baker continued his fervent list, detailing chicken pies, 100-layered chocolate cookies, black onion tarts, and black and white cream cornets. Kim Man-seok, curious, picked up one of the layered cookies, questioning its intriguing name. With an air of anticipation, Kim Man-seok took a bite, a soft nom escaping his lips. A sudden, resonant crunch echoed through the room as Kim Man-seok bit into the cookie, his senses completely overwhelmed. His eyes widened in absolute astonishment, a silent exclamation of surprise. Kim Man-seok tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat, utterly speechless. A heavy gulp escaped Kim Man-seok as he swallowed hard, clearly stunned by the taste. Utterly impressed, Kim Man-seok, almost chibi-like in his astonishment, demanded how Jin-hyuk had possibly conceived of such a masterpiece, while Jin-hyuk merely offered a confident smirk. The melted chocolate was lovingly drizzled, marrying perfectly with the crisp pastry. The intricate layering defied expectations, prompting the man with glasses to question how such impossibly thin chocolate spreads were achieved. The marvel was how the delicate layers held, uncompromised by moisture. He grasped the profound truth, such delicate precision could only stem from tireless, dedicated research. Yet he knew, beyond the technique, true genius lay in the baker's hands alone. Then another marvel, the chicken pie, utterly seized his senses. He analyzed the chewy crust, questioning if glutinous rice alone provided its miraculous, liquid-containing integrity. The male baker, slightly taken aback, noted the depth of his surprising insight. With a glint of hidden knowledge, the male baker confirmed his secret ingredient was not glutinous rice. He marveled at the audacious gamble, recognizing how easily the delicate balance could have been utterly ruined. Another intricate wonder, a perfectly swirled pastry, commanded his gaze. He pondered the pastry's visual paradox. How did the white and black creams remain so perfectly distinct? Logic demanded a muddy gray, yet this creation defied the rules. His technical query was sharp: was the black cream meticulously piped after the white, maintaining distinct layers? The male baker's eyes sparkled with a knowing smile as the others hummed in silent, thoughtful acknowledgement. He cleared his throat deliberately, commanding the professor's fractured attention. He presented a revelation: the pastry's true, marbled heart lay exposed. With fervent pride, he declared the impossible fusion: marbled chocolate and milk cream. A gasp of surprise escaped him as Jin-hyuk's father internally grasped the audacious truth: the creams were mixed first. Yet in the tasting, each distinct flavor asserted its individual presence. Next, the onion tart, radiant with an irresistible, golden gleam, caught his eye. Its visual promise was matched only by its profoundly sweet aroma. He probed the technique, asking if sugar was stir-fried in, but the male baker dismissed the need. The mystery of the tart's sweetness persisted. He wondered if an extraordinary onion held the key. He claimed simple stir-frying, yet his internal boast resonated with the power of enhanced chi. Jin-hyuk's inner smirk confirmed his private conviction: his brilliance defied mere replication. Jin-hyuk's father, lost in thought, acknowledged the formidable effort behind flawless caramelization. Then, with a casual suggestion, Jin-hyuk's father invited Kim Man-seok to step out for a smoke. A nostalgic memory surfaced: a younger Jin-hyuk's playful threat to expose his father's smoking to his mother. The man with Be on the Lookout tie light-heartedly suggested Kim Man-seok find the same motivation to quit, perhaps from a son's disapproving gaze. With a knowing chuckle, Jin-hyuk's father urged them outside for a private, smoke-free conversation. Kim Man-seok departed with a word, acknowledged by Jin-hyuk's father. Footsteps began to measure their progress into the deepening dusk. Kim Man-seok remarked on Jin-hyuk's profound post-enlistment maturity, provoking Jin-hyuk's father's bewildered inquiry. Before the army, Jin-hyuk's culinary attempts were a disaster, his caramelizing a pan-incinerating spectacle, leaving his younger father utterly horrified. The cost of a new pan, combined with his unyielding professional pride, had created a genuine dilemma. Kim Man-seok, with a touch of understanding, inquired about the budgetary constraints they faced. With a wry sigh, Jin-hyuk's father affirmed the universal, inescapable burden of financial limitations. The school faced dire straits, consecutive competition failures ignited a funding crisis, the board's blame a heavy weight upon them. Yet, Jin-hyuk's brilliance, a testament to his father's guidance, kindled a fragile hope for their struggling institution's future. Jin-hyuk's father softly confirmed, recalling Hwang Cheol-woo's fervent desire to claim his son as sous chef. He remembered dismissing Hwang Cheol-woo's zealous, emphatic promises to mentor Jin-hyuk as mere exaggeration. Kim Man-seok marveled at Jin-hyuk's inexplicable years of expertise, only for Jin-hyuk's father to reveal his son's recent, post-army start. Kim Man-seok expressed profound awe at Jin-hyuk's skill, but his father humbly deflected the praise of his own past prowess. He recalled his skepticism when Il-bong spoke of a superior senior, which the employee passionately affirmed, drawing Jin-hyuk's bewildered query. A memory surfaced. Jin-hyuk's first year was far from stellar, his past self a far cry from the genius now astounding them all. He concluded, with a wry, knowing sigh, that the army had wrought Jin-hyuk's astounding transformation. Jin-hyuk's father comically described his son as a health-obsessed serpent, now forcing him and Kim Man-seok into nightly, inescapable exercise routines. His heart swelled with filial pride. Jin-hyuk had poured his genius into creating sugar-free pastries for his mother's health. A wave of deep regret washed over Kim Man-seok, compelling him to offer a long-due apology. Jin-hyuk's father, with a soft, forgiving smile, urged Kim Man-seok to release the weight of the past. Kim Man-seok insisted his entire career was owed to Jin-hyuk's father, a debt he could not easily dismiss. Jin-hyuk's father playfully scoffed, clarifying he never sought a life of academia or further study. Kim Man-seok persisted, convinced his opportunity only arose from the teacher's favoritism toward his father, and the father's rejection of it. His annoyance flared, sharply cutting off the persistent recollections. Regardless of the past, Jin-hyuk's father asserted, Kim Man-seok's arduous efforts alone forged his success. Kim Man-seok offered a gentle, silent smile of understanding. Kim Man-seok continued his animated praise, but Jin-hyuk's father humbly insisted his son's accomplishments were entirely his own. Kim Man-seok humbly dismissed his role, yet his thoughts pondered the profound challenge of raising such a person. Jin-hyuk, with a mischievous sparkle, internally quipped they would need a KTX train to outrun his impossibly sharp hearing. Jin-hyuk's thoughtful expression deepened, recognizing the professor's seeming hostility was, in fact, a deeply rooted desire to repay his father's kindness. Then, an unseen voice sharply shifted the focus directly to Jin-hyuk. The man with Be on the Lookout tie, smiling, inquired about Jin-hyuk's knowledge of the decoration fair's theme. Then came the pointed question, what would Jin-hyuk create? The man with short brown hair confidently expressed his anticipation for a fruit-themed decoration fair. The man with Be on the Lookout tie confirmed the theme but noted the lack of specific fruit details, prompting speculation about past trends. A young employee eagerly envisioned a theme of either shimmering ice or rich chocolate. The man with Be on the Lookout tie challenged the suggestion, recalling a lesson about ice and chocolate never being chosen in 5 years. He then logically explained that maintaining ice in the current heat with their budget was an impractical choice. So, chocolate it was. The man with Beyond the Lookout tie questioned if the younger man had experience with chocolate modeling, receiving a negative reply. Yet, his 100 cookie revealed a profound understanding of dark chocolate, the man with Beyond the Lookout tie observed thoughtfully. But a crucial point still remained. He noted their store's chocolate offerings were primarily mini chocolates. Rows of cookies and elaborate cakes filled the sweet, tempting display. He then pressed the man with short brown hair on his experience, asking about his largest chocolate creation. The question prompted deep, quiet reflection. In a stark, blood-red world, Jin-hyuk stood, a silent, unyielding warrior with his blade. He recounted stacking the jiangshi, their cracked forms piled high as a splattering, gruesome warning to the blood cult remnants. The employee then wondered if it was installation art, asking if the creations were cut or attached. The man with short brown hair confirmed cutting. But the man with Beyond the Lookout tie pondered, recognizing that certain intricate shapes demanded assembly, not just cutting. Rose petals, he elaborated, could only form on cakes by being pieced together, one by one, to create delicate blossoms. He then generously offered to teach the basics, which sparked the curious question of whether it mirrored their second-year practical lessons. When he affirmed the comparison to Mario Kong, the employee erupted in shocked disbelief, while another couldn't help but laugh. The employee indignantly argued for analyzing rivals to win, while the man with Beyond the Lookout tie sternly insisted against watching such videos at all. His attempts at analysis only served to unwittingly raise his rival's view count, he bemoaned with a frustrated ahem. Yet, despite repeated viewing, the technique remained elusive, and his hopes crumbled into falling chocolate petals. The man with BOLO tie simply sought confirmation that they were indeed discussing chocolate modeling. The man with short brown hair then confidently explained the technique of mixing starch syrup with chocolate, asserting his mastery. Astonishment widened the man with BOLO tie's eyes. He explained his skills were honed while making chocolate shapes for his parents' wedding anniversary cake. The young employee gasped, "You modeled those intricate little planets yourself," a fact the man with short brown hair confirmed, deepening the man with BOLO tie's disbelief. Given his small-scale experience, the man with Beyond the Lookout tie announced he would explain the larger scale, prompting the employee to realize it was a private lesson with a clink of understanding. "I'll need to pay close attention then," the man with Beyond the Lookout tie mused, while the employee skeptically questioned the last-minute timing of the teaching. He laughed, dismissing the idea as nonsense, claiming he merely came in case help was needed. His thoughts gently drifted towards the young man, a soft swoop of consideration. He expressed profound confidence that the young man would excel even without further instruction. Jin-hyuk's skill already soared far beyond this competition's level, a bold assertion that prompted comparison to that Maryland YouTuber. While the man with Beyond the Lookout tie acknowledged the rival's skill, the employee firmly believed Jin-hyuk's spirit would never easily concede defeat. As the light faded, the man with Beyond the Lookout tie offered a simple farewell, cautioning them to be safe. He watched them disappear into the deepening twilight. The employee pondered aloud if the professor's visit to teach had truly been necessary at all. He asked if the man with short brown hair already knew, who admitted his only gap was in large-scale creations. The man with short brown hair questioned, as the other employee comically wailed ha. The young employee recalled his past confusion when schoolmates called him talented, prompting reactions from Jin-hyuk and the laughing man with Beyond the Lookout tie. "Why couldn't I understand them back then?" he cried, shaking with shudder-ing frustration, now finally feeling what they felt. The stark truth hit hard, the world was inherently unfair. The young employee urged him to stop and clock off, as Jin-hyuk quietly observed the defeated figure on the floor. With an energetic leap, the employee declared he would clean before clocking off for tomorrow's competition, surprising Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk, with his father, then departed, leaving the young employee to bid them farewell. Jin-hyuk's mother called out, her voice laced with worry as she sat beside a frail, barely moving cat. "Mother?" Jin-hyuk questioned, a jolt of surprise. The tiny calico cat trembled weakly, its eyes closed, unable to touch the liquid food before it. His mother's voice trembled as she explained its profound weakness, prompting Jinhyuk to ask what had happened. She recounted finding it by the trash can outside, knowing it wouldn't survive if left to its fate. I wonder if its mother abandoned it, she mused, a somber thought in the quiet room. Jinhyuk's gaze held a deep, unvoiced intensity. This really isn't a big deal, Jinhyuk declared, standing resolute on a mound of dark, jagged earth. Yet, his thoughts remained deeply engaged. Mother, Jinhyuk called, startling her with the sudden address. You want to take care of it? She asked with a soft swoop, hope dawning in her voice. Its weak mew and constant shudder confirmed the dire truth, it might not survive the day. Jinhyuk simply could not ignore something fighting for its life, as his father pondered with a quiet humph. He reflected on his own past, knowing he too would have been lost without someone reaching out. Mother, he reiterated, a firm decision in his voice. He declared, with quiet resolve, that he would try to keep it alive. Jinhyuk's mother, her gaze distant and worried, carried the silent burden of unspoken anxieties. Yet, with a soft, sparkling smile, she gently urged her son to prioritize his rest before tomorrow's crucial competition. Jinhyuk playfully consented, guiding his mother through exercises that promised renewed vitality with a gentle swoosh. A genuine smile spread across Jinhyuk's mother's face as she felt an immediate lightness, her joy radiating between their clasped hands. Jinhyuk then light-heartedly invited his father to join them, who flinched with a comedic startle. Jinhyuk's father, lost in an ethereal, stardusted musing, hesitated, claiming the day's importance as an excuse. As the tiny calico cat let out a soft mew, Jinhyuk, with a gentle curiosity, wondered if a name had been chosen for it yet. Jinhyuk's mother's eyes welled with an unspoken sorrow as a pensive stillness fell over her. With tender lips, Jinhyuk's mother softly whispered a name, Jinho. Jinhyuk, surprised, questioned the name for a calico cat, while his father shared a look of similar bewilderment, eliciting a light-hearted ho-ho. Amidst a swirl of whimsical tigers, Jinhyuk's mother proudly revealed her wish for the cat to grow strong, though Jinhyuk's father remained confused by the name's specific choice. With a fidgeting sigh, Jinhyuk's mother then confessed her melancholic reason for naming the cat, fearing it wouldn't survive long. The fragile calico cat let out a soft mew as it stretched weakly, a testament to its precarious existence. Jinhyuk's face hardened with grim realism, acknowledging the broken limbs and vomit stains that spelled a bleak prognosis for the tiny creature. Taking charge, Jinhyuk vowed to care for the cat himself, urging his parents to rest for their demanding workday ahead. And so, with playful chibified cheer, the family embarked on a new regimen of exercise. The city rose, gleaming under a brilliant blue sky, its modern structures reaching towards the clouds. Back inside, the calico cat slumbered peacefully, tiny Zs indicating its deep, restorative sleep. A gentle stretch signaled the calico cat's slow, comfortable awakening, its small body uncoiling. Jinhyuk, focused and contemplative, carefully handled a small, unseen object, a soft rustle accompanying his thoughts. After last night's energy boost, the cat devoured its meal with an enthusiastic slurp, a rapid recovery that astonished Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk noted the cat's immediate, peaceful snoring after eating, musing with dry humor that it might achieve body reformation before his own parents. With a decisive grab of his bag, Jinhyuk declared his focus was shifting, leaving the cat's recovery in the capable past. With a confident smile, Jinhyuk stepped through the illuminated doorway, a vibrant reveal marking his departure into the day. The cityscape blurred past in a rapid whoosh, indicating a swift and energetic journey through the urban environment. A young girl, Jin-hee, gasped in surprise, pointing skyward and alerting her confused mother to a figure on the rooftop. Jinhyuk, man with long dark hair, landed with a soft thump, instantly recognizing the girl's unusually sharp vision and contemplating her potential. With light, swift taps, Jinhyuk, man with long dark hair, agilely traversed the maze of a city rooftop. Jinhyuk, man with long dark hair, perched high above the vast city, a solitary figure observing the sprawling urban landscape beneath a boundless sky. From his high vantage, Jin-hyuk, man with long dark hair, observed the fair's banner, realizing this event might be more than just a decoration showcase. A sly smirk played on Jin-hyuk, man with long dark hair, lips as he felt a spark of intrigue for the unfolding spectacle. Jin-hyuk quietly wondered if he had arrived too early, the silent corridor and closed waiting room doors making him feel slightly uncertain. He leisurely walked down the hallway, his curiosity piqued by the various posters lining the walls. Jin-hyuk read aloud the name, Adriano Janbu. Adriano Janbu, radiating an air of calm self-assurance, presented himself as a formidable presence. Jin-hyuk's thoughtful expression deepened, a subtle smirk hinting at how truly interesting this new challenger might be. A woman with short curly brown hair, poised and efficient, called out for participant B3 with a crisp, formal tone. Jin-hyuk responded promptly, a hint of mild surprise in his voice, raising his hand to acknowledge his participant number. The woman directed Jin-hyuk to an available seat among the other competitors, maintaining the organized flow of the room. As Jin-hyuk sat down with a soft thump, he realized with slight disappointment that the competition was a group event, not the one-on-one he'd anticipated. A disembodied voice announced the competition's tense structure: groups would compete first, then choose representatives for a final showdown. Jin-hyuk internally chafed, lamenting the lack of kitchen stations that forced his group to wait for the previous round to conclude. With a dismissive snort, Jin-hyuk inwardly critiqued the competition's organization, attributing the shortcomings to the organizers' financial constraints. Despite the frustrating wait, Jin-hyuk found an advantage in learning the theme, the 12 zodiacs, though a strained sigh and surprised gasp hinted at the challenge. The majestic array of the 12 zodiac animals appeared, an ancient circle of power and symbolism. Jin-hyuk's eye narrowed with fierce determination, already selecting his zodiac animal and envisioning the perfect ingredients. An enticing array of rich butter, fresh cream, succulent meats, aromatic star anise, vibrant chilies, and fragrant herbs lay ready. The woman's voice cut through the air with urgency, ordering Team B to get ready. A male employee with glasses excitedly shared the news of Mario Kang's successful pig-shaped quiche, prompting Jin-hyuk to politely interrupt. Jin-hyuk's brow furrowed in genuine puzzlement, his mind struggling to conceive how a quiche could be artistically shaped like a pig. With keen sniffs, Jin-hyuk detected the rich, gamey-free aroma of the rival's pork pie, acknowledging its impressive quality even from afar. Jin-hyuk was mid-critique of the dish's simplicity when the woman's voice sharply called out, interrupting his thoughts. The male employee with glasses looked up, utterly confused, letting out a nervous gasp. Jin-hyuk responded, a subtle question in his voice, as the male employee gazed at him with a look of startled recognition, letting out a sharp gasp. The male employee's hand trembled uncontrollably, thrusting forward a B2 tag with a frantic thump. Jin-hyuk calmly corrected the flustered employee, explaining that the number tag was not for identification but for displaying with their cooking. The male employee, now utterly sheepish, muttered a grateful, thanks. The male employee then awkwardly introduced himself as Kim Un-dong, 28, from Asen, to which Jin-hyuk simply responded, so. With a defeated shrug, the male employee conceded, while Jin-hyuk's internal monologue dismissed him as utterly useless. Jin-hyuk's keen eye and ear observed the other competitors, finding their chosen dishes surprisingly uninspired and simple. He listened intently, guessing a judge's voice, as he analytically dissected the dishes, finding their tastes predictable despite the decorative theme. Jin-hyuk silently mused that the competitors ought to inject a little more surprise into their culinary creations. A subtle, knowing smirk played on Jin-hyuk's lips, betraying a mischievous confidence. With a commanding presence and an ominous purple aura, Jin-hyuk declared he would deliver the surprise of a lifetime. The woman with short curly brown hair officially ushered in the Group B preliminary round, detailing the first wave of competitors. A sharp ding cut through the air, signaling the 2-hour sprint had officially begun. A collective hustle and bustle instantly filled the hall as competitors plunged into their intricate tasks. A chef meticulously poured chocolate, his mind already racing through the next precise steps. Unseen green flakes were folded into the melting chocolate, promising an enigmatic twist. The woman with reddish-brown hair intently scrutinized a competitor, her mind already dissecting his potential creation. The bald judge surmised chocolate would be the primary ingredient. She noted the competitor was now swiftly producing waffles amidst the kitchen's controlled chaos. The combination of chocolate and waffles piqued her curiosity. As the chef tapped and stacked, the woman with reddish-brown hair fretted over the precarious tower, questioning his disregard for structural integrity. The chef's unwavering precision stemmed from a meticulous calculation, each gram of chocolate accounted for. The bald judge reiterated his puzzlement over the creation. As chocolate scraped away, the bald judge dismissed the chosen ingredients as too conventional. A chef's playful challenge echoed the judge's mixed reviews, balancing praise for his decoration against warnings about overall taste. He calmly stacked and piled, secretly savoring his unrevealed prowess while smugly imagining a cheering crowd for his feigned effort. His hands performed an exaggerated rattle and shake, a theatrical display of false effort. The male baker next to him gasped, utterly perplexed. His mind reeled in stark disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the unfolding spectacle. A flurry of swish, swoosh, and whoosh enveloped the chef, leaving the rival baker questioning his very humanity. Chef Kim Hyunjung's hands began to tremble and shake, revealing his deep-seated anxiety about the decorative aspects of the competition. The pressure overwhelmed him, and he mentally dissolved into a waah of pure, childish distress. His hands continued to quiver uncontrollably as he tried to mentally dismiss his competitor's skill as a trade-off for taste. A sudden spark of desperate resolve ignited within him, promising a secret weapon. A sharp beep punctuated the air, declaring the time had expired. With the announcer's formal declaration, a young employee carefully placed the first Group B submission for evaluation. A lumpy, red-spotted confection awaited its inevitable judgment. The bald judge stared in utter bewilderment, struggling to identify the amorphous creation. The chef frantically insisted it was a rabbit. The bald judge's pronouncement was swift and merciless, a failure of presentation. The judge's words rained down like a literal crash, bang, and boom, utterly demolishing the chef's ill-conceived creation. As the bald judge summoned the next competitor, the vanquished chef could only slump into bitter resignation. The woman with reddish-brown hair murmured with piqued interest. An exquisitely rendered chick pastry began to softly glow. The bald judge's gaze instantly fixated on a missing detail, questioning its very existence. Her thoughts hit like a POW and a whack, dissecting the chick's missing pupils and wondering if it depicted a cute chick or a tragic demise. His exasperation landed with a slam and a wham, chastising the chef for neglecting crucial, delicate details on the supposedly cute creation. He inwardly cursed his poor timing, realizing he'd run out of seconds just as the announcer's urgent "time's up" rang out. The bald judge then prepared to finally sample the chick. Before tasting, the chick pastry shimmered with an irresistible allure. A collective gasp of astonishment swept through the room at the judge's unexpected praise. The woman with reddish-brown hair admitted her surprise, even wondering if the poor presentation was an intentional stratagem. The announcer briskly ushered in the next competitor. K. Young responded with an exuberant burst of triumph. With a dramatic DADUN, an intricately sculpted dragon, radiating regal power, was unveiled before the judges. Both judges exhaled in collective awe at the magnificent, fiery dragon sculpture. The bald judge requested a sample, forcing K. Young to reluctantly grab a knife and contemplate dismantling his masterpiece. With surgical slashes, he precisely separated and placed portions onto plates. Both judges stared in slack-jawed astonishment at the flawless, undamaged pieces of the dragon sculpture. The bald judge finally took his first, critical bite. An exclamation of intense surprise escaped the bald judge's lips as the unexpected flavor hit him. He eagerly grilled K. Young, speculating wildly about habanero or chili. The woman with reddish-brown hair offered an insightful analysis, connecting the capsaicin-laced flavor to a lesser-known Mexican chocolate dessert. Young proudly revealed the secret, Chongyang chili peppers. He elucidated the deeper symbolism, explaining the spicy heat embodied the dragon's potent, undeniable strength. Other chefs could only stare, overwhelmed, letting out a collective waah of utter defeat. Young stood tall as the announcer declared him the unanimous victor of Group B. A sudden, insistent bzzzt from his phone abruptly pulled Jinhyuk from the competition's aftermath. With a casual swipe, Jinhyuk answered the call from Mom. Jinhyuk cheerfully informed his mother of the competition's timely conclusion. His mother, having already sought a report from his father, eagerly inquired about his progress. Jinhyuk explained another round awaited, prompting his mother's excited, optimistic conclusion of his preliminary success. She then shared the hopeful news that their cat, Jinho, seemed to have significantly recovered from her leg issues. Despite Jinho's recovery, a bittersweet decision had been made to find her a new, loving home. His mother outlined a promising adoption plan with the HOA head, and Jinhyuk readily agreed, trusting in the family's good nature. A cheerful voice suddenly called out Jinhyuk's name. Jinhee excitedly approached, brimming with curiosity about his preliminary victory and his winning creation. Jinhyuk calmly revealed his creation was a rising dragon, much to Jinhee's astonished disbelief. Jinhee's mind reeled in a flurry of question marks, utterly baffled by his creation, which Jinhyuk calmly attributed to chocolate sculpting he learned yesterday. Jinhee held a long, unsettling silence, then soberly addressed Jinhyuk. With stark sincerity, Jinhee declared, "You scare me." Jinhyuk questioned what could possibly warrant such apprehension from his sister. Jinhee playfully nudged him, wondering why he always took things so dreadfully seriously. With a light laugh, she admitted her fear of being left far behind by his relentless drive. Her youthful conviction, once boundless, had since faded under the weight of adult responsibilities. Jinhyuk listened, absorbing her unspoken weariness. He inquired about her unexpected visit, to which Jinhee explained her mother's concern for him and the cat brought her home. The calico kitten, far from their mother's dire pronouncements, was indeed thriving, much to Jinhyuk's quiet relief. Jinhee pondered their father's unusual silence regarding the pet, and Jinhyuk suggested it might be the cat's significant name. Jinhyuk, perplexed, asked if the name held a deeper meaning, met with Jinhee's stunned disbelief. Jinhee reminded him, her voice tinged with a familiar sorrow, of their unborn sibling, who they had planned to name Jinho. A sudden, sharp realization dawned upon Jinhyuk about the profound connection. Jinhee, in her chipper chibi form, checked his memory once more before declaring her mission accomplished and departing. As she turned to leave, Jinhyuk pressed, questioning if her visit had a more substantive purpose. She dismissed his notion with a wide, closed-eyed smile, and he accepted her reply. With a cheerful goodbye, Jinhee waved farewell, leaving Jinhyuk with a lingering surprise. A soft clack echoed as the door swung shut behind her. A small calico kitten, with an urgent moow, gently nudged Jinhyuk's leg, demanding attention. The kitten, eyes wide and sparkling, let out a tiny, insistent mew. In his inner chibi vision, Jinhyuk observed the kitten's remarkable recovery, imparting a final burst of VWOMING chi before embarking on his own hidden arts training. With a decisive clack, Jinhyuk closed the door, the moment heavy with impending action. He declared his intention to begin, a potent FWOM of energy already swirling around him. Eschewing conventional methods, his unique training began with a deep whoosh into the core of his own being. A strained ha escaped his lips, a testament to his exertion. Satisfied, he confirmed his body's current readiness, noting his face was finally returning to its original appearance after a gentle PAT. He vowed to diligently monitor his facial changes for the next 2 months, a determined clench accompanying a distant moow. Suddenly, a sound from off-panel jolted him, his eyes widening in surprise. He addressed the calico kitten, who, with a small clack and a soft mew, looked up at him. Jin-hyuk noted the kitten's newfound vitality, cynically recalling his backup plan of simply replacing her if she had died before a tender pet. He decided to bestow a little more chi, wondering with an audible if this increased dose was truly safe. Just moments later, the kitten went utterly limp in his hands. Jin-hyuk's face contorted with bewilderment and alarm. A frantic, worried thought consumed him: had he accidentally killed her, or did she simply need more chi? Suddenly, the kitten's eye flared with an impossible, glowing blue. Jin-hyuk trembled and shook, fear seizing him as the unseen transformation intensified. Transmogrification, he shouted, the realization hitting him like a shockwave. The newly transformed kitten stood proudly, emitting a triumphant meow. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon, musing that animals required far less chi for transmogrification as he observed a small puddle, which he then cleaned with a swipe. As he vigorously bed the floor, he mentally estimated her new weight, certain she couldn't exceed 1.5 kilograms. He then called out the kitten's name, Jinho. With a happy meow, and a wide smile, the kitten responded. He pondered whether she genuinely understood her name or merely reacted to the sound. He then tested her with another name, Gwanganma. She remained unfazed by "Hi old doggeek," calmly performing a soft lick of her paw. Finally, he tried Jinho again, eliciting a joyous mew of recognition. Noting the subtle changes in her face and fur, Jin-hyuk worried his family might suspect a replacement. Despite his unease, a sudden determination surged, prompting him to decide, let's just go for it. A pleasant chime announced an arrival. Jin-hyuk's father, surprised, exclaimed a warm greeting to his wife. He asked what brought her to the bakery, and Jin-hyuk's mother replied she came to help while Jin-hyuk was at his competition. She explained her boss had allowed her to leave early since the shop was quiet, surprising a young employee. The young male employee bowed deeply, respectfully greeting Jin-hyuk's mother. Jin-hyuk's mother recognized the young man, who, with a pleased confirmed he was Jin-hyuk's schoolmate. Jin-hyuk's father then directed his wife's attention to something impressive. With a dramatic dun, the sheer scale of their work was revealed. Jin-hyuk's mother gasped at the astonishing quantity of dough, which her husband proudly stated was for just 2 days. Jin-hyuk's mother, utterly shocked, found it incredible that such a massive amount was only for 2 days, suggesting it looked like a week's worth. Jin-hyuk had truly blossomed into a remarkably capable young man. His parents, praising his diligence and quick learning from Manseok, engaged in a rambling blah of conversation as the young employee listened intently. Jin-hyuk's mother, startled, learned that Manseok was not just a professor but Jin-hyuk's former university advisor. A thoughtful silence fell upon Jin-hyuk's mother as she processed the compliments about Jin-hyuk's dramatic post-military transformation. Deeply troubled, Jin-hyuk's mother harbored a profound, unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Jin-hyuk's mother, lost in the shadows of memory, wrestled with the perplexing transformation of her son, wondering what had reshaped his gentle spirit into unwavering dedication. Jin-hyuk's father, however, quickly dismissed her anxieties, attributing their son's changes to the natural course of growing up. But a grasp of her hand conveyed a deeper, unspoken fear. Jin-hyuk's silence on his past troubled her more than words could express. His intense focus on them, she felt, carried the heavy burden of something he desperately needed to prove. She recounted a vivid memory of him shielding her with his entire body, a protective reflex that felt unnerving. Jin-hyuk's overprotective nature made her feel as fragile as a glass saucer, always on the verge of shattering. Jin-hyuk's father conceded her point, suggesting the crucible of the army had reshaped Jin-hyuk's entire outlook on life. The word army jolted Jin-hyuk's mother, while her husband mused about the silent struggles their son must have faced during his service. With a sudden pivot, Jin-hyuk's father changed the subject, inquiring about the kitten and a prior arrangement. His father fumbled for the term separation anxiety, as the cat cried a dramatic meow, clinging to Jin-hyuk like a child to its mother, much to his wife's amusement. He concluded, with a shrug, that the feline's peculiar affection was good, I guess. Jin-hyuk's mother then shifted topics again, asking if he had spoken with Manseok, to which he affirmed. Surrounded by shimmering visions of delectable pastries, Jin-hyuk's father vowed to expand his culinary repertoire, unwilling to be outshone by his own son. A young employee burst forth with the joyful announcement that his cleaning duties were complete. Then, Jin-hyuk unexpectedly appeared, welcomed by his surprised mother. His parents stood stunned, having fully expected him to remain in Seoul for the night. His mother worried about the impending journey back, but Jin-hyuk calmly insisted he felt no fatigue. His father then pondered aloud the sheer volume of dough Jin-hyuk had prepared, confident it would all be used within 2 days. A sudden, insistent MEW pierced the domestic calm. Jin-hyuk's mother looked around, confused, calling out for Jin-ho. Her confusion morphed into a worried glare, demanding to know where her beloved Jin-ho had vanished. Her bewilderment deepened upon seeing the cat, marveling at how its fur could have grown so dramatically in such a short span. Jin-hyuk flusteredly claimed a bath with cat shampoo had miraculously softened her fur, a confession met with his mother's skeptical shampoo, and the cat's emphatic MOW, of agreement. As the cat was lifted, his mother insisted something was fundamentally different about its face, a thought Jin-hyuk mentally shrieked against, quickly followed by her pointed reminder about Won-hee's house. Jin-hyuk's mother waved off the suggestion, clearly content to avoid that particular conversation. She animatedly recounted her countless, comical failures to usher the cat out the front door, describing its frantic sprint straight into Jin-hyuk's room. His father wryly suggested the cat instinctively knew their intentions, joking that it might even MEW its way to his competition. Then, Jin-hyuk's father announced their decision to finally start taking regular days off from the bakery. Jin-hyuk's confusion mounted, remembering his father's unwavering belief in a 365-day operation. A graduation cap and university folder appeared as his father declared it was time for Jin-hyuk to return to school and earn his degree. Though Jin-hyuk protested the necessity of a degree, his father firmly reminded him he had precisely 1 semester remaining. Then, with a beaming smile, Jin-hyuk's father announced his own decision to return to teaching as an instructor. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in utter astonishment, his father giving lectures seemed almost unbelievable. Jin-hyuk's father playfully recounted Manseok's persistent pleas for a practical skills instructor, outlining his minimal, proctor-like involvement. Amidst swirling, smoky tendrils of energy, his father glowed with newfound vigor, unsure if it stemmed from Jin-hyuk's exercises or his return to the lecture hall. Jin-hyuk offered a reassuring compliment, reminding his father of his youth. And with a shared, enthusiastic cry, the entire family comically committed to a future filled with exercise. Later, Jin-hyuk's mother's voice crackled through his phone, an anxious query about Jin-ho's whereabouts. Her voice, raw with panic, revealed Jin-ho had been missing since dawn. A dark fury brewed within Jin-hyuk. How dare that fluffy creature cause his mother such profound distress? Jin-hyuk offered to search himself, but his mother quickly reminded him of his crucial competition that day. Jin-hyuk suggested his friends could assist, a solution his mother gratefully accepted, apologizing for the imposition. He quickly reassured her it was no trouble at all. A glowing screen confirmed another incoming call from Mom. Jin-hyuk, ever analytical, concluded that using Ch1's descending step would swiftly retrieve Jin-ho within his competition's buffer time. A bright, wavy-haired chef then approached, addressing Jin-hyuk by name. He continued, confirming if Jin-hyuk was the representative from Hyanjin University. But the chef's confident misidentification as Kim Maria prompted Jin-hyuk's piercing stare and a sharp correction of both name and surname. Suddenly, a hand shot out, seizing Jin-hyuk's wrist. "Let me borrow this for a bit," the chef declared, executing a swift snatch that left Jin-hyuk reeling in surprise. "What the?" the chef cried, utterly confused about his own stolen attire, as he executed a quick dash away, leaving Jin-hyuk shouting in his wake. Jin-hyuk could only stare, dumbfounded by the incredible whoosh of the chef's improbable speed. A defiant jump propelled Jinhyuk across the urban expanse. From his vantage point, Jinhyuk saw Jinho, a tiny speck on a distant rooftop, and a sudden, sharp exclamation escaped him. With a determined "you," he executed a powerful lunge. Holding the cat aloft, Jinhyuk scathingly questioned its canine-like tracking skills, as the feline could only muster a confused meow. "You're dead meat," Jinhyuk fumed, accusing the terrified feline of intentionally upsetting his mother and feigning ignorance. From below, the desperate calls of Jinhyuk's mother echoed, "Jinho! Jinho!" Her frantic pleas sliced through the air, her distress palpable as she cried out for her lost pet. With a soft land, Jinhyuk decided to strategically place Jinho nearby, allowing his mother the satisfaction of discovering her herself. But Jinho let out a dramatic, multi-layered scream, a piercing "MOW," and a frantic "YELL." The cat's deafening "meow" was met with Jinhyuk's exasperated demand to "shut up." Jinhyuk's mother suddenly rounded the corner, gasping "Jinho" at the sight before her. "Jinho," she cried, her voice filled with relief as the cat on Jinhyuk's shoulder offered a confirming meow. His mother's tentative "excuse me, you with the cat," triggered an internal alarm in Jinhyuk. "This is bad." Pointing directly at the feline, she declared with certainty, "I think she's ours," a statement affirmed by a knowing meow. "Can I just check for a moment?" his mother asked, and with a reluctant turn, Jinhyuk faced her. Jinhyuk cradled the feline, trying to deepen his voice for a more authoritative inquiry. A desperate voice sliced through the air, proclaiming his relief at finding the missing Jinho. Profound gratitude washed over the man as Jinho was finally back in his arms. Jinhyuk vanished into the distance, his hasty retreat utterly perplexing. The man's bewildered calls echoed into the empty space Jinhyuk had just occupied. A wave of resignation settled as the young man disappeared without a trace. Jinhyuk, ever so casually, presented the returned garments as if nothing untoward had ever occurred. The chef's fury erupted, reclaiming his property with an indignant, swift grab. The chef's indignant accusations burned, but Jinhyuk's calm, intense gaze only fanned the flames of his frustration. Jinhyuk's casual parting words served only to exasperate the chef further, a smirk playing on his lips. The chef grappled with his bewilderment, while in his mind, Jinhyuk mockingly suggested a rental fee. Money wasn't the point, it was the principle. Jinhyuk coolly sauntered away, leaving the indignant chef to sputter his protests at an empty space. The recent confrontation already faded into the background of his thoughts. What Jinhyuk had dismissed as a modest student competition now unfurled before him as a surprisingly vast and grand affair. A disembodied voice boomed, eager to showcase the marvels of its instant yeast. Voices interwove, luring passers-by with promises of exquisite macarons and a dazzling array of packaging options. Amidst the bustling displays, Jinhyuk absorbed the vibrant energy of the exhibition hall. His keen eyes meticulously analyzed the delicate flower samples before him. Jinhyuk questioned the identity of the fine white powders. Jinhyuk's direct query about specific flower types elicited a warm, welcoming greeting. The employee, seeing his interest, probed for his experience with sophisticated French-style flour. Jinhyuk admitted his knowledge was purely theoretical, gleaned only from printed pages. The fundamental distinctions in flour classification between East and West subtly dictated the very texture and success of baked goods. The side-by-side comparison illuminated the subtle artistry of both creations. She spoke with infectious confidence, outlining their relentless pursuit of perfect texture through exhaustive ingredient experimentation. With an inviting gesture, she offered samples, explaining their bespoke blending to achieve the precise texture any baker could desire. Jinhyuk accepted the small offering, his casual demeanor belying his underlying curiosity. A single bite plunged Jinhyuk into profound, focused analysis. A flash of insight ignited within him, illuminating a crucial truth. He meticulously observed the surprising, subtle differences in elasticity. The employee swelled with pride, revealing the flour's prestigious, direct from France origin. With a blush and a coy smile, she confessed her secret, claiming Jin-hyuk's handsome face swayed her confession. She boasted proudly that even Adriano Janbu's famed dessert factory relied on their superior flour. Her sly smile revealed the confidence that her partial secret, devoid of precise proportions, remained perfectly safe. A triumphant smirk played on his lips as Jin-hyuk uncovered the true secret: the very ingredients themselves were the fundamental, elusive variable. Jin-hyuk, now focused on his discovery, promptly placed a substantial order, prompting a swift inquiry about delivery. The details exchanged, the employee assured him the ordered flour would be swiftly delivered. His mind already turned to new possibilities, wondering about the potential of domestic flour. Something at the next booth arrested his attention, sparking a fresh wave of curiosity. Jin-hyuk's polite address broke the employee's focus. A beaming smile greeted Jin-hyuk, radiating warmth. Jin-hyuk's query confirmed his suspicion: the stacked boxes held local Korean flour. The employee rustled a bag, proudly detailing the Korean flour's unique, lower gluten profile and health benefits. Despite its qualities, the employee confessed the grim reality of competing with cheaper foreign imports. Jin-hyuk mused on the challenges of a niche market, then pivoted, seeking to understand the employee's experience as a bakery supplier. In a worried chibi reverie, the employee admitted his thoughts of diversifying into noodles. Jin-hyuk stated his intentions plainly: he needed to personally test the flour's versatility across various pastries. A chibi sigh escaped him as his worst expectations materialized: a quiet slump. With a confident glint, Jin-hyuk declared they would proceed immediately. Jin-hyuk's sudden, enthusiastic proposal to bake immediately left the employee utterly flabbergasted, sputtering about the lack of an oven. The bewildered employee questioned the feasibility of using ovens, but Jin-hyuk, ever confident, simply demanded an empty space for a makeshift kitchen. The sparse tools assembled promised to be perfectly sufficient. His mind meticulously calculated the exact measurements for flour, yeast, and the critical pinch of salt. With an almost imperceptible flick, he added the crucial, precise amount of salt. The steady glug of water completed the vital initial mixture. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers noticed his impromptu bread-making. Jin-hyuk's hands flew, slamming the dough with a rapid series of rhythmic bangs, a powerful, mixer-like intensity. A sudden, embarrassed realization caused Jin-hyuk to freeze mid-action, forcing himself to appear normal. Curious onlookers leaned in, eager to learn if his impressive dough hailed from local wheat. The employee proudly affirmed its Korean origin, immediately sparking a request for a taste. A chibi version of the employee cheerfully assented to the request. The atmosphere buzzed with friendly chatter as the employee engaged the captivated customers. The dough had achieved its perfect rise, signaling the critical moment for the next transformative step. A mischievous smirk spread across Jin-hyuk's face as he prepared to unleash his hidden transmutation powers for a covert, magical bake. The chef steeled himself, poised to unleash his culinary mastery. A friendly employee interrupted the calm, offering assistance for the next step. The unseen employee's voice smoothly extolled the virtues of a sleek convection oven, detailing its convenient capacity. He extended an inviting offer, suggesting the chef put the oven to the test right there. A crisp clank punctuated the assurance that the oven, freshly cleaned, awaited its purpose. The chef politely inquired about baking times, inwardly scoffing at his own dormant, explosive powers. With a subtle click and a faint, warm glow, he channeled his vital energy into the dough, ensuring a perfect rise. The employee, observing his earlier efforts, expressed surprise at the dough's origin. A touch of apprehension crossed the employee's face as he offered the precise baking instructions for whole wheat. The chef's calm declaration about his unique dough brought a new understanding to the employee. Suddenly, the employee burst with excitement, recalling the chef's incredible performance from the prior day's competition. He vividly recounted the impossible chocolate dragon, a shimmering, intricate marvel of artistry. The employee practically sparkled with praise, completely awestruck by the individual scales and the ingenious, fiery chili chocolate fusion. Glimmering with sudden urgency and sparkling with admiration, the employee rushed off to fetch supplies for an autograph, leaving the chef slightly stunned. A smooth FWIP of paper completed the request, placing pen and blank sheet in hand. As he began to scribble, his mind drifted back to the administrative duties of his Murim days. The memory of endless approval papers and their relentless demands brought a flicker of old stress to his eye. A sudden, sharp realization made his hand pause mid-stroke. He broke a sweat, a mischievous smirk hinting at the legendary name he'd nearly etched onto the page. The employee's voice filled with admiration for the unexpected elegance of his penmanship. A timely ding announced the bread's readiness, perfectly synchronizing with the chef's thoughts. The employee, eyes wide with curiosity, wondered if these golden buns were the secret weapon for the final round. The chef clarified, his gaze sweeping across other exhibits, revealing he was simply testing my little wheat, much to the employee's surprise. A palpable eagerness radiated from the employee as he volunteered to be the first taste tester. With a confident smile, a subtle swish of his hand prepared to expertly divide the bread. A rapid series of slam, bam, wham split the bread with impossible force and precision. The employee gasped, utterly bewildered by the knife-like precision, questioning the depths of the chef's seemingly endless talents. With a decisive nom and chomp, he finally took a bite, ready for the revelation. The taste instantly transported him, lost in a golden wheat field, utterly speechless as a tiny chef inquired about his opinion. He burst with a sparkling declaration of its deliciousness, inexplicably grateful for his job, leaving the chef utterly bewildered. Floating in angelic ecstasy, surrounded by feathers and light, he praised the oven, the bread, and the job he'd almost abandoned. The chef offered his thanks for the oven, as the deeply bowing employee wished him a pleasant day. An unseen voice, Ch1, inquired about the bread's flour, seeking confirmation. Ch1, unseen, painted a rich portrait of its aroma, a magnificent, nutty fragrance reminiscent of golden autumn itself. Ch1, visibly captivated, respectfully requested a taste, and the chef readily agreed. A simple nom marked the beginning of his tasting. His eye, wide and electrified, registered a profound, shocking impact. He burst into ecstatic gasps, declaring it a taste worthy of a grand prize, wondering at its heavenly essence. Through blabber ing, babble ing tears, Ch1 recounted the poignant, prize-winning history of my little wheat, as the chef listened patiently. The chef calmly declared his intention to order the flour, sending a chibi Ch1 into comical shock. Ch1, beaming, enthusiastically proposed a unique payment, future creations from the chef's masterful hands. Two curious customers, drawn by the commotion, approached with questions about samples and the bread's origins. The chef confirmed its provenance, then confidently directed the rapidly swelling crowd to form an orderly line. Amidst the rising murmur and excited clamor, amazement rippled through the crowd as they sampled the chef's creation. As an announcement summoned the winners, the chef, a confident smile playing on his lips, declared the true show was about to begin. A sudden, clear call of "Dad" echoed through the vast hall. Ch1's face registered an immediate, startled surprise. He greeted Huang Qiuwu with a questioning smile, surprised to see him despite the ongoing competition. Huang Qiuwu confessed his unexpected defeat in the preliminaries, admitting his prior overconfidence. His head bowed in shame, Huang Qiuwu apologized for failing to meet expectations. Ch1 offered a gentle piety, reassuring him that life was about overcoming setbacks. He confessed to an impossible opponent, his confident assumptions of being the best in ASIN now utterly slumped into despair. Ch1 offered comfort with a gentle tap and piety, but Huang Qiuwu stubbornly refused to leave the booth unattended. Ch1, with a reassuring smile, mentioned a nice young man already assisting at the booth, confusing Huang Qiuwu. With a proud rustle, Ch1 revealed golden buns made from my little wheat by the mysterious helper. Huang Qiuwu, frustrated, argued against the flour's suitability, but Ch1 stubbornly insisted he simply take a bite. With a dubious grab, Huang Qiuwu took a bun, convinced it wouldn't taste good. A tiny, skeptical Huang Qiuwu hesitantly took a chomp, fully expecting disappointment. His eye, wide and unblinking, registered a profound, shocking impact. With an ecstatic whoosh, he found himself floating in a boundless golden wheat field, utterly speechless in disbelieving awe. His carefully cultivated assumptions shattered as he grasped the unexpected presence of bran within the dough. His meticulous quest for softness now felt utterly misguided against a technique embracing rough, unexpected texture. The older man calmly affirmed the pastry's superior crunch, predicting its success despite his usual disinterest in sweets. A profound resolution hardened within him: he would learn from this unexpected master. With a firm of his hand, he committed to humbly seeking out the artisan, believing his unique methods held untold secrets. The man with short brown hair casually dropped a bombshell about the competitor's age, shattering the rival chef's image of a seasoned artisan. The older man speculated about the competitor reaching the finals, then promised an introduction after the competition, which the rival chef eagerly secured. The identity of the remaining preliminary participant, already a mystery, now became an even more perplexing question. A deafening wave of adoration for Mario Kong woohh through the arena, an almost religious fervor igniting the final round. The announcer's voice cut through the clamor, declaring the finals officially open and revealing the imminent, pivotal theme. The single word hung in the air: a delightful challenge, brunch. Mario Kang's fervent admirers, ed with vibrant energy, certain he would claim victory. Mario Kang's confidence swelled, embracing the brunch theme as his undeniable forte. The vast crowd surged with renewed enthusiasm, their cheers a thunderous anthem of support. With a playful gesture, Mario Kong ignited a fervent kayak from his adoring public. Two female fans, caught in the crowd's fervor, suddenly noticed the strikingly handsome rival beside their idol, their interest piqued. A male fan staunchly dismissed mere handsomeness, proclaiming Mario's signature onion beef soup an unbeatable masterpiece against any rival. The male fan's incessant, thoughtless chatter about his pitiful role grated against Jinhyuk, who silently confirmed, "I can hear you all." The bald judge intervened, his calm authority cutting through the noise, urging the audience to settle. The bald judge then unveiled the second, more profound theme: what you see is different from what it truly is. The judge's decisive declaration launched the 3-hour culinary battle. Brunch. Jinhyuk murmured, his chef's knife a swift in his hand. Despite his skill, Jinhyuk confessed internally, "I don't know much about brunch." A whimsical thought sparked within: a McDonald's breakfast, perhaps, could be reimagined. A vibrant innovation bloomed: lemon and pineapple curd cream would replace the egg yolk. An OOPS escaped him as he realized his frantic pace, remembering the omnipresent, scrutinizing cameras. He mentally transformed, a determined turtle, resolved to painstakingly prolong every movement for the cameras. A gentle as soft white marshmallows tumbled into the bowl. The marshmallows nestled gently, radiating a comforting softness. Mario Kong confidently poured liquid with a steady, certain that fondant was his key to culinary illusion. A culinary vision of beauty, the croque madame, its sunny side-up egg elegantly crowning the toast like a hat. A low hummed from the microwave, beginning the process. With a steady, Jinhyuk stirred, melding marshmallows and coconut butter into a single fluid. Jinhyuk's creative blueprint materialized: yellow coconut cream for yolk, white fondant for whites, and crisp grilled hotcakes masquerading as toast. Jinhyuk, deep in thought, dismissed traditional bechamel, its richness clashed with his coconut hotcakes and the punishing time constraint. Resourcefully, he would combine and boil coconut cream, coconut water, and sugar to forge a new sauce. His ingenious blend would culminate in a unique, homemade coconut milk caramel sauce. While a quiche felt inherently brunch, he had already showcased that skill in the preliminaries. To repeat, he knew, would unfairly define his entire culinary range. The crowd's fervent adoration for Mario swelled, a kayak of collective excitement as Jin-hyuk's father quietly remarked on his rival's immense popularity. A wave of paternal concern washed over Jin-hyuk's father, sensing the immense pressure his son faced. With unwavering conviction, Jin-hyuk's mother assured her husband, their son was immune to such external pressures. With quiet, absolute certainty, Jin-hyuk's mother predicted a landslide victory, making cheering almost superfluous. Puzzled, Jin-hyuk's father simply asked how she knew such a victory was assured. Jin-hyuk's mother began to weave a tale, asking if he recalled her struggle with natural fermented bread. Despite instruction from a French-trained baker, her 100 attempts with Korean young flour proved endlessly futile, a persistent, vexing challenge. Jin-hyuk's father gasped at her tireless effort, as she then revealed B3's eventual, triumphant mastery over the challenging Korean young flour. A quiet hope settled upon Jin-hyuk's mother, a silent prayer for his ultimate triumph. A sharp, then 2s sounded as both competitors' hands simultaneously hit their completion buttons. The female judge officially declared a tie in timing, awarding both Mario Kong and Jin-hyuk equal points. She then moved the proceedings forward, instructing Mario Kong to present his pastry first for judging. With a practiced, Mario Kong smoothly offered his creation to the judge. The judge received the dish, placing it with a quiet onto the table. Jin-hyuk stood with quiet deference, patiently awaiting the inevitable evaluation from the judges. The female judge gasped, marveling at the astonishing dish, a creation she never expected to witness. The bald judge commended the perfect sunny side up, proclaiming it a textbook crock madam. Mario Kong proudly revealed his secret base, a decadent coconut pound cake. Jin-hyuk registered the ironic parallel, both conceived pound cake, yet their creations stood utterly disparate. The bald judge proposed the moment of truth, and with a delicate, the female judge prepared to taste. The female judge savored the crucial, first bite of the crock madam. A pensive silence, then a thoughtful as the judge deeply considered the flavor. A judge's pointed question about the use of coconut cream over fondant hung in the air, creating a palpable tension that made someone, somewhere, gulp. While the bald judge acknowledged the flawless appearance of the crock, the woman judge sensed a dissonance in its flavor, pondering the combination of coconut cream atop pound cake. Her critique was incisive. An excessive reliance on fondant and an additional layer of caramel had pushed the pastry beyond sweet, shattering its delicate balance. The judge, a voice of measured wisdom, suggested that a mere half portion of sugar, amplified by salt, could have perfected the sweetness. Defeat etched on their face, the chef let out a soft sigh, acknowledging the feedback with quiet resignation. A murmur rippled through the audience as a woman questioned, incredulous, whether the judges truly found the pastry unappetizing. The judge continued, envisioning vibrant berries that could have infused the sweetness with a much-needed tart counterpoint, emphasizing the lost opportunity for flavor equilibrium. With a stern resolve, the bald judge delivered his verdict, a sparse 7 points. Her voice calm yet final, the woman judge declared an even lower score of 6 points. A distant voice resonated, summoning Lim Jin-hyuk to present his creation next, as another chef's footsteps faded into the background. With a soft clink, a pastry resembling a fried egg on toast, shimmering with potential, was set before them. The woman judge, surprised by the uncanny resemblance, questioned if it was merely toast, only for Jin-hyuk to firmly deny it. With an intrigued glance, the judge asked if its taste defied its appearance, to which Jin-hyuk confidently offered a direct invitation to discover it for themselves. The judge detected a distinctive citrus aroma of pineapple and lemon, confirming her suspicion that this was no ordinary toast. As one, the judges delicately sampled the pastry, their movements smooth and synchronized as if embarking on a shared discovery. A jolt of pure astonishment shot through the bald judge, his wide eyes a silent testament to the unexpected flavor. An impressed escaped the bald judge, who then began to meticulously record his thoughts, his pen clicking softly. The bald judge mused aloud, discerning the jiggling texture, realizing this was no ordinary sunny side up, but something far more intricate. He praised Jin-hyuk for foregoing fondant, opting instead for an ingenious pineapple curd cream, a distinction that garnered nods of approval. Jin-hyuk revealed his secret, explaining how a delicate layer of whipped lemon buttercream had been artfully placed over his creation. The bald judge's admiration was clear as he marveled at the exceptional piping skills that rendered the cream indistinguishable from its natural counterpart. He confessed to having witnessed countless flower and star designs, yet never such masterful piping for an egg white, further applauding the perfect harmony of pineapple curd and lemon buttercream. A knowing smirk played on Jin-hyuk's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his ingenuity. The woman judge then turned her attention to the simulated bacon, taking a curious bite. Her eyes widened in surprise as a distinct crisp reverberated through her senses. Utterly astonished, the judge identified the bacon as ingeniously thin cassava chips. Inquisitively, the judge asked about the browning agent and the white powder, learning it was maple syrup and salt respectively. The judge's voice held a note of wonder as she discovered an impossibly thin pancake slice beneath, marveling at how it could be crafted to complement the crunch. The bald judge praised the maple syrup and cassava chip combination, hailing it as a truly fascinating and innovative concept. A wave of murmuring swept through the audience as the rival chef, eyes wide, realized the implications of such praise, falling into stunned silence. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring Lim Jin-hyuk of Hyanjin University the triumphant winner. His victory was undeniable, an overwhelming difference underscored by a perfect score of 20 points. A male baker smoothly approached, microphone in hand, and inquired about Jin-hyuk's feelings on his recent triumph. Jin-hyuk, momentarily flustered, realized he hadn't prepared a speech, but found solace in the thought of his father's joy over the new oven. A figure emerged from the periphery, his presence an abrupt question mark as he drew near. The rival chef, frustration evident in his voice, demanded to know why Jin-hyuk had been absent from all previous competitions. When asked about Ilbong, who was expected to compete, Jin-hyuk calmly revealed he was busy working as a part-timer in his family's bakery. The rival chef's face contorted in exaggerated shock, utterly stunned by the revelation of Jin-hyuk's existing family bakery. Overwhelmed, the rival chef exclaimed his admiration for Jin-hyuk's presumed skill, a desperate gulp and rising sweat punctuating his mistaken belief, even as Jin-hyuk attempted to clarify. With a dramatic gasp of realization, the rival chef falsely concluded that Jin-hyuk must have inherited the bakery due to his father's recognition of his prodigious talent. Amidst the rival chef's boisterous assumptions, Jin-hyuk internally scoffed at the transparent, psychological trick, yearning only to claim his prize and escape the clamor. As evening descended, the city began to glow with a myriad of lights. A foot in a white sneaker landed with a soft tap, displacing a small stone. Jin-hyuk's thoughts drifted, contemplating how easily his father might trip on such uneven streets, a potential danger stirring his concern. His eyes momentarily aglow, Jin-hyuk silently observed a tense moment as a person narrowly dodged an approaching truck at a crosswalk. With a serious gaze fixed forward, Jin-hyuk moved through the blurred cityscape, abstract pieces of paper seeming to drift in his mental space. His mother, beaming with pride as she gazed at his victory photo on her phone, declared him a truly filial son, recalling his earlier words about the oven. An excited young employee hummed in delight as he excitedly informed Kim Man-seok that Jin-hyuk had not only won the competition, but had bested Mario Kong himself. Kim Man-seok let out a gleeful cackle, slapping his thigh as he pointed at his phone, reveling in the cartoonish image of Mario Kang's fans collapsing in despair. Kim Man-seok and his employee lauded Jin-hyuk's amazing capabilities and hard work, with the boss subtly, internally, correcting the notion that Jin-hyuk cherished others. Kim Man-seok inquired of the young employee if he had yielded his competition slot to Jin-hyuk, a notion the employee quickly refuted. The young employee humbly conceded he would have been utterly defeated, attributing the overwhelming victory solely to Jin-hyuk's unique talent and vowing newfound respect. A subtle smirk played on Jin-hyuk's lips as he felt a golden warmth envelop him, deciding a leisurely walk was in order. The city lights twinkled in the dusk, marking the reflective end of a truly enjoyable journey. It was as if a distant echo from the central plains stirred, a memory of a past life seeking out formidable martial artists to cultivate. He remembered meticulously grooming warriors, their blindfolded forms gripping swords, to assert control over the powerful executives of clans like Namgung. He recalled the relentless pace of that existence, constantly delegating tasks to Vision Demon and countless others beneath him. That brutal past, a canvas of blood, murder, and destruction, echoed with the visceral boom of power and the raw gasp of exertion. And beyond the carnage, he remembered the relentless, overwhelming mountains of paperwork, an equally daunting adversary. Leaping with newfound freedom over the city rooftops, Jin-hyuk concluded with a decisive tap that his current life was, unequivocally, perfect. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's eyes snapped open, an urgent alert coursing through him as he sensed an unfamiliar, potent energy nearby. His mind raced to identify the surging, rustling, bustling energy, finally pinpointing its source, that familiar elderly woman. The man with short brown hair, his voice a bellow of fury, demanded to know the toll of lives taken. The man with long dark hair conceded the truth, yet quietly reminded him of a deep, unsettled debt he still carried. The man with short brown hair pressed, questioning if a life itself had been the price of that unspoken obligation. The bound man offered no reply, only a silent, grim resolve. A glaring intensity pulsed from his single, glowing eye, confirming the cost. How ridiculous, the man with short brown hair roared, his fist slamming down in disbelief. His hands clenched in outrage, he accused them of judging a man solely by his birthright, not his merit. The man with long dark hair steadfastly declared the young man's abilities were beyond reproach, visible to all. He then took a glancing moment to reflect on his past, recalling his infiltration of the Murim Council as captain of the Heavenly Guard. He passionately argued that she embodied justice and was a truly upright, model human. The man with short brown hair let out a shout demanding death, but the man with long dark hair calmly silenced him, internally bound by his debt. With an exasperated tsk and a huff, the woman observed the agitated man running off, noting his fiery temper with a puff of air. A whoosh of wind accompanied Jin-hyuk's thought that this unfolding scene felt strikingly familiar. Below him, a murmur and clamor of voices rose from the street, making Jin-hyuk wonder if a fight had broken out. The elderly woman indignantly demanded to know who he thought he was, fleeing after causing such harm. The man with reddish-brown hair defiantly shouted his denial, refusing to engage with the accusations. Chanel's mother, holding her crying child, let out a distressed wah as she demanded an explanation for the injury, which the man quickly deflected. The man then aggressively threatened the elderly woman with the same fate, leaving her shocked and outraged. With a dismissive FWIP, the man flicked his cigarette, ordering them to stop blabbering and leave. Anxious, Jin-hyuk watched the escalating threat, dreading that the man might truly harm the elderly woman. With a powerful press, Jin-hyuk intervened, his eye glowing as he sternly warned against harming any of his cherished regulars. He suddenly flung the lit cigarette with impossible speed. It landed with a perfectly aimed tap, squarely on the man's forehead. The cigarette began to sizzle, burning through his skin with agonizing precision. A raw grah tore from the man's throat as he recoiled, the two women watching in shocked bewilderment. With the commotion settled, Jin-hyuk decided it was time to finally head home. His father, a beam of pure joy, welcomed him with open arms, calling him their little champion. Jin-hyuk, surprised to see his father waiting outside the bakery, learned he had been eagerly anticipating his arrival. With a heartfelt pause, his father told him how deeply proud he was. Jin-hyuk offered a gentle, appreciative, "Thanks, Dad." He then realized the new oven he won was smaller than expected, perfectly sized to be used alongside their existing one. His father cheerfully suggested dinner out, asking Jin-hyuk where he would like to go. Jin-hyuk's father YHOOED, suggesting free-range chicken, to Jin-hyuk's slight amusement and confusion over his father's interpretation. His father urged them to go, noting that Jin-hyuk's mother was already waiting at their destination. Jin-hyuk's mother, radiating a warm smile, joyfully welcomed them all inside. The young male employee shined and sparkled with congratulations, while Jin-hyuk privately noted a distinct sense of déjà vu. A female employee offered a deep bow of appreciation, thanking Jin-hyuk for teaching that man a firm lesson. To celebrate, Jin-hyuk's mother proudly unveiled a lavish, full-course chicken dinner, featuring boiled soup, spicy braised, and spicy grilled delights. Jin-hyuk's mother warmly thanked the young male employee for his constant care, as a polite young boy introduced himself. The young male employee explained his father's ranch duties, prompting Jin-hyuk's mother to eagerly invite everyone to eat before the food cooled. Jin-hyuk agreed, with a pull of a chair, ready to eat. Jin-hyuk, amazed, asked if they had truly deboned all the chicken. The chef explained the vigorous free-range chicken's stronger bones, fearing injury, which left the woman with reddish-brown hair impressed by the painstaking effort. As he watched his father and the woman chat amicably, Jin-hyuk quietly wished his mother could find a friend like her. Amidst the clamor and murmur, the chef offered Jin-hyuk's father a drink, adding to the festive and cheerful dinner. The serene night settled over the distant city and mountains. A gentle snore echoed through the quiet room as Jin-hyuk's parents and their cat slept peacefully. A sudden creak startled the calico cat awake, its eyes wide and alert. Jin-hyuk silently slipped from bed, eliciting a soft mew from the now alert cat. He sternly gave a shush, warning the cat of a week without snacks if it didn't stay quiet. The cat reacted with an expression of pure, comical shock. With a quick scurry, the cat fled, making Jin-hyuk wonder if it truly understood his words. With a silent step, Jin-hyuk carefully maneuvered past his sleeping father. Kneeling beside them, Jin-hyuk declared his intent to use his own formidable force to transmogrify his sleeping parents. This was a mysterious technique, a potent secret utterly unknown to even the 10 great sects. Transmogrification, by definition, was a warrior's solitary journey of enlightenment, transforming their body into an optimized form through personal experience. Like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, this profound transformation was an intensely personal feat, achieved solely through one's own will. Thus, it was widely believed that transmogrification could never be forced upon another being. However, a confident smirk played upon Jin-hyuk's lips. He asserted with defiant certainty, "It's not impossible for me." A rare, potent confluence of forces forged a devil's dark flame, birthing K. the sole demon capable of wielding such power. From the placid village, a chilling vow echoed, promising a reckoning for unseen transgressions. A furious, hunched man shouted, his voice raw with stolen potential, accusing Jin-hyuk of pilfering his chance at transmogrification. The man with long dark hair simply stared, utterly bewildered by such a self-defeating declaration of vengeance. In a flash of furious disdain, a smack and whack struck the hunched man, eliciting a sharp aak of pain for his insolence. Jin-hyuk's sleeping parents lay enveloped in an ethereal blue whoosh, a quiet magic settling over them. A soft rustle from the sheets hinted at the gentle power at work, transforming what lay beneath. Jin-hyuk observed the glowing forms of his parents, a calm resolve affirming that his mysterious work was, for now, sufficient. He savored the thought of their transmogrified forms, yet a lingering disdain for their present, earthly waste marred his smug anticipation. Jin-hyuk prepared for the next step, his hand booming with potent blue energy, ready to unleash his formidable will. Far away, a furious voice questioned how Mari could have possibly lost the decoration fair. A clenched fist slammed down, demanding a swift and comprehensive explanation for the unexpected loss. The young male employee, head bowed in profound bow, offered a sincere, if inadequate, apology. The bald judge, bristling with anger, reminded the employee of his grand boasts and the thousands invested in a prize oven for advertising. He fumed, recounting the promise of Mario Kang's 200,000 followers and a thorough oven review, now seemingly dashed. A critical voice lamented the horrendous marketing of their quality Weiwung bakery machinery, constantly overshadowed by imports. The bald judge scoffed at the unknown kid who won, while the young employee reluctantly acknowledged his own boring, dull victory. The bald judge admonished the employee, highlighting the winner's complete lack of social media presence, to which the employee could only apologize. With a forceful smack and slam, the bald judge ordered the employee to ensure the winner's family advertised the oven as effectively as Mario Kong. Jin Hyuk's mother gasped in shock, pointing in disbelief at her husband as a sweat drop formed. Jin Hyuk's father, equally stunned, pointed back at his wife, a mirroring sweat drop of surprise appearing. Jin Hyuk's father lovingly touched and stroked his wife's face, marveling at her newfound youth and healthier hair. Jin Hyuk's mother, bewildered by her sudden rejuvenation, wondered if Ilbong's chicken could truly be the cause. The parents conversed, their small forms accepting the fantastical notion that Ilbong's chicken had healed a broken leg and caused this transformation. Jin Hyuk's father, overcome, gently caressed his wife's cheek, a tender moment passing between them. He declared her cheeks felt like chiffon cake, making her blush with a delightful sparkle and a shy Batum. Glowing hearts filled the air as Jin Hyuk's parents exchanged loving endearments, lost in their romantic bliss. Jin Hyuk declared it was time to open up shop, receiving an enthusiastic affirmation from the young male employee. The jingle of the door announced an excited young boy, eager to be the first customer, whom the employee greeted warmly. The young boy, beaming, confidently asserted that his usual order was already well known. Jin Hyuk surprised the young boy by correctly reciting his precise order, sparking further joy. The young boy mused thoughtfully that yesterday's cheesecake had tasted slightly different, though he couldn't explain why. Jin Hyuk, a sharp intensity in his eye, recognized the surprising perceptiveness of the young customer. He reflected that while his father had taken over prep work yesterday, there should have been little difference in taste or appearance. Jin Hyuk promised the boy the cheesecake would taste as it usually did today, prompting an additional order of chicken pies. The young employee handed over the order with a satisfied rustle, earning a cheerful thank you from the boy. The bakery jingled as the young boy left, his backpack swaying, joining the flow of the bustling street. The modern urban landscape unfolded under a serene sky, a tranquil backdrop to the day's events. The young male employee stretched contentedly, his happy huff marking a successful and busy morning. He observed that everything had sold out within an hour of opening, a testament to their bakery's growing popularity. The employee, witnessing their rapid sales, suggested Jin Hyuk consider expanding to online sales. He excitedly explained how the Green Farmers Association, a platform for eco-friendly goods, could offer both online and offline sales opportunities. The employee further detailed that even processed foods and cakes could be sold through the association, highlighting its versatility. He emphasized the association's weekly sales, in the thousands, piquing Jin Hyuk's thoughtful interest in the financial potential. With a greedy hehe, money symbols in his eyes, the employee predicted quadrupled profits and urged Jin Hyuk to trust him. The door jingled suddenly, and Jin Hyuk's father burst in with a startled HNGH, wondering if he was too late. Jin Hyuk's father apologized for oversleeping, while the employee acknowledged his presence and Jin Hyuk calmly accepted the explanation. The young male employee, wide-eyed, noticed a surprising change in Jin Hyuk's father, a different aura surrounding him. He complimented Jin Hyuk's father's remarkably youthful, glowing skin, which was accompanied by sparkle and twinkle. Jin Hyuk's father agreed, while the employee speculated about the family's chicken as the cause, making a self-deprecating joke with a FSH and trickle. A chime heralded a new customer, prompting the young employee to deliver a warm welcome to Samong Bakery. An Yanjian, marketing manager for Weiwung Baking Machinery, entered, nervously inquiring about Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk identified himself, his expression a mix of surprise and wary curiosity about the unexpected visit. An Yanjian introduced himself as the marketing manager, extending a business card with a professional reach. He offered formal congratulations to Jin Hyuk for his victory at the decoration fair. An Yanjian expressed his desire to discuss the use and utilization of the company's oven with Jin Hyuk. He then politely requested a private word with the establishment's owner first, his tone hesitant and strategic. Jin Hyuk responded with a visibly annoyed expression and crossed arms, clearly suspicious of the request. The chef, bewildered, questioned the sudden need for a discussion about his prize delivery. The man with "Be on the lookout" tie politely explained the prize came with the crucial condition that it actually had to be put to use. Affirming their intent, the man with "Bolo" tie then directed everyone to follow him further into the kitchen. A quiet corner of the orderly kitchen awaited the new addition. A pristine, state-of-the-art oven gleamed with promise and power. The man with "Bolo" tie registered visible shock upon seeing an old oven, which the chef casually admitted they had used for over 2 decades. Utterly flustered, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie recognized the antique oven, a model virtually impossible to find. A stern chef abruptly forbade photos, much to the young male employee's visible surprise at the sudden restriction. The elderly man reminisced, revealing the oven's original high cost but its acquisition through a cherished friend. He continued, explaining its enduring sentimental value, even as its frequent breakdowns had once threatened their ability to keep it. Intrigued, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie leaned forward, eagerly requesting the full story behind the antique oven. He launched into an animated history, recalling how his boss often spoke of this oven, a legendary special order from the company's very beginning. The man with "Be on the lookout" tie beamed, convinced his boss would rejoice at the news one of their vintage ovens still remained in service. Announcing a phone call, the man with "Bolo" tie then stepped away. The young male employee, bewildered, deduced the man with "Be on the lookout" tie hadn't actually brought the new oven, after all. The chef internally dismissed the possibility of a simple shipment, as the elderly man expressed surprise about the missing oven. The chef concluded the man with "Bolo" tie's true purpose for visiting was never merely oven delivery. The chef quickly dismissed the elderly man's curious inquiry, keeping his true thoughts to himself. With a determined air, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie initiated his call. Sidestepping the expected discussion, the frantic man with "Be on the lookout" tie excitedly announced a far more significant discovery: "I found one." He clarified his find, recalling the legendary special order oven from before the company's near downfall. With intense urgency, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie reiterated the oven's pivotal role in saving their company, much to Mr. Beck's off-panel annoyance. A furious Mr. Beck, off-panel, loudly demanded if he had conveyed that their precious equipment was never destined for ordinary households. Asserting his seriousness, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie offered tangible proof, a picture. A profound silence then fell as Mr. Beck processed the evidence. Mr. Beck's voice, thick with disbelief, inquired about the picture's origin, which the man with "Be on the lookout" tie enthusiastically confirmed. Convinced, Mr. Beck expressed his profound appreciation and announced his imminent visit to the bakery, a directive the man with "Bolo" tie readily accepted. With an overjoyed beam, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie declared the new oven would arrive tomorrow. The man with "Bolo" tie then revealed his boss's long-standing search for the oven, prompting the elderly man's astonished realization it had been with them all along. The elderly man then remembered his friend's initial residential delivery, finally explaining why Mr. Beck's earlier search had failed. When asked about selling the oven, the elderly man declared with resolute conviction that he would keep it as his last memento. The elderly man excitedly mentioned an upcoming visit for the oven, growing confused about its purpose, which the man with "Be on the lookout" tie cryptically sidestepped. The shop bell gave a cheerful jingle, prompting a bright welcome. An elderly woman, beaming, eagerly inquired about the much-discussed new chicken pie. The chef proudly affirmed the chicken pie was being lauded as nothing short of delicious. The elderly woman voiced a valid concern about seniors lacking dentures, to which the chef confidently reassured her. The chef promised to craft pies so tender, they'd require only gums to truly be enjoyed. Suddenly, a young boy popped into view, curious if he could also order some of those. The chef playfully probed if the young boy had dental issues, prompting a hesitant "No, just." The chef pressed for clarification, awaiting his answer. With a plaintive pout, the young boy lamented the chef's special attention to others, never seeming to make anything just for him. The chef kindly promised to save some pies for the young boy if he returned tomorrow, transforming his sorrow into ecstatic gratitude. Another chime announced a new arrival at the bakery door. The man with "Be on the lookout" tie observed their loyal clientele with thoughtful appreciation. The chef, with a warm smile, revealed their unwavering patronage since opening day. The young male employee enthusiastically boasted about their extensive daily regulars, leaving the man with "Be on the lookout" tie deeply impressed by the thriving establishment. The chef excused himself, sparking the man with "Bolo" tie's immediate curiosity. The chef generously offered a bag filled with bakery delights. The man with "Be on the lookout" tie politely tried to refuse the insistent elderly man's offering, secretly admitting his aversion to pastries. The elderly man, noting the distant license plate, warmly insisted he take their pastries instead of enduring bland rest-stop food on his long journey home. The man with "Be on the lookout" tie accepted them with gratitude, already picturing his daughter's delight. With well wishes, the man with "Bolo" tie then departed. A dramatic dun punctuated the arrival of a less than appetizing meal. His meal, however, offered little comfort or relief. Distressed, the man with "Be on the lookout" tie recoiled from the ramen's overwhelming saltiness, desperate for a palate cleanser. His dismay intensified as even the coffee proved shockingly salty, adding insult to his palate. Frustration mounted as a slow, sluggish driver stubbornly clogged the left lane. He began to rummage, desperate for any sweet relief. His candy container stood utterly empty, prompting a furious "damn it." He grumbled and mumbled, raging at the cascade of misfortunes defining his day. Then, a curious sniff filled the car, catching his attention. A sudden, welcome realization dawned: the pastries from the bakery. Amidst glowing anticipation, he decided to sample a single pastry. He finally peeled open the pastry, realizing with a pang that he hadn't had a proper meal since morning. But this was no mere bread, it stretched with an impossible, elastic softness that utterly astonished him. The texture was a revelation, melting on his tongue like a cloud of sweet butter and summer sun, an experience he could only compare to the softest ice cream. He devoured it, each bite a small moment of pure bliss. And then, a crunch, a different flavor, xylongbeo, which instantly transported him back to a date from long before his marriage. Yet something was off, the savory filling tasted nothing like pork, leaving him to puzzle over the delicious mystery. A bead of cold sweat traced a path down his temple. He thought of the baker, Jinhyuk, learning his craft at an oven his father must have used for 30 years, absorbing every last detail of a life's work. But he knew the sad truth: a bakery this good, hidden away on a quiet street, would likely only ever be known to its small circle of regulars. If only a place like this could be in the heart of Gangnam, its potential would be limitless. An idea began to spark as he drove. His own company had a cafe on the first floor. He pictured the pathetic, flavorless pastries they served and saw a golden opportunity. Samong Bakery could be an absolute sensation there. In his mind, the famous chef Mario Kong was like gold, valuable and widely known. But Jinhyuk, he was something more, a flawless diamond hidden in the rough, waiting to be unearthed. The realization hit him with the force of a thunderclap: this was more than an idea, it was a mission. He slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a decisive halt. A gentle chime announced his arrival back at Samong Bakery. A young employee politely tried to turn him away, explaining that the staff was on their break. But he calmly stated that he wasn't there to buy bread. Holding his toolbox, the man introduced himself with newfound purpose as Baek Jeonghyum, the owner of Wawung Machinery. The employee could only stare back, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Just then, Jinhyuk's father appeared, welcoming Baek Jeonghyum and revealing he had been expecting his visit all along. The name Wawung sent a jolt through the young employee, who knew they supplied ovens to over 70% of the nation's largest corporations. As the employee stammered in confusion, Jinhyuk's father calmly explained that Mr. Baek was there to see the oven. There it stood, the BJH Hall model, the very machine at the center of this entire story. Baek Jeonghyum confirmed this was the one, thoughtfully recalling that a certain Dr. Kim Chan-wook had placed the original order. He began his story, explaining that he first met the doctor in a hospital after getting a nasty burn. The injury, he'd told the doctor, happened while he was welding inside one of his own ovens. The doctor had been shocked, admitting he hadn't even known Korean-made baking ovens existed. Beck had explained that while consumer interest in baking was rising, a major problem remained. Since every aspiring baker studied in France or Japan, almost nobody used machines made in their own country. He sighed, recalling the deep frustration of having built a superior machine that had no market. That's when the doctor mentioned a friend who was opening a bakery and needed an oven, a friend who would become his first customer. That single order, he said with a smile filled with profound gratitude, was the very thing that saved his company from ruin. And now, he confessed his true purpose: he wanted to buy the oven back, not to use, but to display in his company's lobby as a treasured heirloom. The very structure of the room seemed to hold its breath. With a final twist of the screwdriver, Jin-hyuk finished his repairs on the machine. Still, he found it odd that a short circuit would cause a fire in only one specific part of the complex machine. A guilty thought struck him: he must have overloaded it with his heavenly blast during that first test run. This was probably his fault. Just then, the young employee approached with a radiant smile, offering a tray of pastries the boss had set aside just for Mr. Beck. The employee boasted their bread would ruin all other bakeries for him, but Beck was already impressed by the powerful aroma that filled the room even without active baking. Pulling off his work glove, Beck asked with genuine curiosity if they had a special secret for creating such an incredible scent. Jin-hyuk was taken aback by the question, admitting they didn't focus on scent at all, which made the compliment even more amazing. Beck smiled, asking if it was fair to say his oven contributed to their success, and Jin-hyuk's father warmly agreed that it was. Now it was time for business. Beck asked Mr. M, Jin-hyuk's father, for a moment of his time to discuss something important. Jin-hyuk glanced at his father and gave him a reassuring nod, telling him to go ahead since it was their break anyway. As Mr. M and Beck headed to the coffee shop across the street, the bell on the door jingled their departure. The young employee marveled at the charisma of the Wawung CEO, a man who had built an entire empire from scratch. While the employee rambled on with admiration, Jin-hyuk quietly unwrapped his own pastry, lost in thought. The employee declared that in his whole life, only 4 people had ever truly amazed him, and Jin-hyuk was the very first. The second, he continued, was Min Byongkyol of Green Water Farms, a name that made Jin-hyuk look up in curiosity. He then launched into an incredible list of achievements: a self-made farmer with a booming online store, a Mensa member with an IQ of 186, and a graduate of the prestigious KAIST University. Jin-hyuk was baffled. All those accomplishments belonged to a farmer? The word conjured a completely different image in his mind. Cutting straight to the point, the young employee excitedly blurted out that someone had a business offer. The prospect of a business offer instantly piqued Jin-hyuk's interest. A knowing thought flickered in his mind: Mr. Beck must be enacting a similar business play of his own. The young employee's disbelief was palpable, voiced with a sudden burst of surprise. Hesitation filled the young employee's voice before he tentatively addressed Jin-hyuk. The young employee nervously recalled Jin-hyuk's strict policy on customer interaction during breaks, which Jin-hyuk affirmed with solemn resolve. A cold dread washed over the young employee as he confessed his cardinal sin of accidental eye contact. Jin-hyuk's stern command to deny any such interaction was met with the young employee's exasperated groan. A sudden phone call pulled Jin-hyuk from the moment, his expression shifting to mild concern. He responded to his father with a quiet understanding, implicitly agreeing to new responsibilities. Jin-hyuk confidently assured his father they would manage the shop, while a tiny, frantic Ilbong fretted at the sheer impossibility of it all. The young employee frantically argued the bakery was already critically understaffed and overwhelmed during Jin-hyuk's absence. Jin-hyuk's resolute declaration to shoulder the burden of 3 sent a wave of panic through the young employee, just as a veritable swarm of customers began to gather outside. With a sudden surge of energetic enthusiasm, Jin-hyuk declared the shop open, eliciting a comedic shriek of terror from the young employee clinging to his arm. A soft chime announced another arrival, cutting through the evening air. The bald judge playfully rejected Ch1's continued offer, yet Ch1 persisted, asking him to consider it anyway. Bewilderment clouded the young employee's thoughts at the unexpected closeness between the two men. The bald judge beamingly introduced Jinhyuk as his nephew, leaving Jinhyuk internally questioning this sudden, familial bond. The bald judge, radiating pure joy, eagerly loaded a paper bag with an enthusiastic rustle of pastries. As the bald judge and the young employee greedily snatched pastries, Ch1 flailed in exasperation, while Jinhyuk watched the chaotic scene unfold in confusion. Ch1's face contorted with unbridled anger and frustration, a yell tearing from his throat. The bald judge angrily barged into Jinhyuk, demanding answers about the missing oven. His voice echoed through the empty kitchen, thick with frustration over the delayed delivery and his nephew's unrecognized effort. The bald judge, pacing furiously, made an angry phone call, demanding to know the reason for the oven's delay. He furiously dismissed the unseen speaker's explanation and, with a sudden perk of anger, demanded the immediate delivery of the machine. Jinhyuk mused that the old man's intensity was strikingly similar to the fierce Grandmaster Hyo Wesu. The narrator recalled Gwanganma's theatrical tantrums in private, which contrasted sharply with his composed demeanor in public. The male figure held a focused, angry gaze, while the warrior in purple in the background bristled with annoyance. Not all of his subjects, the warrior pondered, were quite so dramatically inclined. The warrior in purple, enveloped in a WOM of vibrant energy, surged forward with unwavering determination. The warrior in purple's angry challenge left the male figure startled and flailing, even as the narrator recognized a valuable lesson hidden within the chaos. The male figure respectfully implored the warrior in purple to wield his vast powers with greater care. Jinhyuk concluded his introspection, accepting that such a mercurial personality was simply integral to the historical figure. The bald judge generously offered Jinhyuk a large bag of pastries, including some for his driver, which Jinhyuk accepted with polite surprise. The bald judge, his face softened by a warm smile, promised Jinhyuk the oven would arrive early tomorrow morning. Jinhyuk's father, smiling gently, expressed calm patience for the new oven, having endured 30 years with the old. The bald judge finalized the recording arrangements, and both men wished each other a safe journey home. A car's engine vroomed into the night, disappearing down the city street. Jinhyuk's father playfully questioned the bald judge's early drinking, who quickly justified it as part of his work. Jinhyuk inquired about the nature of his father's new relationship, and the bald judge confirmed they were indeed like brothers. Jinhyuk's father beamed as he relayed a heartfelt promise of unwavering support. The bald judge offered a genuinely positive assessment of the man's character. Jinhyuk's thought echoed in the air, his father had never once uttered a negative word about anyone. The narration spoke of good people and evil people, but also of those who eclipse others, a sinister figure glowing with dark energy. Jinhyuk's father, bursting with excitement, announced an amazing interview proposal, prompting Jinhyuk to ask for details. The young employee, eyes wide with surprise, shouted for more details about the astonishing interview. Jinhyuk's father revealed the incredible offer: lectures for a magazine, videos, and Wawon commercials, leaving the young employee utterly wowed. Jinhyuk confirmed the substantial payment of 20 million won, an amount that visibly impressed his father as a week's worth of sales. Jinhyuk smiled, strategically explaining the immense promotional benefits for their store if their interview was featured in a Wawon commercial. Jinhyuk's father mused that such a generous payment, uncommon for interviews, must be a genuine gesture of thanks. Jinhyuk's father began to voice a slight concern, and Jinhyuk prompted him to continue. Jinhyuk's father expressed surprise at his unusual sobriety, to which Jinhyuk jokingly suggested it was a sign of improving health. Jinhyuk's father struggled to remain natural, conjuring a humorous fantasy where Gwanganma angrily confronted a cowering Jinhyuk for forging him. A sudden bzzzt startled Jinhyuk's father, drawing his full attention. Jinhyuk's father answered the ringing phone, his expression shifting to one of surprise. A deafening shout from the phone made both Jin-hyuk's father and Jin-hyuk wince, clutching their ears in unison. Jin-hyuk's father rubbed his ringing ear, complaining the loud call had nearly burst his eardrum, as Jin-hyuk asked what was wrong. Jin-hyuk's father relayed the intense question about the pastries, and Jin-hyuk fell into a silent, deep contemplation. The bald judge, his voice bursting with wild enthusiasm, demanded to know the secret of the irresistible pastries, then proposed an immediate business partnership.